Coordination Division at ikinagagalak ko pong makasama kayong lahat, even virtually, ngayong araw at nagpapasalamat po ang buong PCW TSRCD team sa inyong pagdalo sa ating panghuling GAD webinar sa taon na ito. Alam ko pong ang ilan sa inyo ay nakasama natin hindi lamang sa GAD webinar na ito, ngunit pati na rin sa mga nakarang webinar. Kaya salamat po talaga sa pagsama ninyo sa ating journey when it comes to GAD webinar activities. Ang ating webinar po ngayong araw ay pinamagatang Strengthening the GAD Focal Point System or GFPS through the use of gender fair communication and the application of GFPS functionality assessment tool. Ngayon po ay natapos na tayo sa ating pre-test. Tayo naman po ay dumako bilang panimula sa ating discussion para sa unang session ngayong umaga. Maaari lamang pong ipakilala ko ang ating unang resource speaker. Ang ating unang resource speaker earned a degree in Bachelor of Arts in Journalism at the University of Santo Tomas in Manila. He then obtained a Master of Development Management and Governance with specialization in Organizational and Institutional Development, or OID, at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Laguna, and was admitted to a PhD in Development Studies program at the same university. He previously worked as research analyst under the Office of the Executive Director of Magsaysay Institute of Shipping before his engagement with the Philippine Commission on Women as Gender and Development or GAD Specialist, where he acts as the lead coordinator of the Local Government Academy PCW Partnership in Gender Mainstreaming and a member of the PCW National Gender and Development Resource Program or NGRP. He is also an advocate of positive masculinity and the acting head of the Capacity Building and Advocacy Committee of the Men Opposed to Violence Against Women Everywhere or MOVE PCW chapter. Without further ado, i-welcome natin on-screen ang aking kasamahan na si Mr. Chris Joven M. Madalya para sa kanyang presentation para sa ating Session 1, GAD Focal Point System or GFPS, Legal Basis, Structure, and Roles. Good morning, Joven.
Thank you, Trish, for that very wonderful and generous introduction.
Correct.
So magandang umaga po sa bawat isa sa atin, sa lahat po ng participants. We have already 577 participants na po. The session for today, yung ating session 1, is entitled The Gender and Development Focal Point System or the GFPS, its legal basis, structure, and roles. And later on makikita natin kung ano-ano ba itong mga structure na ito ng GFPS. Bakit ba kayo uma-attend ng itong mga capacity development sessions na ito? At ano ba yung legal basis nito? So this will be the presentation outline. Una, what is the GAD Focal Point System? Pangalawa, ano nga ba yung legal basis nito? Bakit ito minamandate sa atin bilang mga government agencies na magkaroon tayo ng GFPS? Ikatlo is the establishment of the GFPS. At ikaapat, yung GFPS, no, for the national government agencies, kung saan kayo po ang pinakamaraming attendees for this webinar. Ano po? Then, ano naman yung GFPS sa ating local government units? And of course, hindi po papahuli, ano naman yung GFPS pagdating sa ating mga higher educational institutions? Or ito yung ating mga state universities and colleges and local university and colleges, including the private institutions. So before we formally start kung ano ba nga ba itong topic natin on session 1 or on the GFPS, structure, rules, and legal basis, tanungin ko ang ating mga participants, ano po, in one word, ano para sa inyo ang GFPS? Ano po, in one word, please you may help me kung ano ang mga sinasabi ng ating mga participants.
Yes.
So according to the Philippine Commission on Women Memorandum Circular 2011-01, tama po kayo, ano po, the GFPS is an interacting and interdependent group of people tasked to catalyze and accelerate gender mainstreaming. It is also an enabling mechanism established to ensure and advocate for guide. Ayun po, nakita ko po kanina may nagsabi ng guide, coordinate and monitor the development, implementation, monitoring, review, and update of their GAD plans and GAD-related programs, activities, and projects. Hinighlight ko po dito yung term na people. Ano po? Kasi po ang human resource is the most important resource na meron tayo. Bakit? Kasi po it can make or break an organization. At ganun din po yung importansya niya pagdating sa ating gender mainstreaming efforts. Pangalawa po is yung catalyze. Ano po? As GFPS member, we are we are change agent. Ano po? And we should use this mechanism sa sarili natin bilang GFPS personnel to accelerate and advance gender mainstreaming. Ito po yung strategy natin to achieve the twin goals of gender equality and women's empowerment. So tama po yung mga sinabi ng ating mga participants. And as GFPS member, dapat nag-guide po tayo, nagko-coordinate and monitor the development, ano pa mang implementation and monitoring about our gender mainstreaming efforts sa ating mga ahensya. So tingnan naman natin itong legal basis, no? Bakit mandated na magkaroon tayo ng GAD focal point system. So balikan natin yung mga unang executive order noong 1989 to 1992. Ito po yung the Philippine Development Plan for Women or the Executive Order number 348. At sinasabi po dito na an appropriate focal point for women's concerns or any other similar mechanisms shall be constituted in each department, bureau, office, agency, or other instrumentality of the government, including GOCCs, to ensure the implementation and monitoring of implementation, review, and updating of programs, projects of identified for each sector. So dito po unang nabanggit, ito pong hindi pa po GFPS ang tawag dito, pero kinakailangan magkaroon tayo ng focal point for women's concerns. Part din po ito ng ating commitment sa international concerns, yung ating pong mga UN Women, the Sustainable, ganun din po yung mga platform na ginagamit internationally. Then, dito po, nabanggit naman yung sa Republic Act 7192 or the Women in Development and Nation Building Act. Dito po papasok na sinasabi dito that the WID, ito pa po yung Women in Development, focal points shall serve as catalyst. Ito, nabanggit na naman yung term na catalyst, no? For gender responsive planning and programming in their respective agencies. They shall ensure that the disseminated guidelines are appropriately utilized and revised to suit emerging developments. So ano po development na meron tayo na with regards to gender concerns, dapat po meron tayong mechanism na i-update ito sa pamamagitan po ng ating mga focal point. So ang tawag po nung una is with focal points. Ano po? Another legal basis po na ating titingnan, itong Executive Order 273 or the Philippine Plan for Gender Responsive Development noong 1995. Ang sabi po dito, it is the responsibility of the heads of concerned agencies and their respective offices with the assistance of their Women in Development or GAD focal points in any to ensure institutionalization thereof. So ayan po, responsibility din po ng head of the agency to take lead pagdating po dito sa ating gender mainstreaming efforts. Then, noong 2011, nagkaroon po ng PCW Memorandum Circular 2011-01 entitled Guidelines for the Creation, Strengthening, and Institutionalization of GAD Focal Point System. So dito po na formally na-introduce kung ano yung GFPS na po. So it provides guidelines and procedures for the establishment of GFPS in constitutional bodies, government departments, agencies, bureaus, CUs, state universities and colleges or SUCs, the GOCCs, and all other government instrumentalities. Kaya po, kung wala pa po kayong GFPS, meron tayong guideline of how to establish itong ating GFPS. At sinasabi po dito, kinaklarify dito yung roles and responsibilities natin, the composition, the structure, to enable it to function as a mechanism for change and accelerating GM sa ating mga ahensya, sa ating LGU, to promote and advocate for GEWE or ating gender equality and women's empowerment. Para naman po sa ating mga, nakita ko kanina sa TNA, we have about 56 participants from the local government units. Ano po? So ito yung ating guidelines naman sa LGU, we have the PCW-DILG-DBM NEDA Joint Memorandum Circular 2013-01 or the guidelines on the localization of the Magna Carta of Women. So ito po ay for LGU. At sinasabi dito na yung creation and strengthening of the LGU GAD focal point system at sinasabi po na all LGUs shall establish or strengthen the GFPS or similar mechanism to accelerate GM with their localities. Maganda po kasi dito, mas grassroots level yung ating approach at mas nalolocalize talaga natin yung Magna Carta of Women sa pamamagitan po ng ating LGU GFPS. At yung ating po mga local chief executive shall sign appropriate issuances to institutionalize the establishment, the constitution, and or strengthening of the GFPS in the respective LGUs. Another basis po para naman po sa ating mga higher educational institutions. Ito po yung ating basis, yung CHED Memorandum Order number 01 series of 2015 entitled Establishing the Policies and Guidelines on Gender and Development in the Commission on Higher Education and Higher Educational Institutions or HEIs. Ang kagandahan po dito, yung mechanism on the establishment of GFPS ay hindi lamang sa CHED as an oversight agency nitong ating mga schools, pero we also consider na maparating sa ating mga clients ni CHED yung pagkakaroon ng GFPS, which is itong ating mga state universities and colleges, including the private institutions. Sabi dito, all public and private higher educational institutions shall constitute a GFPS similar to CHED. So including the SUCs and the local universities and colleges. So we encourage din po yung ating mga private institutions na magkaroon tayo ng similar mechanism on GFPS. So kung wala pa po kayo, pwede po natin tingnan itong memorandum order na ito ng Commission on Higher Education. And of course, ito po yung nakita rin natin sa ating pre-test. The Republic Act 9710 or the Magna Carta of Women, dito po sinasabi on Section 36 yung creation and strengthening ng ating GAD focal point. At dito rin po yung at ang ating pong GFPS should composed of agency head or local chief executive. Kaya po importante na capacitated po yung ating mga leaders, the top management level, para madaling makascade yung ating mga gender mainstreaming efforts. Then din po yung ating executive committee with an undersecretary or its equivalent. Later on, titingnan po natin yung delineation ng task and functions nitong ating mga composition nito ng ating GFPS. We also have the local government unit or office in strategic decision-making position as chair. Later on, papakita ko din po natin yung iba-ibang structure pagdating po sa local government units. And the technical working group or secretariat composed of representatives from various divisions or offices within the agency or local government unit. So dako na po tayo sa establishment of GFPS. So paano nga ba tayo magkakaroon ng GFPS? Again, importante po dito yung buy-ins ng ating local chief executives kung kayo po ay from the local government units and the head of the agencies kung kayo naman po ay under the national government agencies. Kasi po, sila ang nag-i-issue ng mga policy dito pagdating sa creation ng GFPS. So agencies, LGUs with existing GFPS or similar mechanisms shall reconstitute and strengthen said mechanism based on the provisions of Republic Act 9710, its IRR, and the following policies. Ito po yung nabanggit ko po kanina for NGA. Ito po yung PCW Memorandum Circular 2011-01. Para naman po sa local government units, yung PCW DILG TBM NEDA Joint Memorandum Circular 2013-01. At para po sa mga state universities and colleges and local universities, ito po yung CHED Memorandum Order 2015-01. So ano naman itong mga general functions nitong ating GFPS? So una is to lead the preparation and consolidation of the annual agency GAD accomplishment reports and other GAD reports. tapos na po ang submission, ang deadline ng atin pong mga GAD plans and budgets. So, ano po, nakita po ba natin yung leadership pagdating dito? Na-monitor po ba natin yung pag-submit ng ating mga ahensya sa ating sa PCW, ganun din po sa DILG kung kayo po from the LGU, pagdating po sa inyong mga consolidated agency GAD accomplishment report and other GAD reports. So ganun din po yung GAD plans and budget nitong November po. So tingnan din naman natin yung lead in gender mainstreaming, mainstreaming gender perspective in the agency, department, policies, plans, and programs. Importante po dito yung paggawa po ng ating mga policy. Bakit po? Baka po kasi yung policy natin nung nakaraang taon pa, like for example, nung 2010, is not already applicable sa ating policy on gender and development or gender mainstreaming efforts sa ating ahensya. So we need to review din po kung itong mga ating mga plans and programs. Another one is the promotion or the promote and actively pursue the participation of women and gender advocates. Marami pong mga advocacy campaign na pwede nating i-involve ang ating mga kababaihan, ganun din po, even mga kalalakihan and other gender advocates pagdating sa mga programa. So bukas po, pinopromote na rin po namin yung ating 18-day campaign to end vow. So pwede po tayo magkaroon ng mga mechanism as part ng ating promotion on gender and development. So lead in monitoring the effective implementation of GAD-related policies. Ito din po yung sinabi ko po kanina na ito po ba ay na-implement ng tama? Meron po bang gaps? Ano po ba yung mga strategies na nagawa natin after nating makita itong mga programa natin on gender and development? At kung may gap, as GFPS, ano po yung dapat nating gawin? Ano dapat nating i-prioritize para sa susunod na mga buwan, sa susunod na mga taon, ay hindi na natin maulit yung mga gaps na ito o yung mga problema pagdating sa ating gender mainstreaming efforts. Another function nitong ating GFPS is to lead in setting up appropriate systems and mechanisms. So ano po ba itong mga system na ito? So maaari po ito, like for example, ang ating po bang ahensya or ang ating LGU, meron po ba tayong GAD databasing? Kung saan namomonitor natin yung mga efforts natin or meron tayong sex disaggregated data. Meron po kami dito sa PCW as part of the GAD Local Learning Hub. One of the GAD Local Learning Hub in PCW ay yung merong mechanism on sex disaggregated data at nagagamit nila ito sa paggawa nila ng mga programa. Nakikita natin dito kung ano yung gaps. Ito po ay yung sa Baybay City, sa Leyte, kung gusto nyo pong tingnan at magkaroon po kayo ng mga lakbay-aral, pwede nyo pong i-visit yung ating pong mga local learning hub. So another function na napaka-importante is the strengthening or pagkakaroon ng external link with other agencies or organizations working on women's rights and gender and development. Importante po ito, pwede po kayo makipag-partner with PCW or other government institutions na merong mataas na pagtingin pagdating sa ating gender and development or gender mainstreaming efforts. Meron din po mga private institutions na pwede makatulong sa atin with regards to pag-abot or pag-attain nitong ating twin goal of gender equality and women's empowerment. Maganda po kasi na hindi lang po tayo internal at nakikita rin ng external sa ating organization kung ano yung mga problema ng ating ahensya. Para po mas nakikita natin yung all aspect nitong ating mga GM efforts. And internally, importante po na nako-coordinate natin yung efforts natin on GM sa different divisions, offices, units of the agency, and advocate for integration of GAD perspectives. Isa po kasing isinusulong ng gender and development po, yung perspective of participation. Kaya po maganda na nakakascade natin ito down to our staff, down to other divisions and offices para po integrated po talaga yung ating mga GAD perspectives. Abutin po natin lahat pagdating po natin sa gender and development. Another function is to ensure that all personnel of the agency, including the finance officers, are capacitated on GAD. Bakit po? Ano po? Importante na capacitated yung ating admin and finance personnel, yung ating mga budget officers. Bakit po? Kasi they also provide means or they provide budget para sa ating mga gender and development efforts. At dun sa ating mga webinar on GPB, ano po, pinakita natin kung ano yung importansya na nakakapag-budget tayo ng tama sa ating mga gender mainstreaming efforts. At pwede kong ma-share sa inyo, no, merong isang client before with PCW, no, isa sa concern nila yung hindi pumapayag ang finance officers on disbursing funds for GM effort. So ibig sabihin, bakit? Ano yung dahilan? Tingnan natin kung ano yung root cause. Possible hindi pala capacitated itong ating mga finance officers. So importante po na nai-include natin sila sa iba't ibang strategies para po ma-mainstream yung gender sa ating organizations and sa ating mga localities. Then another function is to spearhead the preparation of the annual agency performance-based GAD plans, programs, and budgets. Deadline na po noong November, paalala po. So ito po, assist in the formulation of new policies such as the GAD code. So importante po for the national government agencies, yung meron na po tayong guidelines on the creation of GAD agenda. So tingnan po natin paano tayo makakatulong as GFPS personnel sa pagkakaroon ng 6-year plan para sa ating ahensya. Strategic din po yun ngayon at makita natin yung ating mga plano for the long run. Ganun din po sa LGU, meron po tayong pwedeng gumawa tayo ng mga GAD code on the local level. So balikan po natin itong NGA. Ito po yung legal basis for the GFPS at ito po naman yung structure. Ano po? Meron tayong head of the agency. So on top of everything, yung ating head of the agency which is composed of a secretary, a chairperson, or a director. Depende po sa inyong structure or sa inyo pong ahensya. So, meron din po tayong GFP Execom, composed naman ng mga management committee members na pwedeng mga division chiefs ng inyong mga agencies. Then, yung TDOP regional offices or attached agencies para kung meron kayong mga regional presence sa iba't ibang region sa Pilipinas, importante po na meron tayong representatives para po makita natin kung ano yung efforts nila at ano yung mga problems din in the regional level. And of course, the TWG or the Technical Working Group or the Secretariat composed of support staff from various units, usually under the Planning Bureau unit. So hindi lang naman po planning, pwede po tayong kung ano po yung mas strategic sa ating agency. Sila po ang ating i-assign for the Secretariat function. Kung naaalala nyo po at kung naka-attend po kayo ng webinar 4, dito po on Gender Mainstreaming Evaluation Framework, it was presented by the National Housing Authority. Ito pong sample ng kanilang structure ng GFPS. So meron silang GAD champion, yung kanilang head, general manager. Then meron din po tayong mga executive committee. Ayan po yung mga kanilang positions, no? Chairperson, vice chairs, and mga members. At ang agandahan po dito, nung na-present na to, no, meron na rin sila mga internal resource persons coming from the executive committee. Maganda po yun na capacitated talaga lahat ng ating GFPS. Then we have the secretariat. Then makikita rin natin dito yung pagbaba sa regions. Ano po? From NCR, then mga Region 1 hanggang Region 13. Then the presence of MOVE. Ano po? Yung men opposed violence against women everywhere. Then, ano ba yung mga committee na meron sila? So, depende po to sa inyong ahensya kung ano pong mga committee yung mga pwede nyong ilagay. They have the Capacity Development Committee, Policy and Program Development Committee, the Project Monitoring and Evaluation Committee, GAD Database Committee, Advocacy Networking and Public Communications Committee. So, ito po ay example lang of how you craft yung inyo pong structure pagdating sa inyong GFPS. Particularly sa national government agencies. Pagdating naman po sa higher educational institutions, again, ito po yung ating legal basis, yung CHED Memorandum Circular Series of 2015, number 1. Ito po yung basis na pwede nating tingnan. So hindi naman po nagkakalayo sa structure ng NGA. Ang head of the agency usually the university president. Importante po na involved sila sa ating GFPS. We have the GFP Execom, the designated members of Academic and Administrative Council. Then, kung ang inyo pong university ay mayroong mga satellite campuses, importante po na maisama po niyo po siya sa structure ninyo. Kasi po, iba-iba din po yung gap, iba-iba din yung problem pagdating sa GM sa iba-iba po nating mga offices. Then of course, the TWG Secretariat composed of support staff from various colleges and offices. Tignan naman natin itong LGU. So ito po ang ating legal basis, the PCWDILG DBM NEDA Joint Memorandum Circular 2013-01. At sinasabi po dito na ang ating pong local government unit GFPS should have composed of LCE. So importante po yung ating mga city mayors and city municipalities. Then ang ating pong chairs of the sangguniang committees and women, children and family and appropriations. Ganun din po yung representative sa iba't ibang sector. Later on, papakita ko rin po yung structure. So ito po, ang chairperson, this is the local chief executive. Then meron din tayong alternative chair as designated by the LCE. Then may vice chair. Then kung meron po ang inyo pong local government unit na GAD office, importante po na malagay nyo rin po yung functions niya as part of the structure, sorry. Then sino po yung mga members? Of course, the heads of the LGU departments and other offices relevant to gender mainstreaming. And ang chairs of the Sangguniang Committee, Women, Children, and Family, ganun din yung appropriations. Then ito po yung representatives from the following groups. Pwede po ang PNP Women's Desk, IPs, kung meron po tayo sa ating locality, persons with disabilities, women's organizations or recognized non-government organization, the private sector, the academe. Then we had the president of the Liga ng mga Barangay, Sangguniang Kabataan. Let's involve the youth, dito sa ating gender mainstreaming. Then the president of the Mayor's League, applicable only for provinces. Then the president of the Liga ng mga Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan. So these are the minimum requirements. However, kung ang LGU nyo po ay gusto magdagdag ng additional members, pwede naman po. Ito naman po yung sa TWG, no? The chair is elected among the TWG members. Then, meron din po kayong secretariat at ang members nyo po ay the key staff committees representative in the Execom and the relevant LGU departments, but not limited to the following. Suking-sukay na po yung Planning and Development Office. Usually po, dyan po kasi nila-lodge yung gender mainstreaming. Pero pwede nyo pong i-involve yung iba pang offices, the Social Welfare and Development Office, the HR Management Office, the Budget Office, Accounting Office, and the rest. Then representatives from the following groups, private sector, CSOs, academe, and the person with disabilities. Dako naman po tayo sa barangay level. Meron din po tayong structure for this, no? The chair po ay yung ating punong barangay. Then may co-chair, chair of the Sangguniang Barangay Committee on Women, Children, and Family. And of course, the support of the secretariat, the barangay secretary. Ang members po nito are the following, no? Barangay health worker, Barangay Human Rights Action Officer, Barangay Nutrition Scholar, Daycare Center, yung treasurer, lupong tagapamayapa member, Sangguniang Barangay Committee on Appropriations, the SK Chairperson, Tanod Executive Officer, VAU Desk Officer, and representation from women's organizations existing in the barangay level. Actually po, kung malaki po ang inyong barangay, pwede po kayo mag-assign din ng mga purok leaders in terms of gender mainstreaming. Ito na po. Last na po ito, ito naman yung mga roles at inaabangan po natin. Ano pa yung delineation ng mga task namin? Bilang kung ako ay chairperson, meron po kanina sa ating TNA 31 chairpersons na nag-register. Kung kayo po ay chairperson, pwede po bang i-type ang letter C sa ating chat box? Meron po bang chairperson talaga na nandito sa ating webinar? So ano po yung roles and responsibility ng isang chairperson ng GFPS? So una po is to issue policies. Lahat po ng policy on gender mainstreaming, policy on strengthening the GFPS, and of course yung approval noong ating GAD plans and budgets and ensure its implementation. So yan po yung 2 core function kung kayo po ay GFPS chairperson. Ito po ay para po sa NGA, LGU, ganun din po sa ating mga higher educational institutions. Pagdating naman po sa GFPS Execom, ito po yung mga function. Ano po? Lead identification of GAD strategies. Ano po ba yung applicable strategy sa inyong agency or locality? Ensure timely submission of GAD plans and budgets and accomplishment reports. Monitor effective implementation of GAD plan and use of GAD budget. Kayo po ang mag-spearhead po nito. Involve niyo po yung mga budget officers nyo. Then lead in forging partnerships on GAD. Pwede po kayo makapag-partner sa ibang LGUs kung kayo po ay from the LGU at sa iba pong agency naman kung NGA or with PCW for example. Recommends awards and recognition for good performing GFPS members. Importante po na ina-acknowledge nyo yung mga ginagawa ng ating GFPS personnel. Lalo na kung ito ay tawag dito kabigay-bigay ng award, paggantimpala level ang kanilang mga ginagawa. Then recommend approval of agency, GPB, and GAD-AR. Yeah, for approval, of course, of the chairperson. And the direction setting and advisory to the head of the agency on gender and development. Katuwang po talaga ninyo ang chairperson pagdating sa mga efforts. Pagdating naman po sa secretariat, ito naman yung pag-formulate ng GPB and GAD-AR, pag-assist sa mga capacity development sessions or provide technical assistance in coordination with HR. So kayo po talaga yung mag-isip ng mga program design, ano mo yung mga ibibigay ninyong ano yung mga ipoprovide nyong roles and responsibility pagdating po sa inyong gender mainstreaming. I-coordinate nyo rin po yung participation ng GAD efforts nyo sa inyong clients. Ano po? Conduct advocacy and develop IEC materials to drum up support for agency GAD efforts and to monitor implementation of GAD PPAs and to submit reports and recommendations to agency ed. So yan po ang ginagawa ng ating pong TWG or the Secretariat.
Ngayon ay napanood natin ang ating introduction to the GFPS Functionality Assessment Tool video at sana'y marami kayong natutunan dito. Ang ating pong video ay actually created by one of our very talented colleagues, Ms. Christine Anley, and voiced over by yours truly. At ito pong video na to or ang itong orientation and introduction to the GFPS as a functionality assessment tool ang magiging foundation kasama ng discussion ni Joven sa mga susunod nating sessions. Kaya naman sana po ay marami kayong natutunan sa ating introduction and syempre pa sa discussion kanina ni Joven. Allow me to move on and introduce our next speaker. She's currently the Gender and Development or GAD Specialist of the Technical Services and Regional Coordination Division of the Philippine Commission on Women. She is a women and children's rights advocate. She is a licensed social worker and has worked in the social development sector for more than 10 years, specifically on the community development and child rights programming. Currently, she has been the PCW's coordinator for Regional and Gender and Development Committee, or RGAD-C, of Region 1 from 2020 to 2022, and Region 6 from 2020 to 2021, and Pangasinan's GAD Local Learning Hub, or LLH, in 2021. She is currently a part of the National Resource Program, or GRP, team handling technical assistance provided to the national government agencies, including GAD webinars, online technical advisories, and the National GAD Resource School members. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ms. Nina Jean Carl Salonga for our session 2 on the NGA GFPS Functionality Assessment Tool. Hi, Ms. Nina. Good morning po.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Nicole. Thank you for introducing me to our audience today. So welcome po. Okay. So although may sinulat ako kanina mga summary po ng TNA, hindi ko na po yun i-run through lahat because na-mention naman po kanina ng ating colleague. And let's proceed po sa ating presentation outline. Ayan. Ayan. Dapat maraming male may nagsasabi, maging member para maintindihan nila ang role nila as men. Yes, I agree with that. And maintindihan din nila how we value them as part of our system, the system na ginagawa natin in gender and development. Okay, our session 2 will discuss about the following. So this will be all about the contents of the GFPS functionality assessment tool. But of course, we will first discuss the purpose and areas of assessment of the GFPS functionality assessment tool for the national government agencies or NGAs. We will also discuss the steps in the use of the GFPS functionality assessment tool. And we will discuss also the GFPS functionality assessment tool forms for NGA. Finally, we will use the score from the administering the GFPS functionality assessment tool. Okay. So for the first portion, which is the purpose and areas of assessment of the GFPS tool for national government agencies. Okay. Okay. So why did we have this tool po no para sa ating NGAs? So we're discussing right now the tool for the NGAs. This is to ensure that all of you, the NGAs, have a functional mechanism to mainstream gender and development perspective in their policy making, in your planning, in your programming, budgeting, implementing, monitoring, and evaluation process. So halos lahat kino-cover po ng procedure. So for all the agencies as well to be able to examine, for example, your agencies, for you to examine your performance based on the parameters set forth in the Magna Carta of Women and the PCW Circular 2011-01. Of course, this functionality assessment is being done covering the last 3 years of your operations. No? So that means if you are assessing this year as the GFPS of your agency, which is 2022, then ano pong years ang dapat nating i-cover? May I hear from the audience? Kung sinabi po natin, period of assessment is 3 years prior to the assessment period. So if we are still awake, I'd like to hear from the audience. Ano pong years ang dapat makover ng assessment? Okay? Ayan, may nakasagot po tama, 2019 to 2021 because 2019, 2020, and 2021. So tama po. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. Galing-galing nyo talaga. Okay, next. Nice, okay. Salamat po for your responses. Okay, now for the areas of assessment of the GFPS functionality tool for NGA, we have 3 areas of assessment. First, we have the structure and composition of the GFPS, which necessitates the competent leadership of our agency executives to spearhead in the creation and strengthening. Of course, kung wala po silang initiative or wala silang information and to give the command to the agency to create GFPS, then mahihirapan po tayo to even come up with one. So it will really take a lot of effort din po on the part of our leaders in our agency to come up or create our GFPS. And we also have the area on the GAD-related competencies of GFPS members, which is about the fulfillment of our specific roles as GFPS, specifically on the GFPS Chairperson, the Executive Committee, and the members of the TWG and Secretariat. So here we are stating the roles. Now we proceed to the third area of assessment, which is the fulfillment of GFPS roles and functions based on structure. So kanina meron tayong fulfillment of our specific roles, but here we have to monitor the fulfillment of our GFPS roles and functions. So this is the assessment area, whether we are able to perform and we are able to partake in the roles of our GFPS. So our total score will be expected as 100 points for this. Although you will notice meron pong total score for the structure and composition, 16 points. Total, 19 points dito sa GAD-related and 21 for the fulfillment of GFPS roles. Wag po kayo malilito. These are just the indicator parts, but the total number of score or points that we should get from here kung tayo po ay naka-achieve ng lahat ng assessment level ay 100 points po. Okay, so kanina po na-mention natin why do we do the GFPS assessment. Of course, this is stated in our PCW Memorandum Circular number 2022-02, which is enjoining all the executive departments, agency bureaus, state universities, and colleges government-owned and controlled corporations, legislative and judiciary branches, and constitutional bodies, as well as other government instrumentalities, to use the GFPS functionality assessment tool and its important provisions. So here it's also stating, may mga na-mention na po kanina ang ating colleague na si Joven about the functions, the roles, and the mandates of our GFPS. And na-mention din po na kanina a while ago, we mentioned the 3 years po ang coverage ng ating assessment. Ideally, because we are always basing it on the possible changes in our leadership in the agency, changes in the composition of our GFPS members based on the change in the leadership as well. So since nagkakaroon po ng changes, it would be good no kung hindi lang po 1 year or 2 years ang binabalikan natin, but 3 years. Okay, and then of course the expenses will be covered also. The expenses po on the training of the GFPS assessment tool, ayan, ay dapat ma-include nyo po, just like any other GAD activity, pwede po natin itong ma-include sa ating GAD plan and budget. So don't be afraid, basta po tama po ang paggamit at tama po yung item indication nyo po sa GAD plan and budget, pwede nyo po maisama. And talking about this training on the GFPS functionality assessment tool. So today we have a training, but may I ask from our audience, kung meron na po ba sa inyo among your agencies na nakapag-hold ng GFPS functionality assessment tool training or orientation? May I hear or know from our audience kung meron na po? Kasi we know this is a new tool, no? Not yet. Yes. Okay. We
Medyo
hope to see a
marami, Miss
yes.
Nina, ang medyo no po ang sagot.
Oo nga, Miss
Hindi pa po
Nicole.
sila naka-conduct po.
Oh, ayan, mayroon ako nakitang yes,
Oh,
isa. Ayan, si
alright.
Miss Materna Profetana. Okay, so yes. Ano pong agency niyo, ma'am? Sa nakapag-conduct na kayo ng GFPS training? GFPS Functionality Assessment Tool Training, sorry. May I know ano pong agency nila? Metro Carigara Water District. Wow, medyo ahead si Madam. So, thank you for sharing that, and we are happy na nagamit niyo na po yung tool. Kahit na ngayon pa lang tayo nagko-conduct ng webinar, you were able to access the tool already before because anyway, this was launched in the first quarter of 2022. So, hopefully we will hear more from our future audience na ginagamit na po natin ito, no? Kasi sabi nga natin, ang question kasi minsan, how do we use this? Ayan, may mga iba pa po nag-yes. So, thank you, Ms. Shirley Alicor. Gumamit din sila. Anong agency po kayo, ma'am? So, dalawa lang po yung gumamit so far. And I'd like to share, siguro mamaya may makikita kayo, may isa na rin gumamit na agency, no, na ginawa nilang training ang GFPS assessment tool. Mamaya makikita niyo po kung sino yun. Ayan, so parehas po sila ng agency. Okay, thank you, Miss Shirley. Okay, so next po. Okay, so ngayon alam na po natin yung essence why we use it and how should, the length of usage and should we include it in the budget, in the GAD plan and budget. Now we proceed on how we use the GFPS functionality assessment tool for the LGA. So let me show you the steps. The steps on, okay. So how do we use the functionality assessment tool? We have 7 steps, no? First, we organize the GFPS members and study the tool. Of course, sabi nga natin, we have to come up with a policy in order for us to create our GFPS. So we will need the help and support of our agency head about this. And once we are able to have our own GFPS, we convene them and we study the GFPS tool, assessment tool together with the members. So hindi naman po ito gagawin lang ng isang tao because the assessment should be participative. Sabi nga ni Joven kanina, ang perspective po ng gender development ay nasa participative perspective po. So hindi lang po ito gawain ng isang tao nor ng kababaihan but all of gender. For the step 2, we also gather information in accomplishing the tool. Okay, so of course, hindi, sabi natin kanina, we do assessment within 3 years, yung coverage. So that means, babalik po tayo sa mga previous data natin. Kung 2022 po tayo nag-assess, let's go back to 2019 to 2021 data. And of course, wala naman pong masama if we answer the tool with all honesty. So we answer the tool truthfully. We don't need to cover our parang lapses, kung hindi talaga natin nagagawa pa. Of course, this is the only time we are able to assess our GFPS through the tool. So it's okay kasi that will be our springboard later on para ma-improve natin ano yung kulang or gaps sa ating GFPS. And then we also agree on a single rating and prepare the MOVs. So from the organization of the GFPS na kung saan we recommend na our group members should be divided into 3 because we have mentioned a while ago that we have 3 assessment areas for the GFPS tool for the NGA. So agree naman tayo ngayon on a single rating and prepare the MOVs. Kapag nag-agree po, meaning dapat isa lang po ang sagot kahit 3 po tayong nag-group because we iisa lang po tayong agency. The only reason why we divide into groups because we just want to see other perspective. Pero it doesn't mean we must have different answers. So dapat mag-unify tayo ng sagot. Siguro after all the justifications and reasoning and explanations, dapat may common agreement. Okay. And for the step 5, we have to compute the subtotal score per criteria and the overall rating. Later makikita nyo itong procedure na to. And of course, from the score that we get, we check the functionality level. And we will be using a reference table for that functionality level. Finally, we do not only celebrate the functionality of our GFPS after finding out the rating or the score, we also identify the gaps or areas for improvement. So, titignan din natin yun, paano pa natin papagandahin at papalawigin ang performance ng ating GFPS as our gender and development catalyst in our agency. So we will refer also on the Annex A as a guide for our answering the tool. Okay. So now let's focus on the tool itself. So the GFPS functionality assessment tool forms for NGA include the following. We have the Form 1, which is the basic information sheet. We also have the Form 2, functionality of the GFPS ang focus. For the Form 3, it will be the computation of the total score. Form 4 will serve as the reference table. And Form 5 will be our action point matrix. So kita nyo dito, magre-reflect from those forms yung steps na ginawa natin from step 1 to step 7. Okay. For the Form 1, which is the basic information sheet, ito po ang content natin. So this will look like a basic profile po of your agency because you will have to state here the name of your agency. Of course, you have to identify ano po ba ang category ng ating agency. Of course, we have to make sure tama po ang i-check natin dito, which is whether attached agency ba kayo, bureau, constitutional commission, government-owned and controlled corporation, judiciary, legislative, NGA, or other executive offices, SUC, or colleges, and local water districts. Yan. Kung hindi naman po kayo nakaka-identify sa lahat ng options na to, you can just check or tick on other government instrumentality. You have to state also your address. And if you can also include your region. And then you also include the name of the agency head. So kindly state lang po, that the name of your agency head must be the current agency head. Huwag po tayong bumalik sa, of course, may mga ina-admire po tayong agency head na minsan nagpaalam na sila because na-promote na to other levels or agencies, But let's put the current name, yan, ng ating agency head. So kung 2022 po kayo nag-a-assess, yung agency head nyo po this year ang dapat yung ilagay. Since siya po ang ating representative ng agency, kindly state as well kung ano po ang kanyang sex, whether male or female. And of course, kanina na-mention natin ang assessment period. Kung 2022 po tayo nag-conduct ng assessment, then we must put the assessment period, for example here, 2019 to 2021. And our date of assessment, just in case we're doing it right now or today, excuse me, we must put November 24, 2022. So very basic lang po talaga ang Form 1. Okay. For the Form 2, we have the functionality of the GFPS in national government agencies or NGAs as the focus. Sige po. Okay, go ahead. Ayan po. So ang areas of assessment po natin dito ay structure and composition of the GFPS. So here, to be specific, ito pong form ay equivalent to 16 points and very specific on the 1-A, which is the establishment of the GFPS, equivalent to 6 points. So sabi nga natin, we are assessing our functionality as GFPS, but we do not have any to assess kung wala po tayong established GFPS. So that's why it's very important. Dapat meron po muna tayong policy created, no, or released on the creation, establishment, and strengthening of the GFPS in accordance with the guidelines issued by oversight agencies. So makikita po natin, meron tayong example, ano po ba itong mga guidelines issued by oversight agencies, including PCW. So PCW Memo Circular 2011-01, MCW Implementing Rules and Regulations, and for the SUCs, we have GAD and Memorandum Order 2015-01. So ito po ay 2 points kung sakali po kayo merong na-achieve na policy creation that was based on the guidelines issued by the oversight agencies. So you get 2 points here. So you check this part sa 2 points sa first column just in case you're able to achieve this level. If you were able to issue but does not follow the guidelines, still may points po ito, but only 1 point. If no policy was created on the establishment, of course, you don't get a point for this. So it's 0. Okay. For example, for the indicator 1.1, no, on the policy creation, so here it indicates that this sample Office Order 54 of the Development Bank of the Philippines, which was called out from the website, it states that it is pursuant to the Republic Act number 9710, otherwise known as the Magna Carta of Women, and Memorandum Circular 2011-01. And makikita niyo po later on yung consistency nung sinasabi niyang cite siya nung guidelines from the oversight agencies. Next. Okay, for the 1.2, it indicates the GFPS policy indicates the designations and positions of the members. So this is equivalent to 1 point. Again, ano po yung means of verification naman natin dito? Dapat meron po tayong maipakitang department or office circular or order on the composition of the agencies, GFPS, or the GFPS profile or organizational structure of the agencies, GFPS. So here, ang point naman natin dito ay if you're able to have policy specifying the designation, positions, and departments or offices of its members, then you get a 1. If your agency is able to specify only 1 or 2 of the following information, which include the designation, position, and departments or offices, then you get 0.5. 1 or 2 lang kasi. And you don't get the point kung ang agency nyo po ay walang ini-indicate sa inyong walang policy. Walang ini-indicate ng mga positions and designation, but just the members. Okay. Next po. Ayan. So for example, sa 1.2 here, makikita nyo po yung mga naka-highlight no, in blue boxes. Naka-indicate dito that GFPS shall be composed of the head of the agency, executive committee, or the TWD or technical working group. So the next page naman, GFPS Chairperson as head of agency. Tapos meron siyang letter A, executive committee. And then letter B, nandito yung ibang units ng kanilang agency. The HRMC, SPR, and corporate affairs. Yan. Serving as the technical working group. So yan po. So dito yan, na-achieve po nila itong sinasabi nating 1.2. That's why, if we go back to that slide, Yan po. So the agency may get a 1 point for this because na-specify niya po yung part na to. Okay, next po. Okay. Okay. So time check, it's already 9:55. Tama po ba ako? Okay.
It's 10:31.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Nars. Okay. So we also have the for the 1.3, this indicates a GFPS policy, roles, responsibilities, and functions of the members in accordance with the guidelines issued by oversight agencies. So again, kailangan po dito ang MOV or means of verification, which is the department or office circular or order on the composition of the agency, GFPS. So kahawig nung kanina, if we cite the example, the agency's GFPS policy has specified the roles, responsibilities, and functions of the members in accordance with the guidelines issued by oversight agencies, or even if the GFPS policy may not have indicated the roles in writing, the GFPS members have already assumed the roles specified in the oversight agencies or guidelines. So dito po ay 1 point. If we look at the example here, yan, sa yellow highlight po, for 1.3, naka-indicate na po dito specifically ang lahat ng roles po ng kabuuhan ng GFPS, and then specifically for the GFPS chairperson, for the executive committee, and the rest of the technical working group. So dito po, pumapasa po siya. So the agency will be able to get a 1 point for this. Okay. So next po is, we have also, of course, we will not be giving all the MOVs po, sample MOVs for all the indicators, but we're citing lang po, which you may also, relate to. So we also have other indicators, including the 1.4, which is about the GFPS members were oriented on their roles, functions, and responsibilities. So ano po yung mga MOVs na pwedeng ilagay dito? Activity report and attendance sheet. So dapat po, usually kasi ito ay binibigay ng agency or kasama rin po ito sa mga minsan hinahanap din natin sa GAD plan and budget. Kung ano yung mga activities na in-include sa GPB na may expense, hinahanapan din po natin. So similar din po siya dito. Just to prove that your GFPS members were really able to go through the orientation. Then we have the 1.5, which is about the percentage of the GFPS members oriented on the roles, functions, and responsibilities. If kanina sa 1.4, we are just trying to say na naka-attend po ang mga GFPS orientation. Here naman, for 1.5, we would like to check ilang porsyento ng miyembro ng GFPS ay nakadalo or naka-attend ng orientation on their roles, responsibilities, and functions. So dito po ang equivalent nito ay 6 points para sa 1B, GFPS structure and composition. Okay. Okay. For 1.6, the GFPS is composed of the Executive Committee or EXICOM, the Technical Working Group or the TWG, and the Secretariat. So this is equivalent to 2 points. Ano po yung mga evidence or MOVs na pwede natin i-provide? Of course, the policy issuance on the creation or reconstitution of agency GFPS. For example, administrative order or office order. So here may 2 points pong ibibigay na point, no? If your agency is composed of the EXICOM, TWG, and Secretariat. However, if your agency GFPS is only composed of EXICOM and Secretariat only, or EXICOM and TWG only, then you get a 1 point. Let's see an example for this. Yan. Okay, here makikita po natin, this is an example that we were able to get from the web. This is a Commission on Filipino Overseas Agency, and their example for the reconstitution of the CFO GAD local focal point system or GFPS. Here naka-indicate yung mga designation po ng ating head of agency, and they are being composed of the executive committee, the head of the agency, the technical working group, and the secretariat. So instantly, they will get 2 points for this. Okay, next po. Okay. For the 1.7, the agency head or its next in rank as designated alternate is the chairperson of the GFPS. So here you may get 2 points kung exactly ganun po ang naka-indicate. Again, kailangan po ng policy issuance as your MOV for this. And for the 1.8, the TWG chairperson of the GFPS is a member of the EXICOM. So minsan meron pong existing na ganito, no? Kaya lang minsan depende po sa terminology ginamit natin. Mas maganda kung specify niyo po kung chairperson talaga yung role niya in the TWG kasi minsan nilalagay po natin team leader. Okay po. So let's go to the next indicator. The 1.9 indicator. The TWG is composed of representatives from various divisions, offices, from both operations and support units within agencies such as, not limited to the following. So, ano po yung mga units na sinasabi natin dito? The planning unit, the finance, human resource, the senior technical officer from each bureau or division or office, and statistics and management information, if any, or whichever is applicable. So here may 2 points may equivalent kung tayo po ay may TWG composed of the different units of our agency. And if it's according to our guidelines. So for example, sige po. Ayan. So far, sumusunod po siya dun sa guidelines na sinasabi ng ating policy, which is including the technical working group, you will see in their example here, the names are stated and they have the unit per name po, PPRD, which stands for their Policy, Planning, and Research Division. They also have a member from the AFD, the Administrative and Finance Division, another one from the Migrant Integration and Education Division, and they also have Management Information System Division, or the MISD. And then they also have other members from the OSEC. Ayan, Office of the Secretary. And then, yeah, kumpleto po halos sila, Project Management Division yan. So, sumunod po sila sa guidelines. At nakita po natin sa TWG, they are well represented po, within their agency. Okay, next po. For the 1.10, GFPS has designated secretariat to support its operations. Kanina nakita po natin. Sige po, if we look at that, either yes or no lang po to, kung may secretariat or none. So here, naka-indicate po dito na si Technical Working Group will also act as the secretariat. And yes, naka-indicate din po dito ang kanilang functions and roles. So they get also a point for that. Yan. So we now have the second assessment area, which is on the fulfillment of GFPS roles and functions based on structure. Okay. Sige po. So here, the 2-A form is about the GFPS chairperson, equivalent to 6 points. Sige. So yan, 2.1 says that agency head or GFPS chairperson issues policies articulating support to GAD mandates and pursuit of gender mainstreaming, including but not limited to the following. First is the policy on the creation of GAD focal point system, including the reconstitution. Another one is the policy on the establishment of sex disaggregated data, or SDD. So makikita nyo po dito, mapapansin nyo lahat halos dito ay policy because they are the ones able to approve whatever policy we release from our agency. Okay, so this one is equivalent to 2 points kapag naka-achieve po kayo ng ganung level. Okay, but however, kung hindi po lahat ito ay na-accomplish ng GFPS, maybe 1 to 4 policies lang po ang articulating support for GAD mandates and gender mainstreaming ng ating agency head, then that's equivalent to 1 point. For 2.2, the agency head or GFPS chairperson or its next in rank as designated alternative conducts and facilitates the regular meeting of the GFPS Executive Committee or EXICOM. So makikita natin dito sa means of verification naman, minutes of the meeting, kung na-conduct ba siya or ano yung sino-sino yung nag-attend. That should include the name of the chairperson. And what are the agenda items Of course, this should be about the GAD concerns of your agency. And of course, the attendance sheet. So this is equivalent to 6 points. For example, this 2.1, this is a department memorandum of the Office of the Secretary of Department of Health. So for 2.1, we will see here in the subject portion, mainstreaming gender and development in official development assistance or ODA or foreign assisted projects or PAPs. So if we go back to the 2.1 form, ayan po. So may support po siya sa policy on mainstreaming GAD in their offices. So that's why this is one. Hindi po pa siya makakakuha ng 2 because this is just one MOV na pwede niyang i-present. But marami pa po tayong kailangan makuha. Kung makakuha po kayo ng more than 4, then you can say pwede kayo nasa 2. But if only 1, 3, 2, or 4, then you only get a 1 point for this. Sige po, let's go to the next form, which is the 2.3. So the agency head or chairperson signs and approves the agency GPB and GAD AR. So ito major po to sa atin kasi annually we are doing this. And this is usually handled by our GFPS in our agency. So dapat ito po ay na-approve ng ating head of the agency. So whether it's GPB or GAD AR. GPB for GAD Plan and Budget, GAD AR for GAD Accomplishment Report. Yan. Kung na-approve po, approved and signed by your chairperson or head of the agency, then you get a 2.0. Pag naman po hindi siya by the head, but approved and signed by the other GFPS Execom members, then you get a 1. For example, eto po. Although we cannot see na this has been signed digitally or by wet signature, this portion indicates that part na if this is an approved annual GAD plan and GAD accomplishment report, then this should indicate that you get 2 points for 2.3 indicator. Okay. So this is an example of an agency, may I go back to that part? Yan. Ito po ay sample agency, sample GAD AR ng Department of Labor and Employment. So, okay. So we also have some form indicators which are the 2.4. The GFPS Execom ensures that GAD programs, activities, and projects or PAPs are implemented within the set timeline as indicated in the agency of GPB. So this is equivalent to 2 points. Ano po yung means of verification dito? GPB and GAD AR of the same fiscal year. For 2.5 naman po, we have the GFPS Execom has established an award or incentive system to recognize exemplary contribution to gender mainstreaming in the agency. So this one is equivalent to 2 points kapag karoon po kayo ng ganitong award system in your agency, Ayan. So for example, sa 2 points niyo po, the GFPS Execom has established an incentive or award system for gender mainstreaming efforts and has given the award to outstanding GAD PAPs or individuals with exemplary contributions to the agency. So has given the award po. Ito naman pong second column, which is equivalent to 1 point, the GFPS Execom has established an award and or incentive system to recognize contributions to the agency's gender mainstreaming efforts but has not implemented the same. So, kumbaga na-set nyo pa lang po maaari dito yung inyong agency na meron na kayong ganong existing award system and you also have the guidelines, the criteria, but you are yet to implement. For 2 points, dapat na-implement na siya. So ano yung mga example ng MOVs po natin dito? You need an approved concept note. Ayan, can we go back to the other slide yan? Ayan, incentive system yan. We also need to document, we need a documentation report of the awarding, the agency's approved program on awards and incentives for service excellence or praise with GAD category. Okay. Sige po. For one example is DOST, no? For this one, this 2022, si DOST was able to hold its GAD Mainstreaming Awards 2022, and si Picard po ay one of its awardees. Si Picard is one of its attached agencies. PICARD stands for Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources, Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST PICARD. Ayan po. Shout out po sa ating mga taga-DOST. Congratulations po to PICARD. And congratulations to DOST for having this award. Okay. So for 2.6, we have the GFPS Execom builds and strengthens the partnership of the agency with other stakeholders in pursuit of gender mainstreaming. Okay, so ano po yung means of verification natin dito? Signed partnership agreement or any document proving existence of collaboration or partnership. Minutes of the meeting and signed partnership agreement or conforme letter. So you need to prove that the GFPS Execom directed and approved the partnership of the agency with 4 or more organizations in pursuit of gender mainstreaming. So dapat, pag na-achieve nyo po yun, 4 or more na partnership, and then you get 2 points. But if ever you only were able to achieve 1 to 3 organizations in pursuit of gender mainstreaming, then you get 1 point. For 2.7, we have the GFPS Execom ensuring the timely submission of the agency's GPB and accomplishment report to PCW and or to CHED in the case of higher education institutions. Yan. Okay, ano po yung mga MOVs natin? We will need the memorandum circular, the letters, and the agency's GPB and GAD-AR. Yan. Timely submission usually sa atin, pag sa PCW, we have the Gender Mainstreaming Monitoring System or the GMMS. So talagang recorded po kung nag-submit on time or not. Okay. For 2-C form, which is about the GFPS Technical Working Group, this will be equivalent to 24 points. And 2.10 is about the GFPS TWD integrating the GAD-related functions in the agency performance targets or core function. This is equivalent to 2 points. Ano po yung mga means of verification natin dito? IPCR, the terms of reference, and the performance contract or TWG members of GFPS. For 2.11, the indicator says that the TWG ensures that collection and generation of sex disaggregated data or SDD are included in each agency project, activity, and program design, implementation, and monitoring. Yan. So 2 points po ito. Saan po natin ito pagbabasihan? Sa policy issuance, sa project design and proposals, training on SDD, and monitoring report. Kasi mahalaga pong malaman natin ano ang mga pwedeng gender gaps through gender analysis, and with the help of the SDD, magagamit po natin siya to improve our programs and projects integrating gender mainstreaming po. Sige. Sa 2.12, we have the GFPS TWG ensuring the analysis of and utilization of SDD in the agency's project, activity, and program design, implementation, and monitoring. So equivalent din po ito sa 2 points. Again, ang mga MOVs po natin ay policy issuance on the utilization and analysis of SDD, project completion report, accomplishment activity reports, and M&E reports of conducted activities. So kunyari po, meron po tayong 81% or more of the agency programs and projects analyzed and utilized SDD. In its design, implementation, and monitoring, you get 2 points. If only 50 to 80% po, that will be equivalent to 1 point. Okay po. For 2.13, this states that the GFPS or TWG established a GAD knowledge management system. So, ano po ba yung knowledge management system? It is any kind of platform that enables knowledge sharing, for example, IT or physical system, and serves as means of storage and retrieval of GAD-related knowledge and information of an organization. It shall contain the organization's sex disaggregated data and other gender-related information of the agency. So parang lumalabas, meron tayong library. No, may collection tayo ng information about our agency and our programs, projects, and implementation and operations reports, mga ganon. So for example, we have our means of verification will include knowledge management framework and plan, our website or web-based portal, database records, pwede naman po itong physical file, hindi lang po online. We also have other mechanism or platform for knowledge transfer and knowledge management. Ayan. Pwede po kasi itong maging kumbaga sa archive natin where we save our files on our programs. Yan, pwede po our projects. Tapos our minutes of the meeting of the GFPS, of our agency. For example, you conducted an activity campaigning for Women's Month, pwede rin doon natin ilagay. So the GAD knowledge management system has been established and is operational. So 2 points po ang mabibigay nating point dyan pagka ganun po. Pagka GFPS TWD has an initial plan to set up a knowledge management system, so you get a 1 point. So plan, pwede po meron kayong parang concept note na maipe-present. But usually, ang concern kasi natin dito is minsan, meron po tayong nakikitang website, meron pang mga GAD corner, pero minsan pag-click po natin, wala pong laman. So, hopefully, minsan pwede nyo pong indicate parang ongoing improvement of your site on that part. Para naman hindi po hopeful masyado yung tao. Pag click ng click, wala palang laman. And hopefully, malagyan nyo na po yung inyong mga GAD corner. Yan. For example, this one, si Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority or FPA, meron silang sariling GAD corner. So they call it Gender and Development Corner. So here they show all their the background, the vision, and the mission of their GFPS and their agency. Tapos makikita niyo po dito yung GAD activities nila. They're also showing their National Women's Month. Siguro partly this is their report on how they conducted it as an agency. And then they also have the campaign on violence against women. So makikita niyo po, kaisa talaga sila ng PCW in terms of gender mainstreaming kasi kitang-kita mo kung paano sila sumasabay doon sa mga scheduled campaigns and celebrations on women. Yan. So yan, may backgrounder din siya. Yan. So yun, may points po yun pagka ganun, at ang importante nakiklik po siya sana kung website po siya or kung meron naman po kayong library or GAD corner, at least you have the maybe references, manuals, the tools including the GFPS assessment tool, tapos other reports related to gender and development in your agency. Now we have the third assessment area, which is GAD-related competencies of GFPS members. Okay. Okay. Kaya pala, 9:55 pa rin sa time ko. Sorry. Kasi nga po nag-hang yung computer. Buti na lang gumagana pa ang Zoom natin. But anyway, it's nice that we're still moving here. And for the 3-A, so we have the 3.1, which is the GFPS members stating that they are trained on gender sensitivity and or basic GAD orientation. So, as usual, when we conduct activities, ano po yung mga MOVs natin? Attendance sheet, activity report, copy of certificate of participation, group photo, documentation report, minutes of the meeting, GAD capacity development plan, if ever, meron po, lalo na sa ating level sa HR. GAD AR reflecting the actual conduct of GST or basic GAD orientation. So lahat po ng trainings natin, these are our means of verification or MOV. So ano po yung pointing system natin dito? Pag 76% to 100% of your GFPS members have undergone the said training, that means you get a 2. For those who just had 51 to 75% of the total number of members of their GFPS who attended the training, you get an equivalent of 1. Okay, so pag naman 50% or less, so sad to say, 50% or less, hindi pa po tayo makaka-point ng kahit ano, but only 0. So we encourage your members, kindly encourage your members whenever you conduct a training, sulitin nyo po, especially you're inviting resource person. So una, it will be cost efficient kapag ini-include nyo po lahat mag-participate sa training. Pangalawa, it will be more informative at mas magiging effective po kay GFPS kung hindi lang po tayo nagre-remain sa 50% or a little higher. Sana 100% po para lahat ay informed and able to participate. Thank you. Okay, for example, here in what we found on the web for Climate Change Commission's 2018 Monitoring and Evaluation Report of Gender Mainstreaming in Climate Actions, meron po silang na-cite dito na on March 2018, 42 staff, 20 female and 16 male. Maganda po yung reporting niya kasi very specific siya, no, kung ilan ang male and female who attended the basic gender sensitivity training. Pero they specified, no, Assistant Secretary, Vice Chairperson of the GFPS was one of the attendees. So sad to say, kahit umattend po siya, kung siya lang po yung nakita doon and the rest were just non-GFPS members, then hindi po siya magka-count as a point. So maganda po, kung magre-report din po kayo, maganda, aside from the support of attendance sheet, no, i-mention nyo rin po talaga na more than 50%, at least mga 70% sana, meron kayong that number of your members of GFPS ang nag-attend ng training. Okay? So we also have the indicators for 3.2, which is about the gender analysis training. 3.3 for training on the process of gender mainstreaming. For 3.4, training on GMEF or Gender Mainstreaming Evaluation Framework. And 3.5 for the GFPS members as trained on Hagadaga or Harmonized GAD guidelines. Okay, so lahat po yan with the MOV will be about the ones that I mentioned kanina will help you prove kung kayo po ay makakakuha ng 2 points, 1 point, or no point at all. Same din po yung katulad kanina kapag below 50, pag 50% or less, that means it's a 0 point po. Next po. For 3.6, the GFPS members are trained on GAD planning and budgeting, which is the usual request po natin, lalo na pag malapit ng deadline. We have the same means of verification, but here we also include the GAD AR reflecting the actual conduct of GPB training. Bakit po natin i-include to? Kasi this will prove na nagkaroon po tayo ng expense, nagkaroon po tayo ng meeting, minutes ng pag-conduct nung GPB training. So lahat po yan ay just basis to make sure na lahat ay nakaka-attend ng training natin on GAD. So here 76 to 100%, you get 2 points. Pag 51 to 75% attendance, that's just 1 point. Pag 50% or less, no point. Next po. Ayan po. For example, sa DOST, I think this is DOST STII. So, meron po silang na-conduct na training and they indicated that they had discussion on phases of procedures of GAD planning and budgeting. So, these were also daw, inputs will guide them in crafting their 2023 GPB for submission. Yan. So, yan talaga po kailangan po ng GFPS members yan. Ang matutunan po ang mag-prepare ng GAD plan and budget as well as GAD accomplishment report. Next po. For 3.8 indicator, the GFPS members are oriented to gender fair language. So later on, this will be your good point for today. If 76 to 100% of your GFPS members are now connected online until this afternoon, we have the gender fair language session. So pag naka-attend po kayo nun and you have the evidence, you have the certificate of participation, then that means you get a 2 point. Pero kung less than your 51 to 75% lang po, then you get a 1 point as GFPS. All right. So the example here is
Miss Nina?
Yes,
Hi po,
Miss
Miss Nina.
Nicole.
Yes po, you have only remaining 5 minutes po.
Sure.
Can you wrap up po? Yung atin pong individual computations po, I think madidiscuss rin po for later
Yes,
po, for the later session.
All
For
right.
wrap up po tayo. Salamat
Thank
po.
you, Miss Nicole. Okay, so ito is an example of FMB advocates, no? A Forest Management Bureau. So they conducted already their gender fair language session on June 28 to 30. Yan. So may point na po sila dyan kung lahat po sila ay nag-attend or portion. Sa 3.9, we also have an example for the training on GAD database and use of gender statistics. For example, ito po yun. Paki-switch lang po sa next slide. Ayan. Yan po yung tinatanong ko kanina kasi DOST already conducted their GFPS assessment tool orientation. Kaya nakakatuwa rin kasi nagamit na rin nila po to, no, sa among their GFPS members. Plus they also had a training on setting up a GAD database in order to get the gender disparity and the differential needs of men and women. So yan, nagamit na po nila. So they get a point for that. Mukhang lahat sila ay nag-attend. 3.10, GFPS members are oriented on Magna Carta of Women. So next sample po ay coming from another agency, which is the, ayan, DENR naman po sa forestry. So yan po. They had a 4-day learning event. So nagkaroon po sila ng discussion on Magna Carta of Women aside from GMF workshop. Next po. Yeah. So 3.7, it's about the GAD agenda training. Then the next is, yan, we also have assessment kung naka-attend na po kayo ng formulation ng GAD agenda and also special laws protecting women and children. Next po. Then the rest, we also have the application of the GAD knowledge, which is equivalent to 18 points, no? Here, we would like to see kung ang GFPS nyo po ay kapag-apply na using, they were able to apply the use of Hagadaga tools and the GMF tool as gender analysis tools. And then we also would like to see, no, kung kayo ay nagkaroon ng GAD capacity development plan. Okay. So yan po, those will give you points for your functionality assessment. Next po. So yung form 3 is just the portion where we compute the score.
Nina, hello po.
Yes, Miss Nicole.
Perhaps wrap up na po natin.
Alright.
Tapos na po yung remaining 5 minutes.
No
po.
problem.
Next
Sige.
session. Yes po.
I'm sorry kasi wala akong control sa slide dahil naghang yung
Okay,
laptop.
okay.
But may I ask the slides to be lang. Ayan. So ito po yung example ng computation of total score, which is dapat ang goal is 100 points but hindi naman siya kailangan maging perfect. And ano po yung levels natin ng ating functionality? Ito na po yung ating reference table. So sa next page po, which is the form 4, now we check whether we are established, functional, fully functional. Sa ating example, nasa 50 points po tayo. So that means we are at the level of established, which is 50 to 65 points. Pag sinabi nating established, that means the agency's GFPS has fulfilled the indicators under the structure and composition of the GFPS criteria. So the established classification serves as the basic functionality rating. And then functional, of course, when we are able to institutionalize the GFPS and has met nearly all the indicators of the areas, of the 3 functionality assessment areas. And fully functional, this is our ultimate goal. If your agency GFPS is able to demonstrate that GAD has already been mainstreamed in its structure and program. So hopefully lahat po tayo ay magkaroon ng ganyang GFPS functionality level. So next page po. Yan po yung example na binanggit natin, 50 points, kaya established na sila. And okay, sa action points matrix, to summarize everything, sabi natin kanina, we don't just celebrate the score, but we also look into the gaps that we found after the assessment. So yung gaps na yun should not stay as our weakness, but should serve as our action point. That's why we call it action points matrix. So kung ano man pagkukulang natin from before na inassess nating years, this is our springboard so we can start improving on our level of functionality as GFPS. Okay. So ito po yung mga example lang naman po na action points. So kung 0 kayo, either you get a 0 or 1, yun po yung titignan nating mga 4 action points. Kung naka 4 kayo, that's good. If you get a 2, that's good. But if 1 or 0, then pwede nating i-cite yan as action points kung sila po ang pinakamababa.
Ms. Nina, rather than dwelling on the exact examples po of each entries, perhaps we can wrap up na po. Can we move
we're
on to
almost
the last?
done. Yeah, we're almost done. Thank you for that, Miss Nicole.
Okay.
I'm sorry talaga.
Yes.
The clock is not moving in my laptop, but luckily we're still moving here sa video. Ayan po yung Annex A. So you just use the Annex A guide for the scoring and answering the tool. Okay, so in the end, we just would like to give you the idea that these tools are just here, no? Hindi naman po ito absolute, no, to say that you are a functional GFPS. But this will help you measure din kung kayo po ay functional. And at the same time, for those who are beginning as GFPS members, for those who ask, ano po bang gagawin natin as GFPS? So what is the best thing to do is to look into the tool so that you can say, we're doing this or we're doing it right or we are on track. If not, check the tool. It will guide you where to start from and where you can end in the future. So let me give you this. Let me quote Steve Jobs. He said, technology is nothing. What's important is that you have a faith in people, that they are basically good and smart. And if you give them tools, they will do wonderful things with them. So we hope from PCW, we are now giving you the GAD Fulcrum Point System Functionality Assessment Tool for NGAs. We hope you will do wonderful gender and development activities, programs, and projects. So thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nina, sa iyong naging
Miss
malaman.
Nicole.
Yes, salamat po sa iyong naging malaman na diskusyon ng ating GFPS Functionality Assessment Tool kaugnay ng ating NGAs. Katuwang ng naging discussion ni Ms. Nina ay ang ating susunod na sesyon. Dumako naman tayo ngayon sa ating panghuling resource person sa umagang ito. Our next speaker is currently a Gender and Development Specialist at the Philippine Commission on Women. She was formerly a part of several NGOs focusing on social entrepreneurship, agriculture, and women and youth in rural areas. She obtained her bachelor's degree in international studies and is taking her master's degree in sociology at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. The screen is now yours, Ms. Regine Carmeli Reyes. Yes, a round of applause. Welcome, Ms. Regine, for our session on the LGU GFPS Functionality Assessment Tool.
Hi, Regine. Maraming salamat, Nicole, for introducing me. And allow me to share my screen. Muli po, maraming salamat and welcome. And I would also like to say magandang umaga sa ating lahat ng participants ngayon. So first will be the purpose and scope of the GFPS Functionality Assessment Tool for LGUs. The second will be on the use of the tool for LGUs. The third will be the contents of the Functionality Assessment Tool. Fourth will be how would be able to use the score, itong assessment tool, and that's it. So siguro i-highlight ko na lang kung ano yung mga nabanggit kanina mula dun sa video hanggang doon sa nabanggit ng aking mga kasama kanina. So ayon sa definition ng GAD Focal Point System Functionality Assessment Tool for LGUs, this is a self-assessment tool which will help LGUs to evaluate the functionality of their entire GFPS, generate vital information that can enhance policy decisions on mechanisms, and develop capacities of GAD champions on the ground. So this is also designed to contribute gender-responsive local working governance by ensuring that LGUs have the working mechanism, which is the GFPS, to mainstream GAD. Pero ako po, I would also like to highlight maybe the appreciation for our GFPS members in the LGUs. So basically, this will help guide, reorient, gaya po nung nabanggit kanina ng aking kasama, si Ms. Nins, na tayo po ba ay nasa tamang track? Parang reorientation ito muli sa atin. And then at the same time, especially dun sa mga bago, kasi I've noticed na karamihan po na every 3 years, minsan nagpabago-bago din yung composition ng ating GFPS sa LGU. So this will help, the tool will actually guide by helping us flesh out kung ano po ba yung functions ng ating GFPS members. And of course, this will serve as a baseline para sa atin lahat na members ng GFPS na saan na ba tayo ngayon? Tapos maybe we can eventually improve, di ba, on these certain areas. And kailan po ba ito laging ginagawa? So similar po sa ating tool for NGAs, GOCCs, SUCs, LWDs, okay, wala po yata ako na-miss out kasi mukhang may nagagalit na may hindi nasasama. Ginagawa po ito for the last 3 years prior the assessment period. So kung ngayon po ay 2022, so babacktrack po tayo. So that's starting from 2019, 2020, and 2021. Okay, LGUs, again, of course, are encouraged to monitor their achievements at the beginning of the assessment year by gathering all MOVs. Ano po ba itong MOVs or means of verifications? So ito po ay mga documents, supporting documents, pertinent documents, whatever you call it, na pwede po ninyong gamitin, which will correspond or respond to the indicators or descriptors na nakalagay po sa ating tool. Sino-sino po ang pwedeng gumamit nitong tool na ito? Of course, this will be spearheaded by our local chief executives. And then, syempre po, sasamahan din ito ng ating technical working group and in consultation with the rest of the members of the Lexicon. Again, the tool is intended for all GFPS established in provinces, cities, and municipalities in the Philippines. So lahat po sa GFPS ay pwede itong gamitin. Paano natin ito gagawin? No? So similar din po kanina, no? Kailangan muna nating organisahin yung ating mga kasama at basahin, pag-aralan, ano ba yung naman ng tool. Pangalawa, ilikom or we gather all the information na kakailanganin natin sa pag-accomplish ng tool. Of course, since this is a self-assessment tool, we have to be true to ourselves also, no? Hindi po para makakuha tayo ng mataas na score. Of course, we would like that we get high scores. But of course, you also need to see, no, baka may kailangan din tayong i-improve as an LGU, as members of the GFPS of our LGU. So we can mainstream gender in our organization. So pwede pong ganon, di ba? And then, of course, we have to agree on a single rating and prepare the necessary MOVs or means of verifications, compute the subtotal score, and then we check the functionality, and then we identify the gaps or the areas for improvement. So maybe you can also use your strengths, diba? To maybe cover up or perhaps make a strategy of those strengths on how you will ating makakayanin na ma-overcome itong areas for improvement na. So ano po ba ang laman ng ating GFPS Functionality Assessment Tool for LGUs? So kung kanina po, nakita ninyo na mayroong 3 assessment areas for LGUs, for NGA, may I ask sa ating audience to make a guess kung ilan kaya ang assessment areas sa ating LGUs? So base sa nakita ninyong structure ng LGUs, ilan ang tingin ninyo na assessment areas para dito sa ating functionality tool? May I ask my colleague Nicole to assist?
Yes. May mga na-receive na tayong answers. 4, 5. 3, 4, 5 ang mga repetitive answers natin so far.
Maraming salamat, Nicole. So, ang tamang sagot po ay 4. So, okay. Ayan. Okay. So, nahati po sa 4 na areas ang ating assessment tool for LGUs. So overall po, ang total nito ay 100 points. At kung makikita ninyo, malaki ang porsyento or percentage na nakalaan sa third assessment area, which is the fulfillment of the functions and roles of the LGU GFPS. Second, yung GAD-related competencies of the LGU GFPS members. Makikita ninyo, no, magkakakabit na o nga, no, na-fulfill, tapos meron dapat na capacity. And then, next yung structure and composition, and last yung sa creation and strengthening of the LGU GFPS. So, ano-ano ba yung laman nitong assessment areas na ito? So, atin pong himahimayin. So, ito yung basically medyo kakaiba doon sa assessment tool sa NGAs, GOCCs, SUCs na GFPS tool. So una yung creation and strengthening of the LGU GFPS. So dito po kasi hina-highlight yung role specifically ng ating LCEs sa pagbigay ng direksyon sa ating GFPS through policy issuances that either create or strengthen the mechanism. You might see later on sa mga MOVs samples na may papakita ko po mamaya. I would like to thank our GAD LLH applications LGUs nitong batch 3. Makikita ninyo na marami doon sila na binibigay na reconstitution ng GFPS. So kasi minsan yun nga po, nababago siya. Kada nagpapalit tayo ng ating mayor or merong untoward incident siguro that could lead to the reconstitution of the GFPS. But the importance here is si mayor or ating local chief executive ay nag-i-issue agad ng polisiya para maka-reconstitute or yun nga po, to strengthen the mechanism. So there are 5 indicators lang dito sa first assessment area and may 10 points po tayo dito. Second will be the structure and composition of the GFPS for the LGUs. You have 7 indicators here and have a total of 14 points. Pero ano ba ang laman ng second assessment area na ito? This assessment area underscores the individuals that should be part of the GFPS. So, syempre, you have your LCE, and then you have your Lexicom, you have your TWG, or your secretariat. Based, of course, on JMC 2013-01. Third, ano po ba ang laman nitong assessment area na ito? This consists of the functions and roles of GFPS. And later on, makikita niya din po na ito ay nakahiwa-hiwalay base sa LCE, sa TWG, sa Lexicom. Ayan. And kaya po nakita ninyo malaki yung weight dito because you need what are these competencies na kakailanganin mo based on your fulfillment of roles, diba? Tayo po ba may establishment and maintenance of GAD database? Nagagawa po ba natin ang ating GPBs? Do we help in the formulation or enhancement in the implementation of our GAD code? And do we also help in mainstreaming, or how do we help in mainstreaming gender perspectives in local development plans? And of course, the last assessment area relates to the GAD-related competencies. So ito naman po ay basically competency ng ating GFPS. No? Ito yung knowledge, yung kakayahan ng ating GFPS to do not just the work, but of course, to help us achieve the twin goals of gender equality and women empowerment. So this pertains to the performance of the GFPS as catalyst for gender mainstreaming in the LGU. And this has 17 indicators, which you will see later on. So ano-ano po ba ang kino-cover nitong assessment area na ito? First is the depth and familiarity with the GAD concepts, policies, mandates, national plans, etc. So our proficiency in the application of gender analysis and tools. So nagagamit ba natin yung mga gender analysis tools na available? And of course, in the preparation and review of GPBs and GAD ARs. And of course, lastly, the ability to integrate GAD in local development planning, including the collection and analysis of gender statistics. Mukhang marami naman ng makakaangat-angat po dito sa assessment area na ito. So siguro for the interest of time, I will be showing you the indicators per assessment area. And of course, you can also download a copy of this. Actually, my colleagues are posting in the chat box yung link where you can download a copy of this tool. So of course, first is the basic information sheet about the LGU. Mahalaga po na sa umpisa pa lang po ay kumpleto at tawag dito, masasagutan natin siya ng totoo pa lang, dun pa lang sa una. Because this will, of course, affect the succeeding parts of the tool. And then second will be yung first assessment area, which is the creation and strengthening of the GFPS. So yung mga samples dito, no, nag-issue ba ng policy sa establishment ng GFPS as required by the Magna Carta in GMC 2013-01. So ito po ba itong policy issuance na ito nakalagay kung sino-sino po ang mga GFPS members at ang kanilang posisyon. So meron tayong mga samples na may papakita mamaya. And this one is from the LGU of Danau City in Cebu. So ito pa yung iba, still in assessment area 1. And lastly, ito po for the area assessment 1. Again, you have 5 questions, 5 indicators or descriptors, and you need to provide the necessary MOVs na nakalagay po dito sa list natin, as long as it will respond and prove na ito po ay inyong ginawa at ito ay meron kayo, you will get a full score of 2.0. Next will be the assessment area 2 or the structure and composition of the GFPS. So makikita niyo na po ngayon, no, hinihimay na paunti-unti yung laman ng ating GFPS sa LGUs. So this is an example of executive order from the Municipality of Culion, Palawan. So ayan, nakalagay talaga kung sino. Chairman pa nakalagay dito. It should be chairperson. Chairperson, vice chairperson. No? Meron silang vice chairperson. May mga members, sino yung parte ng kanilang MNT team, ano yung kanilang function. So basically, nakalagay na dito sa policy. And you need to orient your members of the GFPS about their roles and responsibilities based on JMC 2013-01 and of course of the Magna Carta. Still on the assessment area 2. So ito po ay mga may papakita din po kung example ng MOV. So may nakalagay dito na meron bang designated secretariat or GAD office to support the operations of the EXICOM and TWG. So ito po ay example mula sa Municipality of Santa Cruz, I believe in Davao del Sur, and then as well in the city of Mabalacat in Pampanga. So may parehas po sila, mayroong section din ng creation of plantilla positions among their GAD offices. So ito na po yung pinakamabigat of all. So this weighs around 50 points for this assessment area, as what I've stated earlier. The fulfillment of the functions and roles of the GFPS members. So ito po yung pinakauna, 8 points for the LCE. So may mga MOVs din na hihingin per descriptor or indicator kung ang inyong LCE po ba nakapag-issue ng AO or EO in support of the LGU mainstreaming effort. So ano-ano po ba yung mga pwedeng mag-support na MOVs? Adoption ng GAD code, A or EO on adoption sa GAD agenda, kung meron ng GAD agenda ang inyong LGU. Sa SDD, kung meron din polisiya, preparation and implementation ng inyong GPB, etc. etc. Kung ang inyong LCE po ba ay nagfa-facilitate ng meeting, no, of the EXICOM, kung ang inyong LCE ba ay ini-ensure na merong at least 5% na naka-allocate sa inyong total GAD, sa inyong GAD plan and budget based on your total budget for the LGU. So ito yung, this is a sample from the, I'm sorry, but from the, from Iriga City, okay? Ayan, and so this is an ordinance providing the GAD code. So basically, this is their GAD code. So ito pa po yung ilang example. So AO or EO creating the MNE team. So meron din, no? Ito yung mga example. So merong EO, ang Municipality of Pura, no? Establishing the Gender Development Monitoring and Evaluation Team. So may mga ganyan sila. Next, ito naman po still in the same assessment area but for the Exicom. So bago tayo dumako further sa Exicom, magkaroon muna tayo ng feeling check sa ating mga participants. Sa ating mga participants, do you feel overwhelmed with the information na meron tayo ngayon or are you excited? So I would like to see kung kayo po ay excited, maybe you can share a heart, react, and then if you are overwhelmed, maybe you can share a smiley react. Ayan, para hindi tayo halatang overwhelmed. Ayan, may nakikita. Overwhelmed.
Medyo maraming smiley, Regine. Meron din mga heart. May both. Smiley na may heart eyes. So both. Excited and overwhelmed sila.
Maraming salamat, Nicole. So I know that this is, somewhat overwhelming for you, but I would like you to see the importance or for you to appreciate din yung tool na ito and for you to be excited to use this tool kasi meron po tayo mailalagay sa ating GPBs. The joke lang po. Dako naman po tayo sa ating Exicom na part. Ito yung ilan sa mga descriptors or indicators na nakalagay para masabi natin na are they fulfilling their roles as members of the Exicom. So these are some of the descriptors or indicators. Okay, sila ba ay nag-i-initiate ng pag-conduct ng regular meetings? Nagpo-provide ba sila ng update sa inyong LCE? Pa-participate ba sila sa GFPS meetings? Kasi baka DWG lang yun po yung pinag-meeting. Sila, yung inyong Exicom po ba ay nanguna sa pag-identify ng strategies to mainstream GAD in the local development process? Okay, so meron po ba, nasasubmit po ba yung inyong GPB sa DILG? Nako, ito po, at anyong GAD ARs din. O, di ba? So ito po ay sample lamang mula sa Muntinlupa City. Ang kanilang endorsed GPB for the year 2021 and that they've also submitted an endorsed GPB for 2022. So ito pa po yung iba for our iba pang indicators and the last is nakapag-establish kaya ang ating GFPS ng award or incentive systems for the exemplary contributions to gender mainstreaming in the agency. So ito po ay isang example para dito sa ating last indicator. So this is from the provincial government of Negros Occidental. So parang this is uploaded in their website. Next, dako naman po tayo sa ating technical working group. Regine, ang dami. Huwag po kayong ma-overwhelm. Bagkus gamitin niyo po itong guide para po ma-identify natin na ito pala talaga yung ating roles and responsibilities as GFPS members in our LGUs. So, nakakapag-prepare ba ng annual status report ba? On the institutional mechanism for GM or gender mainstreaming and have submitted these to the regional office of DILG for consolidation. So, Nag-spearhead ba na establishment ng GAD database? Tayo po ba ay nakapag-provide ng technical assistance to Local Planning and Development Office or LPDO on the inclusion and maintenance of indicators in the LGU database? So, nakakapag-conduct po ba tayo ng regular meetings with the chair and members of the EXICOM on the status of activities of GPBs? So that's an example of a GAD database from the municipality of Dinguel in Iloilo and the provincial government of Bulacan. So this was based on the MOVs they've submitted again for the GAD LLH. So ito pa po yung ibang example. So meron po bang hinagawa na annual GAD-related advocacy activities noong mga nakaraang taon? Meron bang nagde-develop ng IEC materials, di ba? Wherein GAD perspective is integrated. So ito po ay ilang example ng IEC materials and then photos na ginagawa ng Quezon City. So this is from their Pride March and then the 18-day campaign din. And then these are samples of their IEC materials. So madami pa po silang IEC materials. And kayo din, di ba? You can develop more IEC materials, GAD-related IEC materials. Ayan. So ito pa po ang ilan na indicators. And then ngayon naman po ay dadako na tayo sa huling assessment area for the tool, which is the GAD-related competencies of the GFPS members. So, kayo po ba ay, ang ating GFPS members po ba ay na-train or na-orient sa gender sensitivity or basic GAD orientation? Mukhang marami magsasabi na yes, tama po ba mga kasama? And then meron naman po na yes, oo. Meron naman pong iba na na-orient po ba sa paggamit ng girl tool? Alam po ba natin yung girl tool? No? Baka ang alam po talaga ng karamihan usually ay GMF, di ba? Oh yes, nakakatuwa naman po, no? Marami na nagsasabi ng yes. So, nagagamit po ba yung GMF? Mukhang opo ito dahil kailangan sa DILG. Tama po ba? Nagsasubmit tayo ng results ng GMF. Nakapag-conduct po ba tayo ng training or orientation ng gender analysis? Huh? Okay. Ano pa po ba? Ayan, sa hagadagan. Nako, ito po yata isa sa mga common na trainings din na napansin ko. Paggamit ng hagadaga kasi iba ina-attribute yung kanilang projects sa kanilang GPBs. At tama naman po na ginagamit ninyo ang hagadaga tool. So dito na orient po ba sa GPB process, no? Sa paggawa ng GAD code or baka kailangan na nating i-enhance yung GAD code. Baka makita niyo dito, baka kailangan na natin kasi may mga nagbabago na ding issues ngayon that we need to address that we can include in our GAD code, for example. So, na-orient po ba sa gender mainstreaming process? Ayan. So, marami pa pong iba kayo na makikita dito sa ating indicators at nakakatuwa naman din po na ang San Jose del Monte City sa Bulacan ay nag-attach ng kanilang result ng kanilang paggamit ng hagadaga for their infrastructure project. So this is actually for their warehouse for drugs, medical supplies, and hospital equipment. So meron din po, this is the last indicator actually for the last assessment area. So nagsaserve na. Ito na talaga, pinaka-intense, ideal. Yan. Nasa rurok na. Ayan. Nagsaserve na as RP or they provide technical assistance yung ating GFPS members. O, diba? We would like that, no? We have a community of practice then among our LGUs. So, ayan po. So, how do we compute our total score? So, base po sa nakita ninyo na 4 na assessment areas, ilalagay po ninyo kung ano po yung nakuha ninyo na scores. And then sa bawat scores po na nakuha ninyo for each assessment area, meron po itong kaakibat na level of functionality. So, para malaman ninyo, ano ba yung assessment area na dapat din nating tugunan? Kasi parang okay naman na yata tayo dito, baka we can improve na lang ng konti, tapos maggawa tayo ng strategies, no, na pwede nating i-reflect sa ating GPVs, for example, or ating GAD ARs na, or maybe hindi yan na-reflect, pero 'di ba, initiative niya lang din na we can improve more on this area. So we can, and then of course you get your total overall score, and then you get your overall level of functionality. So again, similar din po sa NGAs, ang tatlong level of functionality for LGUs: established, functional, and fully functional. Established, if you get a total rating of 1 to 70 points. Functional, if you get a score of 71 to 90. And fully functional, ito na talaga, 91 to 100 points. Ayan. And then, yung last form po ay yung action matrix. So, gaya nga din po nung nasabi ni Ms. Nins, no, kanina, na yung ating gaps should serve as action points, no? Should serve as entry points. Kailangan meron tayong gagawin. Hindi tayo, we should treat it as a blessing. Parang ganun. How do we use the scores? So first, of course, you administer the tool by to identify the strengths and areas for improvement. And again, this could serve as your baseline for the level of functionality, fulfillment of your roles, and GAD-related competencies. And of course, to document good practices on gender mainstreaming. Kasi sayang po ang daming magagandang practices on gender mainstreaming na hindi natin nakaka-capture. And then, of course, you have to prioritize this through our GAD plan or GAD agenda, match issues with corresponding strategies, and set up targets and tracking progress. And lastly, yun nga po, gaya ng sinasabi ko sa inyo, we can include this in our local GAD plan and budget. So baka, this tool will help you further define your strategies, or parang better identify din kung ano ba yung mga capacity building na dapat natin gawin in the succeeding years for our GFPS. So by GFPS po, lahat po, no? Ano pa ba yung mga dapat din nating improve? So maybe you can reflect that in your local GAD plan and budget, and of course, allocate resources to implement the said plan. And that's it. You may access the tool through this QR code or the link posted in the chat box. At maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
Yes, maraming salamat din, Regine, sa malinaw na pagtalakay hinggil sa ating LGU GFPS Functionality Assessment Tool. Ngayon ay natunghayan na natin ang 3 sessions patungkol sa ating GAD Focal Point System or GFPS at sa functionality assessment tool nito para sa ating NGAs at LGUs na naway makatulong sa inyong mga opisina regarding gauging your GFPS performance and competencies. Marami na po tayong natanggap na mga tanong sa ating Q&A tab. Marami dito ang nasagot na rin ng ating team. Kaya naman, akin naman pong ulit inaanyayahan on screen ang aking mga kasama at mga resource persons from earlier na sila Joven Medalia, Nina Salonga, Regine Reyes, at syempre ang ating Technical Services and Regional Coordination Division Chief, Ms. Norlene Santos Villar, for our open forum. So for our open forum po, for our first question, from A. Nicolas, an independent technical GAD coordinator. On executive briefing for new set of officials of the GFPS, is it necessary that somebody from PCW Execom will conduct the executive briefing? Anyone from our resource persons po? Joven, Ridge?
Sige,
answer?
I'll
Yes,
answer this
Joven.
one. No?
All right.
When we conduct executive briefing for an agency, ano po, supposedly, dapat po execom level yung nagpo-provide ng technical assistance sa atin pong mga agency. Bakit po? Kasi importante na makita natin na yung level ng management, ng top management to top management, mas naiintindihan nila kung ano yung mga dapat ibigay na programs or plans para i-cascade sa ating mga staff and members ng ating agency. Sa PCW, ganito po yung practice namin. No? When there's an agency na would like to have a technical assistance, specifically on executive briefing, we involve our directors as member kasi sila ng PCW Execom. So yun po.
Thank you very much, Joven. I think that answered the question. For our question
may I add lang,
yes,
Trish?
Ms. Riles. Yes po.
Hindi naman kailangan PCW ang magbigay ng executive briefing. Pwede naman, meron tayong mga gender resource pool na nasa executive level sa government that can also provide the expertise in terms of providing executive briefing to the executives of your agency. But what you need to do is to request lang to PCW for referral. So we can refer you to the GR pool members who are also directors or also former directors, so that they have the they have the expertise to share to the Execom. Ano ba yung dapat nilang nilaman? Because they are Execom or former Execom themselves. So maganda kasi nag-uusap level to level as mentioned by Joven. So it's not necessarily that PCW should be the one to conduct the executive briefing kasi hindi namin kakayanin naman lahat. Honestly, kung magre-request kayo lahat, tatlo lang naman yung executives ng PCW, hindi namin mahahati yung katawan nila to do all the briefing. So just send a letter to PCW and we will refer you to the experts sa mga GR pool members namin.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norles, for answering or for the additional answer to our question number 1. Now to our question number 2. Is the chairperson not part of the Execom? I think Joven can answer this.
Good morning. Is the chairperson not part of the Execom? Kung titingnan kasi natin yung tool, no, pwede kasing sabihin doon na yung chairperson can lead yung mga meetings ng Execom. No? So technically, pwede natin i-include as part of the Execom yung chairperson. At mas maganda rin yung buy-in agad kasi mas strategic din naman kung nandun agad siya para pag mag-i-issue na tayo ng policy on gender mainstreaming, mas madali yung pagpapa-approve ng ating pong mga plans and projects. So that would be my answer po.
Thank you very much, Joven.
Sorry,
And Reg?
May I add lang din?
Of course.
Basically, nasabi naman ni Joven na pwede naman siya and strategic din naman na to be part din yung chairperson ng Execom. But for the tool, if you will use it, meron din corresponding points yun kung ang inyong chairperson ay parte ng Execom.
Alright. Thank you very much, Joven and Reg. Now we move on to the third question. This is from FD Elemos from Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority. Will the GOCCs refer to the functionality assessment tool for NGAs? Ms. Nina, would you like to answer?
Yes, definitely.
Right.
No,
Okay.
na-mention po natin kanina in the PCW Memorandum 22-02. Now, all the bureaus, attached agencies, the executive offices, including the GOCCs, are enjoined to use this GFPS assessment tool for NGAs. So kasama po ang GOCCs doon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nina. Now we move on to question number 4. From V. Pacquiao from Samal Island City College. Ilang GFP Execom at TWG po needed to be part in the GFPS? Pwede po ba mag-reconstitute ng GFPS GFPS kahit wala pang 2 years upon creation? Who would want to answer perhaps?
Depende kung ano to, national government ba to or LGU. Kasi ang LGU meron talaga siyang ini-spell out kung ilan, 'di ba? Meron dun sa PCW DILG DBM NEDA Memorandum Circular 2013-1. Sino-sino yung mga composition ng the suggested members to compose the GAD focal point system. So yung GAD focal point system execom, technically hindi kayo magke-create ng separate execom for GFPS. Kung sino yung execom sa opisina nyo, sila rin yung GFPS execom. Yung technical working group naman, pwede itong mga kung department level kayo, TWG could be your directors. Kasi ang execom nyo sigurado mga ASEC at saka USEC. So the technical working groups are the technical people or division chiefs, no? Kung yun yung kung bureau level kayo. So hindi naman nakalagay specifically ganito dapat kadami, ganito dapat kadami. Ang importante, represented lahat ng functionaries ng opisina nyo, lahat ng mga divisions, lahat ng mga staffs, lahat ng mga bureaus sa opisina nyo ay may representative doon sa technical working group. Or yung head ng opisina ninyo ay member ng executive committee. Second question, kailan ba pwedeng i-reconstitute kahit wala pang 2 years? Pwede ka mag-reconstitute ng GAD focal point system nyo kung may pagbabago sa structure ng agency ninyo. Diba? Kunyari, napalitan yung dating, nawala sa posisyon yung dating chair ng execom or chair ng TWG. So pwede kayo mag-reconstitute. Kasi 'di ba kailangan ng order ng parang executive order or official order na ito yung members ng GFPS. So kung may nawala doon, dapat mag-reissue kayo at mag-reconstitute kayo ng inyong GFPS. So baka yung iba may dagdag pa?
Okay na po, Ms. Norls. I think nasagot na po ang ating mga katanungan. Marami pong salamat, Ms. Norls. Now we move on po to our question number 5 from CR Mabanag of Bureau of Internal Revenue. Does this have to be centralized? Like in our case, we are one of the 22 revenue regions nationwide. Is it the BIR National Office that should do the assessment, which will cover already all BIR offices, or the assessment can be done locally per revenue region? Who can answer for this one? Ms. Nina, perhaps? Yes.
Since this is BIR, no, we're talking about the national government agency and they have regional offices. Pwede po kasi naman, for example, you have your specific GFPS per office, per regional office. Of course, yung assessment should be done among your GFPS. It will be difficult for the central office to just conduct the GFPS assessment of your GFPS kung hindi kayo magkakasama. So dapat kung central office GFPS, then they will be the one to conduct it. Usually ganun po na yung central office na GFPS. Pero just in case meron po kayong separate GFPS, for example, si attached agency po ng DOST, meron po silang separate GFPS. So sariling GFPS assessment din po ang gagawin nila. Pwede rin po itong madagdagan from our other colleagues kung meron po kayong dagdag na sagot. Salamat po.
Thank you very much.
Let me add what Nina has mentioned. When we developed the tool, we thought that the use will be centralized. No, kasi 'di ba dapat centralized yung focal point. Pero may mga structure kasi na per region merong sub-focal point. No? So pag ganun, wala namang nakakapigil sa inyo to use the tool. Wala siyang prohibition. So you are allowed to use the GAD focal point functionality assessment tool in your region if you want to assess whether effective yung inyong focal point at the regional level, which is good. Pero when we were developing this, we were really thinking about a centralized application of the assessment. And who will assess? Marami kasi nagtatanong, Trish, dun sa chat box.
Sa ating chat box, yes po.
The tool is a self-assessment tool, which means you have to assess your own focal point system. Okay, kaya siya ginawang self-assessment tool. The expectation is the focal point in the organization will assess themselves whether they are functional or not. Now, kailangan ba siyang i-validate? Not necessarily, pero dadayain niyo ba yung sarili niyo na meron kami nito kahit wala pala para mas mataas lang yung functionality level niyo. Remember, ang sabi nga ni Regine, the purpose is not to get a high point, but the purpose is to check whether the GAD mechanisms in your organization is working, it's functional. So, kailangan honest kayo sa pag-answer para makakuha kayo ng idea kung saan kayo magpo-focus to improve your functionality. So, it's a self-assessment tool. Lahat ng mga tools na dinidevelop ni PCW are self-assessment tool. Because GFPS will lead, di ba? The gender mainstreaming. So, dapat marunong kayong gumamit. Sasagutin ko na rin, Trish.
Yes,
Sino daw ba ang mag-a-assess? GAD focal point, TWG, Execom. Mag-a-assess is that the whole GAD focal point system. Pero pag sinabi ng Execom sa TWG, kayo muna ang mag-initial assessment and then present the result to us, that could be a process within your own organization. Okay, pero dapat participatory yung process. Dapat tama yung MOVs, kaya sila Regine tsaka si Nina nagpakita sila ng sample MOVs. Huwag niyo dayain yung sarili niyo. Be as honest as possible. Be as truthful as possible to your functionality level para makita niyo saan kayo mag-i-improve. So yun siguro yung magandang use ng tool na ito.
Thank you very much, Ms. Narls, and of course, Ms. Nina, for answering our question number 5. At para sa ating panghuling katanungan, from JG Relata of Local Government of Unit of El Nido, what about the GAD focal person, Execom or TWG? Or ang GAD focal person ba ay parte ng Execom or TWG?
Sige, let me answer that.
Okay.
Itong term na GAD focal person, hindi naman natin ito makikita dito sa ating guide memorandum ni PCW, even in the Magna Carta of Women. Siguro ito ba yung mga coordinator ng inyong agency with regards to GAD? So depende po kung ano yung pina-function niyang level. Ano pa? Pwede po siyang Execom, pwede siyang TWG. Pero usually kung coordination about sa mga offices nyo or sa division and you call them a GAD focal person, pwede siyang TWG. So i-define lang natin ano ba yung function nitong GAD focal person ninyo. So, yun yung pwede kong sagot dito sa tanong nyo.
Great. Thank you very much, Joven, for answering our question number 6. Our last question, actually. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng nagpadala ng kanilang mga katanungan.
Is there a penalty? I think Regine is responding to this. Is there a penalty for LGUs who failed the assessment? And who validates the results? Maybe Regine can answer quickly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po. Actually, wala naman penalty pa na nakalagay sa ating memorandums or anything na yung LGUs mag-fail sa pag-administer ng tool na ito. Actually, this is a self-assessment tool to help you improve. What are the areas that needs for improvement and further define perhaps your GTDs. And you can, sa second question niya, who validates the results? Maybe you can send to PCW yung inyong results so we can validate together with your MOVs. Kasi yan po yung importante kung paano ninyo nakuha itong score na ito.
Yeah. Hindi siya required na isubmit sa PCW, but we encourage you to submit the results to PCW for purposes of our future technical assistance or inclusion in the profiling of the GAD focal point. But if you want us to help you check whether tama yung results ninyo and you want us to assist you, that's a form of technical assistance that the PCW offer. Pwede naman kayo sumulat sa PCW as mentioned by Regine to ask us to help you validate. No, or we can refer you to our gender resource pool members para matulungan kayo mag-validate ng inyong assessment. Pero syempre, kung confident naman kayo na tama yung pag-assess nyo, hindi nyo kailangan ipa-validate yun. Mas maging truthful lang kayo sa results. Aralin nyo lang yung tool and then look for all the MOVs na Kasi doon sa tool, makikita nyo, nakalista doon yung possible MOVs eh. Yung mga means of verification, hindi kayo maliligaw, nilista na namin doon. Ano lang, it's just a matter of you calling out all the MOVs na available sa inyong office. So yun lang, Trish. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much po, Ms. Norals and Regine, for answering that question. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng naghatid ng kanilang mga katanungan. At salamat, of course, to our resource persons, Mr. Joven Medalla, Ms. Nina Salonga, Ms. Regine Reyes, and of course, our Division Chief, Ms. Norlene Santos Millar, for answering the questions of our participants. Nawa po ay makatulong sa inyo ang mga naging diskusyon natin sa umagang ito at mga sagot sa inyong mga tanong when it comes to pushing forward your GFPS and making it functional for your agencies and offices.
So good afternoon, everyone. From talking about the latest GAD tool offering of the PCW, punta na po tayo sa isa pang exciting part for today, which is the gender communication session. My name is Jillian Cortez, your moderator for this afternoon session. Ngayon, alam ko na gutom pa rin kayo para sa isa pang learning session ng ating GAD Webinar 8. For this session on gender fair communication, let me introduce you to our resource speaker. So our resource speaker is a member of PCW's National GAD Resource Program, certified by the PCW, and is the president of Forum Communications Consultancy, Inc. So she is a communications consultant with 20 years strategic communications expertise and also a gender advocacy. She is also a member of the Philippine Bar with 10 years of experience as a lawyer. She has also started out in the media, carrying 6 years with her. Her projects include... hello? 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 Ayan, is the okay na po yung audio natin today? Hello? Okay, okay na ba? Okay. Mahina pa rin? Okay, okay na. Okay, sorry. I apologize for that. Okay pa? Sorry. Okay, so let me reintroduce our speaker again. Our resource speaker is a member of PCW's National GAD Resource Program, certified by the PCW, and is the president of Forum Communications Consultancy, Inc. She is a communications consultant with over 20 years of strategic communications expertise and is also in gender advocacy. She is also a member of the Philippine Bar with 10 years experience as a lawyer. She also started out in the media, carrying 6 years with her. Her projects include the Gender Fair Media Guidebook, Gender Responsive LGU Assessment Tool, and How to Be a Gender Responsive Legislator. So let us welcome Attorney Alan Liberato Espino for our session on gender fair communication.
Ayan. Maraming salamat, Jill. Good afternoon to everyone. I am very, very happy to be spending the afternoon with you. At saka, syempre, I'm also very happy to be teaching about gender fair communication. So ito ay, like kung sinasabi, ito ay baby ko, no? And you will find out later when I talk about the legal mandate behind the gender fair communication training module. Sige po. Ay, maraming salamat po, no? So I expect everyone to be as participative dito sa ating afternoon session, no? As much as you were participative dun sa sa pa Christmas song quiz ni Christine, no? So let's keep the conversation going in the chat box. Let me just ask the secretary, the tech team po to share my presentation. Okay. Ayan. So we are going to start our journey towards learning about gender fair communication. Sige po. So unang-una sa lahat yan, before we begin, I'd like to ask dalawang questions lang po, no? And I think these questions will help me to better calibrate yung ating pagtuturo ng gender fair communication. So the first question is, do you work in public information or communication? May poll po tayo. Kindly just answer doon sa ating poll. It should now be visible on your screen. Kaya para makita natin, no, kung gaano karami ang mga participants natin who are working in public information and communication, yung partly, no, yung kanilang, yan. So please answer directly in the poll instead of typing in the chat box. So do you work in public information communication? Yes, partly, or no?
So we see here our participants. So ang dami na, most of our participants have said no. Some said yes and others said party. Wow, interesting. Sige.
Okay.
So ayan. Sige, answer pa po ng mga participants. You can Ayan. Sige. And
Okay.
so we're gonna show the results of the poll. Do you work in
Sige.
public information or communication?
Sige, can we show now? Ayan. So, no. All right. So, pinaka-konti, 21% of our participants, at least the respondents, no, 291 responded to the question. Yes daw. And then by 23% na partly. Tapos may more than half na hindi siya, they don't work in public information communication. Does that mean that gender fair communication is not relevant to us? No. Kasi yung communication naman, we do that every day, even in our private, even as private individuals, no. And syempre, as we also work with our colleagues, there's also communication, baka internal communication. So, yung matututunan po natin dito is also very relevant. Sige, my second question po ako, and for this question naman, we can go to the chat box. Okay? So this is some sort of an exercise to level of our expectations, no, for this afternoon session. Sige, dugtungan lang po sana yung ating statement that we can see on the screen. I am here because I want to learn. Okay, sabi ni
sabi ng iba mga participants natin, they're here because they want to learn. Tapos sabi ni
Okay.
Stan Seri de los Santos, because I am a advocate. Wow. At tapos sabi po dito ni Lia Concepcion, I want to learn more about, natabunan it. Ayan. I want to learn more about, and then yung iba, I'm here because I am a GAD advocate. I want to learn. I'm here because I want to learn more on gender fair communication. So, ayun po. I want to
Okay.
acquire new knowledge to build good relationships with others, yung sabi ng isa. Ayan.
Mhm. Okay, so parang most of the answers that we're getting are increase ng awareness, no, acquiring new knowledge. At saka may mga ilan-ilan na sabi, no, we want to use it for better to improve relationships. So that's an application application ng bagong kaalaman, awareness and knowledge. So okay, so we are taking note of that. And thank you for that information, no, because ayan, meron pang GAD law. Okay, so ang madadaanan lang po nating batas dito is the one that, or the portion of the legal mandate that corresponds or is related to gender fair communication. Okay, sige po, noted. No, we'll take note of your expectations, no, for this journey. Sabi ko, no, kasi ang gender fair communication, ito ay hindi mo matututunan in one day at mapapractice mo in one day, no. This is a journey na sa tingin ko ay may tatlong phases, no. So ano yung tatlong phases na yon? May pagbabago ng perspective o pagbubukas ng perspective, no. What is involved in the opening up or the change in perspective? So, yung pag-recognize natin yung pag-acknowledge natin na lahat ng ginagawa natin as a communicator for those who are involved in public information and communication, and even as a private person for those naman who are not, no, professionally involved in these types of activities. Yan, no, may maaring may kakaibang impact sa babae at lalaki. And if we have gone through our GST, alam natin kung bakit, no? Because women and men are situated differently, no? May differential situation ng babae at lalaki, at may mga pinagdadaan ng forms and manifestations of gender biases ang mga babae, no? So kaya naman, when we communicate something, no, we can expect na maaring magkaiba yung impact nun dahil magkaiba yung hugot ng babae at lalaki, no? Or even persons with diverse souls, iba rin yung hugot nila. So that the way you communicate may actually empower, no, it can contribute to the empowerment of women and other marginalized categories. Or baka hindi natin na mamalayan, no, hindi tayo conscious that we may be actually contributing to their oppression. No? So kaya yung consciousness, no, yung level of consciousness na ganon, na may impact yung ating communication is part of changing or is at the core of changing the perspective. And then, syempre, pag nagbago yung perspective, no, yun ang magiging foundation ng pagbabago rin ng practice. No? When we say changing the practice, it involves changing the way you communicate so that you consciously avoid discrimination and you promote equality. No? So, paano natin mababago yung practice natin? Dito natin sa part na ito, pagdadaanan yung mga standards ng gender fair communication. Kung bang checklist to, no, ano ba yung mga hahanapin mo para ma-check mo, para ma-evaluate mo na yung iyong ginagawang communication ay gender fair. So that is changing the practice. So syempre, pag nagbago yung practice, ano yung nito? What is the output or the outcome? No, ano yung resulta niyan? Mababago rin yung product. So when we say product, everything that we communicate, no, yung content na ginagawa natin, if we are involved in public information and communication, yung kahit yung as individuals, no, as private individuals, kahit yung pinopost natin sa Facebook, for example, no, so we can use that to raise public consciousness. No, makakatulong tayo sa pagpapalawak ng discourse o diskusyon tungkol sa gender equality, human dignity, and human rights for all. No, so itong journey na to, like I said, no, I hope it starts today. Pero hindi natin inaasahan na matatapos to today because communication is a practice. So dapat paulit-ulit may mastery ng standards and then based on that mastery, no, i-apply yung standards sa product. Okay, so let's start with the first part of the journey, yung pagpapalit ng perspective. So next slide please. Ayan. So syempre, no, uugatin natin kung ano ba yung gender fair communication. What is it founded on? No? So, and when we ask that question, yung foundation on gender fair communication, we go back to very, very important concepts like gender-based communication, discrimination, sorry. So, paano ba natin dinidefine yung gender-based discrimination? No? So, we go to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which is the basis, no, of our universal definition of GBD, gender-based discrimination. So, himay-himayin natin siya no, para maintindihan natin kung ano tong konsepto na to. Anyway, this is just a review, no? If you have gone through your GST, alam niyo na rin siguro to. So, ang gender-based discrimination, unang-una may action. May ginawa, no, ang isang tao o ang isang entity, no? Ano yung action na to? It's any distinction, exclusion, or restriction. So, may pagkakaiba ng treatment sa isang tao or sa isang kategorya ng tao or may hindi pagsasali, exclusion. Yung restriction naman, no, hindi binibigay yung lahat that are available to the rest of the categories. So basta ang core nun, concept nun is that there is a differential treatment. At papaano tina-target yung isang tao or isang kategorya ng tao on the basis of their sex, no? Dahil babae siya yung nakakaranas ng distinction, exclusion, or restriction. Siyempre, lumawak na din yung definition ng na kasi sa SIDO, ang definition doon ay discrimination against women. No, so sa pagpapalawak ng perspective at ng diskurso tungkol sa gender, pumapasok na rin yung basis ng sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression bilang basehan sa pag-target ng kategorya ng mga tao na who go through distinction, exclusion, or restriction. So meron tayong meron tayong action and then may basis for that action. Now, what is the effect or purpose of that action? No, so itong action na to, ang purpose, ang effect or ang impact niya dun sa tao or sa kategorya ng mga tao is that they are denied the equal exercise of their human rights and fundamental freedoms. So malalim siya, no, kasi nag-uugat ito at naaapektuhan yung iyong exercise, no, ng iyong mga karapatan. So that's gender-based discrimination. Sige, next slide naman tayo. So that is the issue, no, my gender-based discrimination. So ano naman yung ideal state, no? What is the state that we are all working towards, itong gender equality, no, it's always been the goal and it still is the goal because hindi pa tayo nakakarating doon. And when we say gender equality, syempre self-explanatory, no? It's equality between women and men. Pagkakapantay-pantay on the basis of their pantay na dignidad at pantay na karapatan, no? So, pag in-unpack mo yung gender equality, ang ibig din sabihin nito is that lahat ng tao, regardless of their sex, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, should be free to develop their personal abilities. So, kung ano yung gusto kong maging, dapat meron akong kalayaan na i-pursue ito. No? I have to have the choice and the opportunity to make these choices na walang limitasyon that is based on stereotypes, rigid gender roles, and prejudices. No? So siguro, pagka babalikan natin yung mga buhay-buhay natin, we will see that there are instances that are decisions were actually influenced by stereotypes, rigid gender roles, and prejudices. At itong mga decision na to has led us to where we are now, di ba? So, malaki yung epekto niya. Kaya ang ginagawa natin, we're trying to attack, no, yung influence ng stereotypes, rigid gender roles, and prejudices. At ito ay nakikita rin sa communication. Okay po, let's go to the next slide. Ayan. So sabi natin, no, ang gender equality is equality between women and men. So pero bakit po pagka pinag-uusapan natin ang communication, no? Kasi nakukuha ko tong question na to, I get this a lot of times, no? Sabi, bakit naman parang may special treatment sa mga babae pagdating sa gender fair communication? Akala ko ba equality ang tinitingnan natin? Sige, may rason po yan. Unang-una sa lahat, if you look at your surroundings, no, pag tumingin ka sa paligid mo, makikita mo yung sagot dyan. Sige, next slide po. Tingnan natin mga examples. Ayan. So I don't know if you've seen this or if you've caught this in the news, pero matagal-tagal na to, no? Ito yung isang billboard ng isang inumin, nakatikim ka na ba ng 15 anyos? Okay, so wala namang binanggit, no? Pero alam naman natin kung ano yun. Okay, kung ano yung 15 anyos na yun. And in fact, this got a lot of attention, a lot of negative abuse. Opo, no? 15 years old, di ba? Sa sexual exploitation, ganyan. No, okay, so it got a lot of attention. Okay, kaya naman yung brand na to had to react to that public attention na negative, no? So tinanggal nila yung reference to the 15 anyos, pero pinalitan nila ng billboard at ang sabi naman, nakatikim na sila, magugulat ka sa sarap. So parang no, what it did was to build pa on the negative public reaction. And which is parang sa akin ay sobrang insensitive yun, di ba? And then it's also going against the public outcry. Ayan, sige, tingnan pa natin kung ano yung ibang mga examples. Ayan, so lagi nating nakikita yung pictures, images ng mga kababaihan. Siyempre yung image is provocative, no? And these images are being used to sell anything, no? From liquor to shirts to cars, di ba? So isa ko pa yung tanong pagka kunyari may car show, bakit hindi nawawala yung mga babaeng sexy, di ba? So ginagamit yung image ng mga babae, yung katawan ng mga kababaihan, ina-attach mo sa pagbebenta ng merchandise. Okay, so yung isang nakikita nyo sa screen nyo, ito ay hindi ko maintindihan kung ewan ko kung may makakapag-explain dito, no? Binibenta ang telecom services, no, buy and tell. At ang tagline niya, satisfaction guarantee. Mali pa yung grammar, no? Pero yung picture ng babae, no, alam naman natin yung reference, no, kung bakit. Of course, it has a reference to the satisfaction. But you will also ask the question, ano yung relevance niya? At bakit yan? Of all the images, no, that can convey satisfaction, bakit yan ang ginagamit na image? So, sige, yung next slide. Okay, so hindi lang ito sa billboards nangyayari, no, pati sa ating mga broadsheets. No, we also always see how the images of women, syempre yung mga mas provocative, no, mas maganda because they are supposed to sell the paper. No? So hindi mo na makikita kung ano ba yung news ngayon. Ba what will pop out of the front page ay yung image ng babae. So in fact, no, yung PCW has called out several times din pag may mga ganitong images sa media that is discriminatory and derogatory to women. Sige. So meron pa yan, no? Kahit sa mga live events at sa TV, nakikita natin yan. So one example is that bent fashion show kung saan may finitsure na babae on a leash. So sobrang ano na yan, anong nire-represent nun? Yung pag-dehumanize, pagtatanggal ng humanity doon sa babae. No? And it will also prompt you to ask the question, bakit babae yung may leash? Diba? All throughout the, yes. Sige, just keep the conversation going in the chat box po. Nababasa ko po yun. At kung may nakita kayo na gusto nyo reactan, pwede rin po. No? So, because we are talking about communication, so let's keep the communication going. Ayan. So, you will also ask the question, bakit babae yung choice na ilagay sa leash? Diba? Bakit wala tayong nakita dun sa fashion show na yun na lalaki na nakalagay sa leash? No? That's because it was a conscious decision to use the image of a woman or of a woman na at i-portray siya ng ganon. So, alam nyo, natatandaan nyo ba kung ano yung picture dun sa inyong the right side of your screen? Right side of the screen, sino yan? Yan si Pastillas Girl. Okay. So, bakit problema to? No, yung si Pastillas Girl, this is called out by the MTRCP, no, this TV show, no. So, kasi yung ginagawa ng TV show niya, hinahanapan siya ng boyfriend, hinahanapan siya ng jowa, no. So, nung time na yon. So, yung MTRCP was concerned na baka naman para naman lumalabas na binibenta na pinipedal nyo as a merchandise. So, we had a conversation about it to make sure na yung agency ni Pastillas Girl, yung kanyang pagpapasya para sa sarili ay hindi na violate, no, by the format of the program. Okay. So, mamaya na po tayo magsagot ng mga questions, no? Sige, next slide. Pati sa TV, no? So, ito ay, hindi ko na sasabihin yung show, pero if you were able to catch this in the show itself or on YouTube, may mga ganyan din, no? Na hindi nakakatulong sa pagtataas ng antas ng dignidad ng mga kababaihan. And then finally, yeah, it can get a lot worse. No, next slide, please. Let's show that. Ayan. So this is the foreign brand. Okay. So pag tingnan mo yung picture, dahil brand siya, it's supposed to sell something. May binibenta to. Pero pag tinignan mo yung picture, hindi mo na alam kung ano yung binibenta niya. Kasi, di ba, ano yung nakikita mo? That's gang rape, no? And I personally, I don't know if you share my sentiments or opinions here, no? Hindi ko alam kung bakit okay ito, no? So I can't see the reason why this is acceptable in a professional sector, kagaya ng advertising industry. So what we're saying is that pag tumingin ka sa paligid mo, no, you will realize that there is an issue, no? And this issue disproportionately affects or impacts women. Kaya naman, when we talk about gender fair communication, no, ang focus ay yung mga kababaihan because they are the ones that are disproportionately affected. No? In fact, ayan. Next, ayan. So in fact, no, what we're saying is that gender-based discrimination in media and public information is a recognized issue, no? Hindi na natin yan dapat pinagtatawanan, hindi na natin yan pinag-aawayan, no? So, okay, ano ang sinasabi ng legal mandate tungkol sa communication and media? So, you will find that in Section 16 of our Magna Carta of Women. Sabi doon, the state shall formulate policies and programs for the advancement of women. So, dapat may mga polisiya at programa. Kasama doon ang pagko-collaborate sa mga government and non-government media-related organizations. No? At kailangan din daw yung state, yung estado, should endeavor to raise the consciousness of the general public. Dapat naiintindihan ng publiko at nare-recognize niya na ang mga kababaihan ay may dignidad. No? Pag may dignidad sila, anong ibig sabihin nun? Hindi sila dapat nasa subject, no, sa mga undignified na imahe or undignified na portrayal. No, sila ay may contribution sa family, community, and the society. No, at dapat itong raising the public consciousness ginagamitan ng strategic use ng mass media. No, syempre, no, ang media is gateway to the public. Kaya ginagamit ito dapat para erase, no, yung public consciousness and awareness. Sabi din, no, may pag-uutos din sa Magna Carta of Women that the state shall allocate, no, space, airtime, and resources para naman sa lahat ng media, lahat ng forms of media, lahat ng forms of communication, information, and advertising ay maipalaganap yung mga pangangailangan ng mga kababaihan, yung kanilang mga issues and concerns. Ayan. So ano pa ang sinasabi ng ating Magna Carta of Women? Dapat daw merong in collaboration with national media federations, associations, schools of journalism, dapat daw yung mga media organizations and corporations are able to integrate into their human resources yung mga training on gender equality and gender-based discrimination. Lahat ng mga entities, groups, work units that are involved in communication, no, they have to be taught kung ano yung gender equality and gender-based discrimination. So, dapat daw institutionalize ito in their human resource development training, no? And then, ano pa, no? Sabi ng Magna Carta of Women, Section 16, dapat daw merong gender equality guidelines that should be used, no? That should be the basis, no? That should inform the creation of all forms of information, dissemination, and communication. Okay? So, sinasabi rin dito, finally, no, na dapat merong i-convene na Gender Equality Committee. Okay? Ang mandate nitong Gender Equality Committee is to promote gender mainstreaming as a framework and affirmative action as a strategy. At yung pag-monitor and evaluate ng implementation ng gender equality guidelines na pinag-uutos din ng Magna Carta of Women. Okay, so next slide tayo. Ayan, so pursuant to the mandate in the Magna Carta of Women, di ba sabi doon, no? Dapat may gender equality guidelines. So this is a 2017 picture, a photo from 2017. Nakikita niyo ako dyan, no? Ako yung nandito sa may pinaka-left side. Medyo payat pa ako niyan. Sa anong ginawa namin dyan? So, that was the launch of the Gender Fair Media Guidebook Revised Edition. Kasi there was an earlier version of the Gender Fair Media Guidebook. No? So, but it was revised because hindi siya masyadong nagagamit. So, in the revision, what we did was what the law, the Magna Carta of Women required. No? So, it was developed in collaboration with government and non-government media organizations, national media federations, at saka schools, no? That schools that are offering communication courses. So lahat-lahat yan pinagsama namin to co-create the Gender Fair Media Guidebook. At why is that significant? Because itong training natin, itong Gender Fair Communication training natin, is actually based on the Gender Fair Media Guidebook. No? So if you want more information, I think that is downloadable to the PCW website. Sige po. Next. Ayan. Okay, so I asked kanina kung if you are involved in public information or communication, kasi alam ko na doon sa mga involved or partly involved, no, I know that we all know, bilang ako rin ay isang communicator, no, the struggle is real, kumbaga, no, pag communication kasi, no, maraming mga issues, maraming mga challenges diyan, no, and at the core of those challenges ay paano mo mapaparating yung inyong mensahe sa yung target audience in a way that they will understand it. Lalong-lalo na kung meron kang gustong ipagawa sa kanila, no, pag kunyari behavior change, no, So, let's take for example, yung simpleng pagko-communicate ng bawal tumawid dito. That's behavior change, di ba? Ayaw mong tumawid doon yung mga tao because it might cause harm to them or death even, no? So para sa ano naman nila yun eh? Para yun sa kapakanan nila, di ba? But then ang mga tao talaga, even though maganda yung intention mo, even though para sa kapakanan nila yung kino-communicate mo, it will still be very hard for them to follow, di ba? So bawal tumawid dito, may tumatawid pa rin, no? Sige, next. Okay, so tingnan natin, sabi ng di ba? Sabi ng MMDA, let's try a different approach, no? Sabi natin siguro, walang tawiran na kamamatay para klaro kung ano yung pwedeng maging effect, no, kapag hindi nila sinunod yung ating directive o yung pinag-uutos. So, pero kahit na may threat na mamamatay ka, may tatawid pa rin, di ba? Sige, sabi ng MMDA, sige, baguhin natin. Bawal tumawid, may namatay na dito, evidence-based na siya, no? Hindi na threat, no? So, sinasabi na, may namatay na dito. Baka ikaw yung susunod, parang gano'n. Pero may tatawid pa rin, di ba? The struggle is real nga. How do you communicate effectively in a way that your audience will understand? Sige, sabi natin, tingnan natin ulit kung baka may iba't iba pang ways to say it and see what will give us the desired effect. Yan. So baka hindi niya naiintindihan kasi Becky yung kanyang salita o baka kailangan ng mas magandang effort. Nakita ko yung ating interpreter. Ayan. So sabihin natin in several ways and let's see how we can get to our desired effect. Hanggang sa huli, no? Sige, wag na tayo magpatumpik-tumpik pa. See you soon, sabi ng St. Peter Chapel. So alam na natin kung anong ibig sabihin, no? So what we're saying is that yung communication by itself nga ay napakahirap na. Tapos bakit man dadagdagan pa natin ng gender fair standards? Hindi ba pagpapahirap pa yun lalo? Hindi ba? So hindi siya mahirap kapag nagbago na yung perspective at na-master na yung standards, no? And syempre sa umpisa, no, there is a learning curve, but that is very important. Yung learning curve is something that we have to be prepared to go through with the knowledge and with the acceptance that media and public information play a crucial role in our daily lives. Na hindi lang sa atin, pati sa lives of our community members, yung lives ng mga constituents or yung mga clients natin as members of the bureaucracy. Now, why do we say that it plays a very important or crucial role in the lives of everyone? Because una, they help form our social values. Ano yung pinahahalagahan natin as a society? No? What do we feel? What are the things that are important to us? No? Malamang ito is influence ng mga nakikita natin, nababasa natin, no? The public information that we have access to. Okay, so, pangalawa, media and public information also influence the public discourse. Na pagka tinignan nyo kung ano ba ang hashtag na nag-viral ngayon sa Twitter, no? Ano ba yung lagi ko nakikita sa mga feeds ko, diba? So, kaya ito lumalabas sa feeds, no, at nagiging viral because the public think, no, these topics are important, no? Kaya naman sila nagko-contribute sa online conversation because they feel na ito ay importante, no? For example, a few weeks ago, ano yung lagi ko nakikita, yung chismis tungkol sa kay Angel Aquino at kay Neil Arce, di ba? Ang daming nagsasabi, ang daming nagko-contribute dun sa discussion. Because sorry, Angel Oxin. Ano sabi ko? Na yung age natin no? Ayan. So, Angel Oxin and Neil Arce, di ba? So, the public feel that this is an important bit of information. News ito, kaya magko-contribute ako sa discussion. So, and why does that happen? Because of media and public information that we have access to. And then finally, no, importante din siya because they influence decision making, di ba? Ano yung binili mong shampoo, no? Ano yung preferred mong shampoo? And bakit mo siya pinili, no? Probably because nakita mo yung commercial or nasabi sa'yo, no? You had access to information na maganda yung shampoo. Bakit mo binoto? No, yung mga binoto mo nung nakaraang eleksyon, no? I'm sure yung public information also played a part or influenced your decision. So, because of these three things, no, kailangan nating pagdaanan yung learning curve na yun, yung journey from perspective to practice to product. Okay, next slide po. Ayan. And also, I don't know if you will remember kung kayo ay nakapag-GST na, no? Sa GST, tinuturo sa atin na merong socialization institutions, correct? No? So, yung socialization institutions na ito ay pinagdadaanan natin. And in these institutions, we learn, no, how the society differentiates men and women, yung gender differentiation. At karugtong ng differentiation ay yung expectations. No? Ano ba yung expectations ng society sa mga babae at sa mga lalaki? No? Are they supposed to behave? What are the actions that are appropriate to them or activities that are appropriate to them? Ano pa? Ano yung behavior? No? Ano yung gender roles para sa mga babae at lalaki? No? And media is one of the Okay, so media is one of the socialization institution. Pinag-aaralan din natin yan sa GST, paano sa media ay nadi-differentiate yung mga babae at lalaki at saka paano nagsiset ng expectations through the media. And then isa pa, no, very important, kung titingnan mo ang lahat ng mga socialization institutions na ito, one of the cross-cutting elements is communication, no? So anong ibig sabihin nun? Lahat naman yan gumagamit ng communication para maiparating sa atin, maituro dun sa subject of socialization kung ano yung expectations. Parang kahit tayo, no? If we're trying to teach ang mga kids natin on how to become members of this society, bona fide members of this society, and bona fide members of the category ng babae at lalaki. Anong ginagamit natin? No? Gumagamit tayo ng language, gumagamit tayo ng communication para ituro sa kanila. Example, yung hindi ka, boys don't cry, no? So that's language, that's also communication. So lahat itong socialization institutions na ito ay gumagamit ng communication. So that's also what makes this topic very important. Ayan, sige. So next slide. Okay. So yun yung perspective, no? Yung pag-iintindi, yung understanding natin na importante yung communication. And we, as communicators, no, both in our professional and in our private capacities, have the power to either contribute to discrimination and oppression or piliin natin yung mas maganda, no? We contribute to equality and empowerment. Yeah. So let's now go to practice the second phase of our journey. Yeah. So when we talk about the practice, syempre, no, hihimay-himayin natin yung standards of gender fair communication. I know that yung language, no, alam na natin yan. Meron dyang CWC Memorandum Circular, particularly on gender fair language. Pero ang lagi kong ine-emphasize is that hindi lang yan sa language, hindi lang sa words na ginagamit natin. May mga mas malalim at substantial na konteksto na kinakailangan nating pag-aralan to make sure na holistic or buo yung pagtingin natin sa communication, both as an opportunity to contribute to gender equality and empowerment. No? Okay, so punta tayo sa portrayal muna. No? So ano ba yung hinahanap pag sinabi mo portrayal as a standard of gender fair communication? Siyempre, the core of the standard here is to present women and men with dignity and respect. No? Hindi natin inaalis yung dignidad. Alam naman natin yun, no? Yung konsepto ng dignidad ay, di ba, it's inherent in every human being. Sabi, no? Dignity is inherent in every human person. No? So kaya pag pinanganak ka, may dignidad ka. Pag pinanganak kang tao, may dignidad ka, no? And it does not depend on your wealth, no? Hindi yan nakasalalay sa posisyon mo. Hindi ka nakasalalay sa mga pag-aari mo, no? So kasi inherent yan sa tayo bilang tao. So kaya naman, no, regardless of your sex or your SOGIESC, dapat sa portrayal, no, sa communication in all forms of communication, yung dignity na yon ay binibigay sa'yo at nire-respeto. So how do we do that? Unang-una, no, so yung women, men din, no, should not be presented as sexual objects. Marami tayong nakikitang ganyan. Ayan, so look at the picture, no, that's an example. Paano nangyayari yung sexualization or yung reducing the woman into a sexual object? Yung bang nakikita mo siya as not as a full human being, pero doon sa portrayal sa kanya, nakikita mo na lang kung ano yung part of the body that they think is relevant in selling the product. No? So alam naman natin yan. Wala na yung tao. Nakita mo na lang yung object of sexual desires. Yan. So ano pa? What is the next one? No? Not as someone who is less powerful. Okay? So, di ba, ang layunin natin din ay to empower, ibig sabihin ibalik natin yung kapangyarihan, no, sa mga kababaihan. So, kaya there are types of portrayal kung saan inaalis yung power na yun. Inaano sila, no? They are portrayed as someone who is not able to decide for themselves, no? Who rely on other people para sa kanilang sariling mga desisyon or even their own welfare. So, dapat, no, we have to evaluate the way we portray. Ito bang portrayal ko, does it give back power, no, to the woman? Or does it portray them as less powerful? Not as a commodity. Yan. So, hindi binibenta, no, yung mga kababaihan. Nangyayari na ngayon sa tunay na buhay. And that is because, no, we have been accustomed to seeing women as merchandise, no, as commodities that can be bought and sold. Yan. So kaya we have to stop that practice, no? Kasi the moment that it is normalized, no, that contributes to what's happening in real life, no? Talking about, of course, yung prostitution, trafficking, no? So may ano yon, may connect yun. Eh. The things that we normalize as a society is what happens in reality as well. Yan. So not as an inferior being. Okay, sige. Di ba sabi natin equality, pagkakapantay-pantay. So hindi dapat sa ating komunikasyon nakikita na may superior at may inferior. Yan. So, kita natin yung example sa ating screen. Show her it's time. Ayan, show her it's a man's world. Is it a man's world? Hindi, no? It's a human's world, I think. Sige, next. Ano pa? Not as a subject of ridicule or stigma. Ayun. So, may mga ganyan din tayo nakikita, no? Lalong-lalo na sa mga ads that communicate beauty standards. So, example yan, no? Unfair, di ba? Sabi niya. Sabi nung isang darker skin doon sa fair skin. Yan. So, kasi yung media din, no, has also defined kung ano yung beauty standards dapat na hinahanap at nagko-comply tayo with. So that becomes a problem, especially to us, no, na mere mortals who can't, realistically comply with the standards. Okay, so hindi dapat pinoportray o pinapakita ang mga kababaihan as a subject of ridicule or stigma. Marami yan, no, kunyari sa mga comedy shows, no, at yung stigma at ridicule is often, of course, linked to the physical characteristics, no, of the woman. Okay, next. Yeah, not as a person whose work is less valuable. So anong including, ano yung ibig sabihin ng work dito? Most of the time, it refers to care work, no? So alam natin sa ating society kung kanino naka-assign predominantly ang care work. Ito ay naka-assign sa mga babae, no? This is a gender role of women. No? At dahil ito ay ginagawa ng mga kababaihan, it also follows that our society does not give value to these activities. No? So, kailangan din na tinitingnan natin kung paano natin pinapahalagahan sa ating portrayal yung mga ginagawa ng mga kababaihan. Okay, so next slide. Okay, tayo, no? Let's try to look at examples of portrayal ng mga kababaihan in media and communication. So this one is an article. It came out in Philippine Star. At pag binasa mo ito, may link naman doon sa baba. But if you look at if you read the article, this is based on an interview uh, of a TV show. In-interview doon yung representative ng MMDA. So apparently, yung MMDA had this very brilliant idea to hire women as part of the what they call the strike force, no, ng highway patrol group. No? Ito yung mga nasa EDSA na nanghuhuli ng mga violators basically. Okay, so 'di ba? That's a laudable activity. So kasi binibigyan mo ng opportunity yung mga kababaihan to join na magkaroon ng isang trabaho na hindi sa traditional gender role, no? Ibig sabihin, this is a male-dominated activity or male-dominated group, no? Yung highway patrol group, pero binibigyan mo ng espasyo yung mga babae to join the group. So that's something that's laudable. Kaya lang, nung sa kanilang pag-i-explain doon sa TV show, tinanong sila, bakit ba ninyo naisipan, no? Na mag-hire ng mga babae as members of the HPG. So sabi ng MMDA, kasi sila ay girlfriend material. So apparently, ang hinanap nila para sa mga babaeng HPG ay yung magaganda talaga. Yung mukhang model daw, sabi ganun. So and there's and there's a reason why ganun ang hinanap nila. Kasi daw, yung mga traffic violators, nai-intimidate daw kasi kapag ang nanghuli sa kanila ay lalaking armado. Samantalang pagka girlfriend material, talagang daw yun, head turner. May mga ganun pa sila no? So na pagka hinulit sila, nakasmile yung babae na HPG member, tapos mas maganda yung transaction, no? Yung paghuli ng violator basically is a more pleasant experience, sabing ganon. So syempre maraming mga nag-comment at nag-react ng hindi maganda because ano yung comment nila, napaka-sexist naman daw nung rason kung bakit pala nag-hire ng mga babaeng HPG, no? Kasi pala hindi naman pala sila hinire for their talent and capability to enforce traffic laws. No, pero ano yung portrayal sa kanila, no? Ang portrayal sa kanila ay girlfriend material, models, head turners. So in effect, anong nangyari, no? They were actually in the process reduced to sexual objects pa din. So although it would have been a very very good and very impactful intervention or activity or decision. Ang nangyari, it was made for the wrong reason. Yan, sige, puntahan pa natin ibang examples na makikita natin. Next slide. This one naman is from the German government, no, Transport Ministry ng Germany. It was supposed to promote the use of helmet pagka nagbabike ka, which is again, no, a laudable reason to come out with an ad like this. Pero ang sabi ng mga tao, ano po ang kinalaman, no, sa pagsusuot ng pagdadamit ng ganyan, yung provocative dressing doon sa pagsusuot ng bike, no? Wala naman siyang kinalaman kundi the objective was to show skin, no? Para ma-attract yung mga tao doon, yung attention ng mga tao ay ma-attract doon sa message of wearing the bike helmet. Okay. Sige, next. Ayan, this one naman comes from Italy. Government ad din po ito, no? So I guess sa Italy, meron silang population problem kasi they're encouraging the women to get pregnant, no? So sabi ng isang ad ng Italy's Fertility Day posters, sabi, beauty knows no age, fertility does. Okay, so ano naman yung naging, sabi nito, they are echoes of a fascist past, no? Sabi ng mga tao, bakit ganyan yung ad ninyo, no? Tinatanggal nyo yung choice ng mga kababaihan kung if they want to bear children and when they want to bear children. Kasi pinipressure, di ba? Beauty knows no age, fertility does, no? Aside from that, no, ang effect nun is that yung portrayal ng babae ay reduced into sabi nga ni Sushmita, no, the essence of a woman, yung panganganak, pagiging mother. So parang hindi mo na tiningnan yung ibang contribution niya. Ang gusto mo lang i-highlight ay yung contribution niya sa population. Okay, next. So kung ang Italy may population problem din yata ang Korea. Kasi ito naman, kabaligtaran, no? They are promoting the use of contraceptives. No? So this is an ad from their government. Ang sabi, translated, although you leave everything to men, don't leave the responsibility for contraception to them. So yung second part ng message, okay sa no? Don't leave the responsibility for contraception to them. So you're empowering women, no? You're celebrating women's agency to use or not use contraception. Pero yung first part of the message, yun yung problematic. Although you leave everything to men. So parang by default, no? Yung pagpapasya ng mga babae sa Korea ay depende sa pagpapasya ng lalaki. So that's what made this particular ad controversial also. Sige, next. Okay, so anong gagawin natin, no, pagdating sa portrayal? Merong mga tools. May mga tools tayo that is available on the internet that we can use for self-evaluation. Isa dito yung tinatawag na hashtag women not objects na filter. So dun sa hashtag women not objects, no, meron siyang 4 na filters. Filter yung tawag niya dun sa parang checklist, no. What do you want to look into or look at to make sure na yung product mo, yung content mo does not promote or does not portray women as objects. Yeah. So ano yung mga questions that you want to ask? Una, yung filter na first filter is what we call props. No? Ano yung ibig sabihin nun? What is the significant question here? So tatanungin mo ngayon, dun ba sa ginawa kong communication material, for example, does the woman there that I see there have a choice or a voice? No? Pinapakita ko bang meron siyang choice at meron siyang boses? No? Or has she been reduced to a thing na walang boses at walang choice? Okay, so pangalawa, no, second filter, yung tinatawag na plastic. Has the woman been retouched beyond human achievability? No, nakikita natin to, for example, sa cover ng mga magazines. No, na yung nakita mong tao doon, parang hindi na tao, di ba? Hindi yan ma-achieve ng any person, living or not living. Yan, so that's the second filter, no? Yung filter 3 is called parts. So has this woman been reduced to a provocative body part? Hindi mo na nakikita yung buong yung buong babae, no? Yung kanyang kabuuan as a human being, pero ang nakikita mo na lang ay isang body part which is attached, no, to the merchandise. Okay, so that's the filter 3. So ano naman yung filter 4, no? So supposing that you ask all the 3 questions and then pasado siya, no? Yung ginawa mo, for example, communication material, pasado naman sa first 3 filters. Now, you still have to ask a 4th question. Okay, so what if itong babaeng ito na nakikita ko dito sa aking communication material, what if this woman was my mother? What if she were my daughter, my co-worker, my wife, my friend? Okay lang ba? Would it be okay with me? So kung no ang sagot mo doon, even though it passed the first 3 filters, ibig sabihin, hindi pa rin maganda, no? Yung portrayal ng mga kababaihan ay hindi pa rin dignified at hindi pa rin respectable. So, ibig sabihin noon, kailangan mong baguhin, di ba? Ayan. So, meron akong, next slide po. I don't know if you've seen this, or if you had the occasion to watch this in the past. Then, matagal na to at I think inalis na rin, although of course there are still copies online. Yan. Ito ay yung ad ng video ito ng LTO, which they produce to promote yung traffic violations. I mean, hindi naman to promote, to raise awareness of the traffic violations at saka yung mga penalties, no, for attached to the traffic violations. Sige, napanood niyo ba to? Can you go to the chat box and just let me know if you're able to see this at some point in your life? Hindi. Okay. Not yet. Sige. Meron bang nakakita? Sige, maraming hindi, no? So, I guess I will... sige. I-ano ko siya. Ayan, may yes na konti. Kanina lang. Okay. So, ikwento ko siguro ng maikli lang, no? So, dito sa video na to, they got women, employees of LTO na nakasuot ng blue na polo shirt and then maiikling skirt, no? So, ano yung nangyari dyan? Pag tinignan mo yung video, itong mga babaeng ito ay nagsasayaw sa saliw ng It Really Hurts. No? So, alam mo yung It Really Hurts? It's a dance challenge na sinimulan ni Mimiya, isang content creator. So, parang nagsasayaw lang siya dun sa mga iba't ibang parte ng, yun, iba't ibang parte ng bahay, ganyan. So, ginaya ito ng maraming tao. So, ginaya rin siya ng LTO. So, dun sa video nga, nagsasayaw doon sa dance challenge, yung mga babaeng nakamaikling damit, no? Palda. And then, habang nagsasayaw sila, nagpa-flash yung mga traffic violations sa yung penalty. Ayan. So, ano yung masasabi nyo doon? Anong say nyo? Given, of course, no, yung mga nakapanood at saka given yung pagkwento ko kung ano yung content ng video. Would you have something to say about it?
Type nyo lang yung mga thoughts regarding this TikTok challenge dito lang po sa chat box. Ano po masasabi nyo regarding this viral It Really Hurts? Why use all girls daw, sabi ni Luke Walter Ceballos. Ayan. Why use all girls? Use women again as sex object. Shocking. What has our society become? Ayan.
Okay. So, ayan, no, maraming lumalabas na questions. Hindi ko rin po alam ang sagot sa mga question na yun, no? So, una, bakit puro girls lang? Totoo, no? Why is that? And I'm sure that was a deliberate decision, no? Pero tatanungin mo, bakit girls lang yung ginamit nila? Bakit? Ano ang connection, no? Nung pagsasayaw doon sa mensahe? Wala rin. Tapos, bakit maiksing damit? Kasi babae din, di ba? Kung lalaki yan, hindi naman mag-skirt yan, no? So, but there's also a reason why maiksi yung damit, to get the attention, di ba? So, that's an example, no? Pero they took it out naman in fairness to LTO nung nagkaroon ng public outrage. No, but then you also get to ask that question, bakit kailangan dumating doon sa point, no, na mag-e-express ng public outrage and outcry for us before we we correct yung mga ganitong klaseng communication mistakes. Diba? Dapat sana kung meron tayong sensitivity, we know what not to do pagdating sa mga ganito, because a lot of there's a very high expectation, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga government communicators, di ba? So kaya malaki din yung backlash pag may mga ganyang nangyayari. Parang wala sa lugar yung pagiging sensitibo. And I don't know what, pwede naman hawak kamay, baka pa. Hindi ko rin po alam. Okay. Ayan, sige, next slide tayo. Like I said, no, this was called out by various, I think, no, groups that including the PCW. Okay. So, meron ding kasi let's go to the topic of violence against women. Of course, this is a very sensitive topic. Kaya, bukod doon sa mga standards of portrayal or yung mga tips, no, tungkol sa portrayal, there's also a set of considerations, no, when discussing violence against women. So, unang-una, of course, we have to preserve the dignity of the victim survivor. Pabalik tayo sa dignidad niya kasi she was unfortunately subjected to violence na nga. So, ang gagawin natin through our communication, what we can do is to make the person whole again, diba? By preserving the dignity. We also need to act with their best interest in mind. And this include ano kayang mga types of information ang pwede kong sabihin, no? baka it's not going to be in their best interest if I disclose this bit of information. Siyempre, yung private information, hindi pwede, no? Lalong-lalo na yung identifying information. But other bits of information, you have to be careful kasi it might not be in their best interest. We also need to respect their agency. Na pag sinabi natin respect their agency, anong ibig sabihin nun? May reason, the reason that that have an impact on the decision of the woman's decision. So, kasi maraming ganyan eh, di ba? May mga expectations tayo, oh, binubugbog ka pala, bakit hindi ka na lang umalis, no? And those expectations may come out in our communication. No? Kahit na interperson, kunyari nakakipag-usap tayo sa isang victim survivor, do we ask that question? Hindi, no? Kasi that is disrespectful of their agency. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin, hindi natin pwedeng ipalit yung ating discretion niya, no? And expect na pareho tayong mag-isip kasi magkaiba tayo ng pinagdadaanan. Diba? So the only thing that we can do is to give them information and strive to empower them so that they can get out of the situation, they can make that decision. So pero when we communicate, no, hindi dapat na sinasabi na disrespect yung kanilang agency, yung kanilang pagpapasya. Okay, so kailangan din, no, yung story ng survival nila ay mas mananaig kaysa sa story ng victimization. See, bakit, no? Kasi there might be women who are similarly situated na makakabasa or makakapanood nung material na yon, no, yung communication material or yung makakausap mo. And they will find empowerment. Okay, so sige lang po, keep the conversation going in the chat box. So, kailangan nila ng message of empowerment, diba? At mas maganda na makikita nila ito sa mga communication materials that they will have access to, no? So, because that will help them get out of the situation. Ano yung mga practical tips, no, when it comes to discussing vow? Siyempre, we need to protect the image and identity of the victim survivor. Avoid victim blaming, no? May mga ganyan pa rin, no? Nasa 2022 na po tayo at hindi na uso yung sinasabi na kaya ka naman pala na rape, no? Kaya ka naman pala sexually harassed ay dahil ganyan ka magdamit, no? At dahil kaya ka pala na bugbog ng asawa mo kasi madaldal ka, no? Talak ka ng talak. So, anong ginagawa natin? Tinatanggal natin yung accountability dun sa tao na nag-perpetuate ng violence, no, at nililipat natin dun sa biktima. And when that happens, no, anong nangyayari, no? Nagkakaroon ng excuse yung perpetrator. And we have to remember, no, na kaya may violence, no, kaya may gender-based violence ay hindi dahil may biktima, kundi dahil the perpetrator made that decision, no, to violate another person's human rights and human dignity. So dapat dun tayo nakafocus, no. And blaming the victim takes our focus away from that deliberate decision. Okay? So do not degrade the image of the victim survivor. No, hindi rin natin sasabihin na, ito kaya na, kunyari, siya ay na-rape kasi ganito naman yung ugali niya, no? So paragi naman siyang nakikitang may mga kasama, mga ganyan. No? So it's degrading to the image of the victim survivor and takes away the attention from, you know, the story itself, no, of victimization and survival. So do not promote, incite or glamorize violence. No, I don't know kung meron akong mga kabatch dito, I'm sure meron. There's an era in Philippine cinema, yung naaalala niyo na maraming mga massacre movies, diba? And then most of these massacre movies, sino yung biktima? Puro mga babae na sinapsap, na pinatay, ni-rape, no? So, anong nangyayari doon sa mga movies na yun? They're glamorizing violence, no? Kasi pinoportray siya in to a very wide audience, no? Masyadong malaki yung reach, and then, of course, may cinematic, no? Elements pa to the story. So, what it does is that it might be promoting inciting, but it definitely is glamorizing violence. Yan. So, kaakibat nito yung, of course, yung also the expectation to not sensationalize violence. Hindi natin siya pwedeng gawing isang sensation, no? Na nakaka-excite na storya, ganyan. At the same time, hindi rin naman pwedeng baliwalain, no? We can't make light of it because violence is a serious offense. So dapat we have to find the strike a balance between the two. And then finally, no, it always is recommended to find an empowering angle para naman hindi mapapako sa victimization, no, yung victim survivor. At para rin naman magkaroon ng benefit, no, to those women who are similarly situated at naghahanap ng encouragement, no, to exercise their agency and to get out of their situation. Okay, next slide. So meron po tayong i-play na video for everyone. So just to basically illustrate what we mean when we say yung empowering angle when discussing violence against women. Pero mag-trigger warning po muna tayo. So the video is going to be about rape, incest, sexual abuse. So those who might be triggered may want to step out muna. It's a few minutes lang naman. No, and come back after the video. Sige po. Go ahead po.
I was 10. Sinimulan akong abusuhin ng aking ama. I was sexually abused and raped by my dad. I was 10 when it started. Hiwalay na sila ng room ni mom. So, tatawagin niya ako, kunyari, papagalitan niya ako. And then, doon mangyari yung abuse. It went on for years. Ang dami kong takot ng mga panahon na yun na iniisip ko, pag nagsumbong ako, what now? Anong mangyayari? Ayokong tumigil sa pag-aaral. Inisip ko maglayas. Pero saan ako pupunta? Paano ko buhayin ang sarili ko? Inisip ko magpakamatay. Pero sabi ko, masakit siya. Maraming mapasok sa isip ko at that time. But I kept on praying and I kept on praying na, Lord, hindi ko na iintindihan bakit ito nangyayari sa akin. But I believe and I understand na things happen for a reason. So, like, oh Lord, if you will use my past for me to be able to help others, just help me go through everything. Hindi mo talaga maisip na something was going on. So yeah, I was a good student. I was the captain of our volleyball team. I was part of the batch paper. Hindi siya naka-affect at all. And then, so nagsumuko sa ate ko. And my sister said at that time, gusto niya na sabihin kay mom. Pero sabi ko, hindi, wag muna. Sabi niya, sige, pero pag nangyari yan ulit, magsusumbong na ako. True enough, after a week, something did happen. Yun, nagka-confrontation na sa bahay, nagkagulo na. Hinampas ng kuya ko yung tatay ko ng crutches, duguan sa, may mga ganun eksena. Instead of going to the hospital, we went to a lawyer friend. Nag-consult na kami doon sa lawyer. And at that point, he asked me, do you want to file a case? I said, yes. Walang pag-aalinlangan. I said, yes. Nung panahon na yun, may death penalty pa. Okay? So, he asked again, okay, pag nag-file tayo ng case, alam mo ba kung ano yung magiging parusa nun? Kamatayan ko. Opo. Okay lang sa'yo. Opo. I filed 10 cases, 1 count of rape and 9 counts of acts of lasciviousness. All guilty. 1 death sentence and the other life sentences. Ay, ang grabe iyak ko nung sinabi ng judge na guilty, ganyan. Ang laki ng relief nung sinabi ng judge na guilty and natapos ang case. Pero hanggat nung kahuli-hulihan, hindi niya inamin. The first time I realized na may purpose yung nangyari sa akin is when I joined Women's Desk. Nag-rescue kami ng abused women. Malaking tulong sa akin na nakaka-relate ako dun sa victim. Masaya ako na nakatulong ako dun sa mga victims like me. Kasi kailangan malaman ng mga tao na nangyayari ito at may pwede silang gawin about it. Tinatanong nila ako bakit ako nagkaso pa, tatay mo yan, ba't hindi mo nalang patawarin? Iba yung pagpapatawad eh. pero kailangan pa rin mag-suffer sa consequences. Yes, napatawad ko na yung dad ko. Paano mo malalaman? It's difficult to explain. Pero mawawala yung galit sa loob. We went back dun sa shelter kasi nung pinasok before, which is Marilac. And dun kami nag-outreach. We try to help the residents, the victims there, na to get education or skills training man lang. Kasi kailangan nila ng tulong eh. Ang isang biktima, kayang-kayang magwagi sa buhay. Babae kasi.
Ayan. So, kayang-kaya magwagi sa buhay, babae kasi. Sige, let's take a minute siguro no, to process that. Let's go to the chat box kung meron kayong reaction or insights or opinions from the video clip that you saw.
Ayan, sabi ni Vilma, teary-eyed, nice. Tapos sabi ni Donna Marie, ayan, teary-eyed emoji, heart, applause emoji, tapos hug emoji. Tapos sabi ni Yasmin na more of this kind of material, more of the empowering kind of material, content regarding our victim survivors. Tapos ayun, touched. Tapos ayun, strong lady. Ayan. Ayan po. Halos lahat ng mga participants natin na touch po dun sa naging content po regarding our victim survivor. So, ayan.
Okay, thank you. So, hinga lang tayo malalim, no? Kasi medyo yung heavy yung video. Pero again, I think that's the best illustration of how to find an empowering angle. Kasi pagkatapos nung madilim na kabanata ng buhay niya, no? Lahat naman tayo, we felt refreshed after kasi nakita natin how it has empowered her. Okay, so, ayan. So that's portrayal, no? But then again, I said, isa lamang yon sa 4 na standards of gender fair communication. O, punta tayo sa representation. Okay, so ano naman yung sinasabi sa representation? Okay, so when we were working on the gender fair media guidebook, so meron kaming ginawang very simple experiment to illustrate representation. So pag sinabi natin representation, ang core activity dito ay pagbibilang. No? So bibilangin mo kung ilan bang lalaki at babae ang nakikita dito sa isang communication material, for example. O kahit kayo, no, as manonood, no, or nagbabasa ng dyaryo or ng magazine, o ilang babae ba dito versus ilang lalaki ang nakikita ko sa picture? Ilang babae versus ilang lalaki ang nagkukwento ng kanilang storya? Ang kino-quote, no? So, ang naririnig, yan. So, yun yung representation. So, to illustrate our point, no, we conducted this very simple study, no, as part of developing the guidelines. So, yung aming experiment, for 3 consecutive days, we looked at the broadsheets. No? Ilan ang broadsheets at that time? This was 2017. So, at that time, there were 8 broadsheets, no, na lumalabas almost every day, except in Sunday, except pag Sunday 7 lang, kasi wala yung isa. Okay? So, ang ginawa namin, lahat ng broadsheets in the course of 3 days ay inanalyze namin from cover to cover. So we tried to count how many women versus men were seen in photos or featured in stories. We also tried to track how many women versus men were heard as sources of opinions. No? At breaking down yung source of opinion na yon, ilan sa kanila ang babaeng spokesperson versus lalaking spokesperson, experts, no, na lalaki versus babae, at saka vox pop or layperson. Hindi po layman, no, laypersons, yung hindi specialist, no, na nakuquote doon sa mga storya. So we looked at that, no, and we also asked the question, ilan namang mga batang babae at batang lalaki ang nakita or naririnig. Okay. So next slide. Ayan. So ito yung result ng day 1. So, bukod sa pagbibilang, we also tried to locate where the women and men were, no, in the broadsheet. Okay. So, in terms of exposure, no, ilan ang babae nakikita versus lalaki nakikita sa photos or stories? Yan, mas maraming lalaki, of course. No, yun doon naman sa voice, no, ilan ang kinuquote as sources of opinion? Mas maraming lalaki. As a spokesperson, mas maraming lalaki. Hanggang sa Vox Pop, mas marami ng lalaki slightly. Okay. So tiningnan din namin across the socio-economic classes, no? Yung mga taong naririnig versus yung mga taong naririnig at nakikita, no? Saan ba sila nagbe-belong, no? Across the socio-economic classes. So yung wealthy, yan, mas marami pa rin slightly yung lalaki. Working class, maraming lalaki. Political elite, of course, no? Kahit sa poor, mas maraming lalaki. So tiningnan na marginalized sector, marami ding lalaki. In fact, nung araw na yun ay lahat ng taga-marginalized sector ay puro lalaki. So we also look at kung saan team sila, no? 'Di ba ang mga broadsheets may sections yan. So we tried to see kung nasaan sila doon sa section na yun. So pagdating sa politics and government, abay siyempre, no, dominated ng lalaki. Economics and business, dominated ng lalaki. Science, tech, sports, general news, pati general news, no, puro lalaki ang nakikita at naririnig. Except, no, ang dominated ng babae ay yung lifestyle and fashion. Siyempre, kasama na dito yung mga ads ng SM, ng mga Rustans, yung mga damit-damit at cosmetics. Okay, so in that space, no, tayo ang nagdo-dominate. Sabi namin, baka naman day one lang yan. Tingnan natin kinabukasan kung ganun din ang magiging resulta. So day 2. Next slide. Ayan. So, yung day 2, ganun pa rin. Okay. Wala nagbago. Mas dumami pa yung kaninang medyo tie, no? So, mas madami pa yung mga kalalakihan. Except sa lifestyle and fashion kung saan mas madami yung babaeng nakikita at naririnig. Okay. So, tingnan natin ulit, no? Next day. Day 3, ganun pa rin. Ang tumaas lang ng representation ay, again, lifestyle section. Okay? Lifestyle and fashion. So what is this telling us, no? Pagdating sa broadsheet, walang espasyo para sa mga babae. No? Walang enough space. Meron naman konti, pero in terms of telling your story, in terms of the platform serving, broadsheet serving as platforms to tell women's stories, no? Kulang na kulang yung espasyo. Sige. So why does balanced representation matters? No, bakit natin pinag-uusapan at ba't tayo nagbibilang at naglo-locate ng mga babae at lalaki sa mga public information and media na nakita natin? It's because media and public information must mirror reality, di ba? So ang mga kababaihan po ay nakarating na rin yan sa buwan, no? Nakarating din sa space, outer space, at sa lahat ng mga iba't iba pang mga sektor ng lipunan. Professions, no? So, yung media dapat sumusunod doon sa realidad na yon. We have to also portray women, no, as having gone through and are thriving in these male-dominated, non-traditional professions and sectors. No? So, most importantly, yung media and public information must also embolden women to tell their stories. Paano ka magkukwento ng istorya mo kung ang espasyo lang na makikita mo o mabibigay sa'yo ay tuwing sa Women's Month lang. So the rest of the year, most of the spaces are reserved for men's stories. Or ganun din, no, yung diverse perspective na binibigay ng mga persons of diverse OGs. No? Dapat yung media natin has to have the space, no? For all these varying stories and diverse stories. Okay, so kasi naman, of course, may sasabihin din naman yung mga kababaihan. No? We have something to say. And yung ating sasabihin comes from, our lived experiences, no, that are very unique to us. And that will enrich the discussions and discourses. Okay, so what we have to say is equally valid and valuable, no? Kasi galing nga ito sa experience natin yung perspective na hindi pinagdadaanan ng ibang kategorya ng tao. And then finally, without women, ano yung nakikita natin? Only half of the story, di ba? So, laging sinasabi that women hold up half of the sky. Okay, pero when it comes to telling their stories, no, ang nakikita lang natin yung the other half of the story because we don't get the opportunity to tell our own stories. Will there be a separate count for members from the LGBTQ? Of course, we ini-encourage natin yung diverse perspectives and diverse stories. Okay, so kasama doon yung mga stories that are coming from persons of diverse zoning. Okay? Sige po. Ayan. So, meron very interesting and simple test na tinatawag na Bechdel test of sexism. I find that this is very helpful para sa pagbubukas ng isip natin, pagiging conscious natin, yung bang mga information, yung bang mga movies, for example, that we consume. No, sila ba ay pumapasa sa representation test, di ba? Are women represented well there? Okay. So yung Bechdel test of sexism was developed by a comic artist named Alison Bechdel. Okay. Gusto niya lang kasi magkaroon ng framework na simple framework for evaluating whether a movie is sexist or not. Okay. And yung sexism doon, I think also relates to representation. Yeah. So meron pang tatlong questions, no, that she asks when she is evaluating a movie. No? So una, does the movie have at least 2 women in it? No? Yung characters na tingnan nyo yung characters ng movie. Meron ba dang at least 2 babae? Okay. Pangalawa, so supposing there are at least 2 women in it, do these women talk to each other? Nag-uusap-usap ba sila? Is there a scene in the movie where they talk to each other? Okay, so supposing they talk to each other, yung third question, ano yung pinag-uusapan nila? Do they talk about anything other than men? Yan. So, kung check ka dyan sa tatlo, ibig sabihin hindi sexist yung movie, no? Pero pag at some point may extra dyan, ibig sabihin, yung movie na ito ay sexist. Next slide. Okay, so ang ginawa nila, no, they applied the test to the Pixar movies that came out from the time they started up to 2014. So, mga 14 to, no, 14 animated movies. Okay. So, and then when they evaluated it, ano ang nakita nila? Out of the 14 movies, animated movies, 4 lang yung nakapasa sa Bechdel test. No? 4 lang yung may at least 2 women in it, tapos talking to each other and talking to each other on matters other than men. Okay, so ano yung significance nito, no? Bakit ito naging wake-up call sa animated movie industry? It's because itong mga movies na to, they are consumed by little girls and boys, diba? Meron akong daughter. Okay. So ito yung mga pinapanood niya. At I think it is disturbing, to me it's disturbing, na pag nanood siya ng mga movies na ginawa para sa kanya, wala siyang character na makikita doon na makaka-relate siya unang-una. Bakit walang kamukha ko, no? Bakit walang babae doon? So pangalawa, kung meron mang babae, hindi niya maririnig yung boses. No? What does that say about women's voices? No? Baka hindi importante kasi hindi naman siya nagsasalita. No? And if indeed they talk, ang pinag-uusapan naman nila ay male-centered topics pa din. Diba? So, yung again, what does that speak about us? Yung voice ng kababaihan ay baka hindi importante. At saka yung storya, no, yung perspective ng mga babae, baka hindi importante kasi hindi naman din sila pinag-uusapan. So, as a result of this, no, marami nang pagbabago din. In fact, the animated movie industry are now very conscious about representation. No? So, for example, may isang movie, I think that was yung Finding Nemo 2, kung saan, because it failed, no, in the representation test, they had to redo it, no, to make sure na lahat na may diversity sa representation doon. Okay, next slide. Yan. So how to achieve balanced representation? Kung tayo ang gagawa ng materials as part of our job or part of in the fulfillment of our jobs or partly, what should we look for or what should we aim for? We have to give equal prominence and frequency to women's and men's stories. So for example, gumagawa ka lang ng newsletter ng inyong agency, no? Sino-sino ba yung nakalagay dyan? Sino-sino yung nakikita dyan? Okay, so dapat equal ang prominence at equal ang frequency. Ibig sabihin, kung nasa harap yung isa, nasa front page, dapat may babae rin sa front page, no? Hindi yung lalaki sa harap tapos nasa likod na bago makalimutan yung babae. No? So, dapat equal prominence and frequency. Ayan. Ensure gender balance between women and men as sources of opinion. So, kung may tatanungin tayo para sa opinion nila, we have to make sure that both women and men are represented. No? So, of course, no, also may value din, of course, yung pagbibigay ng representation in terms of sources of opinion sa mga tao of diverse SOG. Yan. So, ensure gender balance across socio-economic and political classes din. No? Kung tayo ay mag-feature ng mga storya, no, let's aim for giving a voice and giving space to those who are marginalized, no? Yung mga traditionally voiceless, no, at hindi nakikita. No? Let's use our platform to make sure that they also get heard. No? Their stories are seen and heard. Ensure gender balance across teams. No? Nakita naman natin yung resulta ng ating broadsheet experiment, di ba? Kung saan, nasaan lang nakakoncentrate yung mga kababaihan, nasa lifestyle and fashion. So, it's about time that we liberate women from, mga themes like that, and also to liberate men from traditional themes like, war and, conflict, no, yung mga ganyan, business. So, explore tayo, no, and let's help normalize that women and men, yung image ng women and men succeeding and thriving in whatever sector or whatever activity they would like to pursue. And so treat subjects and sources in a parallel manner. So kung may expert ka na babae, the same treatment should be given to her na binibigay mo sa isang expert na lalaki, for example. And then give equal visibility sa mga babae at lalaki. So dapat nakikita sila. Kung may picture yung isa, may picture din dapat yung isa. No, kung may feature yung isa, dapat may feature din, no? May representation pareho. Okay, next slide. Ayan, sige nga tayo. Let's go to the chat box. Sino po ang nakapanood ng That Thing Called Tadhana?
Yan, sa mga na-relate dito sa movie na to, para sa mga heartbroken.
Ayan,
not me daw, sabi ni Donna May, martir.
Not me ang heartbroken ba yan? O not me ang hindi nakapanood? Okay, marami din So for those who baka hindi maalala, ito yung sa umakyat sila ng Sagada. Yes. Yung sumigaw siya sa Mount Kiltepan. Ano nga ba yung sinigaw niya? Nakalimutan ko na. But anyway, sige. So may mga nakapanood, may mga hindi. May nagpunta sa Sagada. Hindi natin alam kung sumigaw din siya sa Mount Kiltepan. Okay, so let's apply the Bechdel test doon sa That Thing Called Tadhana. Does the movie have at least 2 women in it?
Sabi sa ating chat box, no po. Ayan. Sabi ni Gladys, no daw. No
Answer ba yun? Or is that the answer to the first question? Does the movie have women? Baka hindi pa siya napanood.
Sige. So, reiterating the question, does the movie have at least 2 women in it? Ayan. Yes po, yes.
Meron ba?
1 woman lang po. Yes.
Sige. Sino yung isa pa? Na woman? Sige nga. Kasi ako, ang pagkakatanda ko, isa lang, kagaya ni Grace.
Yung director, si Ann Hadone.
That's the movie. Yung nakikita. Okay, sige. So, parang isa lang yan eh. Yung sa airport crew, sige. Pero lang siya, airport crew lang siya. Hindi naman siya, main character, no? Okay, sige. Pangalawang question. Do these women talk to each other?
Sabi sa ating chat box, do these women talk to each other? Kung naalala niyo kung ano nangyari dito sa movie na to, no. Sabi ni Ursina, yes. Ayan. Yes or
Okay,
no daw? No.
Sige,
Puro
baka naman
no.
yung, oo, may yes siguro, baka may interaction yung parang, ano lang, very minor interaction, no? Sige, so, hindi yung talking talaga. Okay. Sige, dun sa mga nag-yes, tingnan natin. Yung third question, do they talk about anything other than men? Than men.
So, sa ating mga participants, do they talk about anything other than men? Ayan. Yes. Yes daw. Ayan. Yes. Do they talk about anything other than men? Context
Yung
ng
mga-
movie, they have parang may heartbreak ata dito si Angelica Panganiban. No. No. Yes. Ano ba?
Sige, hindi. I think yung mga nag-guest doon, baka you're referring to the boarding officer. Of course, that's a female character, pero hindi siya main character. Yung babae parang kapapanood mo lang na meron po yung babae sa restaurant, may tumatawag sa phone. Okay, so nakita ba yung kausap niya sa phone? Sige, so, yeah, but let's look at the extra, pero may main character attitude. Baka po extra, pero may main characters. So, if you look at the main characters nun, basically, no, ang main character, iisa lang. Si Angelica lang yun. No? If ever, kung merong mga extra characters, no, hindi naman sila binibigyan ng airtime masyado na hindi mo na mapapansin yung characters na yun. Okay, so that's that thing called tadhana. Sige, isa pa. Para naman, meron pa rin. Oo, meron pa rin. Pero wala siyang impact dun sa story. Sige, eto. May nakapanood ba ng Through Night and Day? Ito ay pelikula ni Alessandro De Rossi at ni Paolo Contis.
So,
Yes.
sabi ng
Okay.
mga participants natin, yes daw. Yung iba, no po. Pero others said me. Kakaiyak, sabi ni Francis Arroyo. So,
Wag niyong i-reveal yung ending ha. Baka may mga manonood dito. Spoiler kayo. Sige. Punta tayo sa questions ng Bechdel test. Does the movie have at least 2 women in it? Ay, pakibalik po. Does the women have at least 2 does the movie have at least 2 women in it?
sabi ng ating participants, yes. Puro yes
Okay.
daw ang sinagot regarding the question. Meron po, pero sa last part pinakita daw, sabi ni Miguelita Pinos.
Okay.
Meron, but
Okay.
not the reason po. Okay.
Sige. Dito may at least 2 women in it na significant characters, no? We all agree. Do they talk to each other?
Ay, no. Sabi ng mga participants natin, no. Sabi ni Sherry Amorillo, no. Yes daw. Clarinia
Okay.
Aurora San Juan said, don't remember.
Okay, so to refresh your memory, yung babaeng sa ending na pinakita, hindi sila nag-usap, 'di ba? Pero may isang babaeng character doon na hindi sa ending pinakita, yung nanay ni Paolo Contis. At I think at some point nag-usap sila ni Alessandra. Pero punta tayo sa third question. Do they talk about anything other than men? No, so ang pagkaalala ko, ang pinag-usapan nila doon ay si Paolo. So kaya, ex pa rin yun, di ba? Hindi sila lumabas doon sa male character when they talk to each other. Okay? So ayan, no? So I hope mas magiging discriminating tayo pag nanonood tayo ngayon ng pelikula sa Netflix, no? Or sa movie houses. Titignan natin, ano ba to, no? May at least 2 women in it ba? Do they talk to each other and do they talk to each other or about anything other than men? Okay, so that's Through Night and Day. Anong last time? Sige, okay lang. Yung a few weeks ago, no, ang pinanood ko, a few days ago, yung Ngayon Kaya ni who is that sa Netflix? Si
Paolo Avellino at saka si
Paolo Avellino.
Janine Gutierrez. Sana ba natin?
Oo. Paolo Avellino at si Janine Gutierrez. So, syempre, habang nanonood ako, nagbe-Bechdel test of sexism din ako. Kasi for academic purposes yun, no? Kaya ko siya pinanood. So, parang ano din siya, no? Fail din siya. Kasi mayroong at least 2 women, pero hindi significant yung iba eh. Tapos, yung interaction lang nila, wala halos. Parang, incidental lang yung kanilang interaction. But nothing really, substantial. Okay. Ayan. So, may mga examples naman na positive. Tingnan natin, no? Ito yung mga ads from our Philippine Air Force and Philippine Army. So, makikita natin dyan, no? Yung representation ng babae at lalaki. And ito sa Philippine Army, nakita ko, ang pogi ng no? At saka ang ganda ng characters. Yan. So, sana ganyan din mga yung mga standards, no? Baka akalain ng mga tao, ay ganyan pala dapat kagwapo at kagaganda. Anyway, sige, next slide tayo. Salamat sa inyong participation na doon sa ating Bechdel test exercise. Ayan. So now, we're going into the third standard of gender fair communication, which is stereotyping. Okay? So, sige, punta tayo doon syempre bago tayo pumunta sa standard mismo, no, before we discuss kung ano ba yung kailangan nating i-avoid, no, or i-comply with when it comes to stereotyping. We have to go back and revisit, ano ba yung gender stereotyping nga ba? Una sa lahat. Okay, so, when we talk about gender stereotyping, balik tayo sa sa ating GST. This is the practice of ascribing specific attributes, characteristics, or roles distinctly to men and distinctly to women. Okay, so ang sinasabi natin dito, when there is stereotyping, next bullet, ayan, ang assumption natin is that may mga attributes or characteristics that apply to all men. So generality. And these attributes or characteristics apply to men only, no, yung exclusivity. Okay, so ganun din naman sa mga babae, no, may mga characteristics and attitudes sa babae, lahat ng babae ganyan, at babae lang yung ganyan. Okay, so yan yung essence ng gender stereotyping. Sige po, next. Okay, so sige nga, punta tayo sa chat box, no. Let's try to surface lahat ng mga stereotypes na meron tayo. Dugtungan ang sentence na kababae mong tao blank.
Ayan. Dugtungan po natin ang sentence, kababae mong tao laki ng kain mo, ha? Nagyoyosi ka, burara mo. Burara ka. Ayan. Ang ingay-ingay mo. Marites ka. Ayan. Dami naman sumasagot dito sa chat box. Ang bastos mo. Kababae mong tao, nagiinom ka ng alak. Ayan. Di ka marunong magluto. Wow.
Alright. May matapang pa, no? Tapang-tapang mo, kababae mong tao. Bakit ganon? Ibig sabihin, ang stereotype natin sa babae ay hindi matapang, weak. Di ba? So, lahat ng mga sinagot niyo dyan, the opposite of those ay stereotypes ng mga kababaihan. No? So, we have been raised, no, to believe na ito ay mga characteristics that generally apply to women and apply to women only. Okay? So, yun yung stereotype. O sige, yung kabaliktaran naman, gumanti naman tayo mga kababaihan. Naturingan kang lalaki, blank.
Ay. Naturingan kang lalaki, marites ka. Chismoso ka, sabi daw ng isang participant dito. Naturingan kang lalaki, pero maingay ka. Daldal mo. Ayan. Naturingan kang lalaki, tamad ka. Ayan. Ayan. Sabi ng mga naturingan kang lalaki, pero fan ka ng Blackpink, ha?
Grabe naman yon. Oo. Meron pa ako nakita, naturingan kang lalaki, marupok ka. Na para namang yung karupukan ay pang babae lang. I'm sure, no? Wala bang lalaking marupok? Sige, ano pa? Jill, ano pa yung mga nandyan? Present. May umamin.
Naturingan kang lalaki, takot ka sa ipis. Ayan. Naturingan kang lalaki, iyakin ka. Wow, iyakin. Boys can't cry. Ayan. Naturingan kang lalaki, wala kang trabaho. Lalaki lang ba yung walang trabaho? Ayan. Naturingan kang lalaki, takot sa injection.
Okay, ang ganda ng mga lumalabas, no? Takot sa ipis, takot sa injection, tapos may umamin din ng marupok. Yan. So maraming salamat. No, ito naman po ay safe space. Okay, so kaya let's feel free to express ourselves. Okay. Ayan, so lahat 'yon ng dinugtong natin sa sentence na naturingan kang lalaki. The opposite, of course, are stereotypes, no, of men. Okay? So, sige, punta tayo sa next slide. Okay. So, nung ginagawa namin itong Gender Fair Media Guidebook, no, again, pakibalik po, yan. So, meron kami ditong na-discover na isang study, no, that also illustrates yung stereotyping na lagi nating nakikita sa television. Okay. So that study was conducted in 2013. No, ang ginawa ng study na yon ay it looked at the commercials, yung TV commercials that were aired for a period of time during the prime time, yung parang 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock p.m. or 6 o'clock to 10 p.m. So, ang ginawa nila, no, inanalyze nila lahat ng mga commercials that were aired for that period, no, during the prime time sa dalawang channels, yung dating ABS-CBN at saka yung GMA7. So, and then they looked at the primary characters, no, and they tried to analyze kung ano ba yung setting, kung saan sila nakikita, ano yung death degree, at ano yung product categories ng commercial where they are seen. So, representation muna tayo, no, binilang nila. So, they were able to track 254 primary characters. Okay? So, dun sa 254, 58.3% were females and only 41.7% were males. Okay, so, mataas naman pala yung representation ng mga babae pagdating sa commercials. Pero, without the cosmetics and toiletries ads, tanggalin mo yon, ang nangyayari, ma-equalize yung number. So, ibig sabihin, yung angat pala ng mga kababaihan is because, no, of the cosmetics and toiletries ads. Okay, so tinignan yung setting. Saan naman nakikita yung mga babae at lalaki in these ads? Of course, they found that there were more males in workplace set ads. Okay, so 17.9% of males were in workplaces and only 7.4% of the females were in workplace. Okay, so nakikita mo na agad, no, kung ano yung woman's place at saka yung men's place, 'di ba? Yung paghati ng private sphere, no, ng mga kababaihan saka public sphere ng mga kalalakihan, okay? So, and that messaging is strengthened by yung females naman in the home setting. So they found that 45.9%, no, of females were in the home setting, no, nasa bahay yung commercial, versus only 24.5%, no, na nasa bahay ng mga lalaki. Okay? Ayan. So, di ko alam kung dun sa 24.5% makakasama pa dun si Mr. Clean, no? So, dress degree naman. So, tinignan din nila kung ilan sa mga babae versus sa mga lalaki ang fully dressed at saka suggestively dressed. Okay? So, and they found that there were more males than females that were fully dressed. So, ibig sabihin, 88.7% of the males ay lumalabas sa commercial na hindi kailangang maghubad. Okay? Versus only 44.6% na females na lumalabas sa sa commercial na hindi kailangang maghubad. Okay? So, ano naman yung suggestively dressed? What are the numbers? Okay, 52.7% of females who appear in commercials had to be suggestively dressed versus only 6.6% of males, no, na kinakailangang mag-suggestively dressed to be featured in commercials. So it tells us a lot about the expectations of the industry, no, na magkaiba sa babae at lalaki. So kung ayaw mo maghubad, there are less chances for women to get in commercials than men. No? So paano ka magkakaroon ng more chances of winning? Kailangan ready ka maghubad, mag-suggestively dress. Okay? So product categories. There were more males than females in cosmetics and toiletries ads. Sabi nga natin, no? Ito yung difference eh. What makes the difference? So 33.1% ng mga babaeng primary characters were featured in cosmetics and toiletries. So cosmetics pang paganda at toiletries pang linis ng bahay. So kita natin, no, yung stereotypes that are attached to the gender roles of females. And then yung males naman, there were more males than females in ads for pharmaceutical and health products. So, tinitingnan nila na ang image ng health, vitality, so well-being ay mga kalalakihan. Okay, next slide. Okay, so let's look at some examples ng stereotyping that we may be seeing everywhere, no? Pero hindi tayo conscious. Example, this is a family church series na Giordano. So nakikita natin the characters in the ad are wearing their gender roles, diba? Work, cook, try, and play. Sige, iba pa. Let's look at other examples. Ayan, even in communication din yung hindi ba, yung mga modules na kino-consume ng ating mga kabataan. That's also communication. No? And I think this one, I always show this to illustrate kung gaano kalalim yung problema natin. Diba? If we are showing this to our kids, no, image of nanay. Si nanay washed the clothes yesterday. Today she's washing the clothes. Tomorrow she's going to wash the clothes because every day she washes the clothes. Na pagkatapos niya mag-wash ng clothes, na naman ay magluluto. Ganun araw-araw. Hindi ba? So that's stereotyping, no? Pinapakita natin at piniperpetuate yung gender role stereotypes. And that has an impact on in reality, no? May impact yan sa ating sa benefits, no, sa pag-distribute ng benefits sa babae at lalaki, yung access to opportunities and the benefits of development. So saan niya nakikita? Another I think an illustration is this study by the PIDS, yung Philippine Institute for Development Studies. This is a 2019 study, no? So tinignan nila kung magkano ang contribution ng mga babae sa paid work. Ibig sabihin, lahat ng mga tinrabaho natin for which we earn money or income. So, ilan dito ang how much of this was contributed by women? So, they found that 40% ang contribution ng women sa paid work. Sa sinweldohan natin. Pero ano ang nangyari sa unpaid work? No? So, if you put value on the unpaid work, ito yung kagaya ng pagwawash ng clothes at pagluluto, pag-aalaga ng may sakit, no, pagbabantay sa mga nag-o-online class na mga anak, yan. So, that would amount to 2.5 trillion pesos. And out of this unpaid work, no, only women contributed 76%. Napakalaki, no? Nitong responsibility natin. At alam ko na hindi tamang math yun, pero kung i-add mo ang 40% at 76%, that's more than 100%. So sabi ko nga, baka ito yung sagot sa tanong na tinatanong natin every time makikita natin yung ating paycheck, payslip. Ano yung tanong na yun? Ang dami kong, bakit ito lang yung sweldo ko, pero parang pagod na pagod ako, diba? Kasi pala marami tayong ginagawa. 76%, no? ang ating ambag doon sa mga trabahong hindi binabayaran. Okay? So, next slide. Another example, no, from the academic institutions. Ito naman, no, how is bata pa lang talaga tinuturo na even the toys, no, are attached to stereotypes, no. Anong sabi sa instruction? Bilugan ang mga laruang pangbabae at ikahon naman ang laruang panlalaki. Yan. So yung batang sasagot, siguro nakarinig siya, no, habang nag-GST yung nanay or tatay niya, narinig niya. So alam niya na pang lalaki at pang babae, lahat daw po. Ginawa niya, lahat ng toys ay anong ginawa niya? Binilugan at ikinahon. Very good, no? So dapat turuan niya yung teacher na gumawa ng kaninang module. Ayan. Next. Ayan. So the other examples of stereotyping. This one is an ad for sa Britain to, the National Health Services ng Britain. So, ano message na? Huwag kang, mag-quit smoking. No, the benefits of quit smoking. Pag lalaki though, whoa, I just ran my first 10 kilometers. No? So, amazing things happen when you quit smoking. Pag babae naman, oh my God, your skin looks fantastic. Diba? So, stereotype ng babae, yung, physical appearance, vanity, ganyan. Okay, next, another example. Ayan. Pagtatapon ng basura, bring your litter, it's the smart thing to do pag lalaki. Pag babae, it's a pretty quick thing to do. So nakita natin yung difference, no, how they treat, yung differential treatment. No? Next. Okay, so this is taken from a page of a magazine. Ito ay print ad ng Sofitel, Breakfast in Brisbane. Tingnan natin kung ano ang binabasa ng lalaki. Financial review. Ang binabasa ng babae ay Chanel catalog. No? So kaya naman maraming babae sa lifestyle and fashion kasi nakakabit pa rin doon yung stereotype natin. Although alam natin na marami ding babae na nagbabasa ng financial review, no? Because there are women entrepreneurs that are thriving in the industry. Next. Yeah. So meron namang nangyayari, no? This is what we call femvertising. So ang Finos Media defines femvertising as, syempre ang longer version ito, female advertising. It's advertising that employs pro-female talent. Yung messages and imagery is also empowering for women and girls. No? So ito daw ay nagsimula noong 2004 with Dove's Real Beauty Campaign. Kung natatandaan niyo yung Real Beauty Campaign, ito yung pinapakita na iba't iba yung itsura ng beauty, no? At hindi siya yung itsura ng models na nakikita natin on the covers of magazines. So dito sa Pilipinas, yung standout example, yung Whip It campaign ng Pantene. Ito naman, it aimed to destroy the labels, no? So kasi pinakita doon, for example, pagka yung lalaki ay committed, no, career-oriented siya, sabi sa kanya, career-oriented, no? Nag-aano siya ng staying up late, no, to finish his work, career-oriented siya. Pero pag babae, na ganun din, ang ginagawa, selfish siya, no? Kasi hindi niya iniisip yung pamilya niya. Dapat umuwi na siya at nag-aalaga na siya ng bata. No? Yung mga ganong pagkakaiba, no? Because of labels that are gender-based. Yan. So, ang problema though, yung femvertising has stayed on the internet only. No? Paano naman yung mga walang access sa internet? No, na kailangan ng message the most. They are the ones who need the message of empowerment the most. So kaya challenge dito sa atin in our personal communication or in the platforms that we have access to. No, paano natin mapapalaganap yung pro-female at empowering, no, or diversity, messages of diversity, messages that empower women, girls, and other marginalized and vulnerable sectors. Yan. So, what can we do about stereotyping? Ano yung mga pwede natin gawin? We have to liberate women and men from rigid standards. No, iwasan ang mga storya that present stereotypical images of women and men. No? So, wag magbibigay ng sexist statements tungkol sa mga roles at characteristics ng mga kababaihan at kalalakihan. And if we can, no, or kung kasama ito sa ating work or responsibilities, avoid associating women and men strictly and exclusively with products or service category. So, example, yung One Wash campaign ng Ariel. Ito ay ang objective nito ay para tanggalin yung notion na nakakabawas na sa pagkalalaki yung paglalaba, no? So the aim was to make it a masculine thing, no? Okay lang 'yon, no, na maglaba si Juan. Wala naman yang kaso, no? So next. Okay, so we also need to challenge stereotypes and gender roles, no? So una, where we can, no, we have to normalize or contribute to the normalization of the image of women and men doing whatever they want to do, no? Breaking out of traditional gender roles or gender-based professions, no? So we need to portray women and men in a wide range of roles, no? More than mothers, ang mga babae ay decision makers and providers. they significantly contribute, no, across all activities and levels. And then we need to give equal importance to tasks that are associated with women. Kagaya ng care work, no, hindi mo dapat yan i-devalue. And most importantly, we show both women and men performing these tasks. No, emphasize also that emphasizing gender equality and non-stereotype gender roles of men and women. So yung ano nga natin, no, that this points to the need to normalize, no, na ang paglalaba, ang gawaing bahay ay pwedeng gawin ng lalaki. Ang mga kababaihan naman ay pwedeng maging breadwinner, no, pwedeng mag-pursue ng careers that they want to, and both of them can do anything else in between. Yan. So emphasize women's speaking abilities and men's nurturing abilities as well. Sige, next. Okay, because, di ba, if she can do it, he can do it also, and vice versa. Okay. Yeah, so we also need to present an inclusive image of the family. No, nung ako ay nag-aaral pa, meron lang dalawang types of family, di ba? Yung nuclear at extended. Alam ko yung nuclear, may nanay, tatay, may anak. No? Yung extended, may lola, may tita, may pinsan, may whoever it is. No? Pero ngayon, lumalawak na rin yung types and structures ng pamilya. Meron kang single parent family, meron kang same-sex family, meron kang adoptive family, di ba? So, hindi naman porke hindi sila nag-fit doon sa stereotypical na structure ng family, does that make them less of a family? Hindi naman, hindi ba? What makes a family is the relationship. So, kaya we need to present, no, that there is actually a diverse set of family structures. Leave space for single parents and extended families without prejudice to adoptive relationships, no? Pagdating din sa mga topics, no, like family planning, reproductive rights, welfare, health of the mother and child, upbringing of children, no, kailangan din ina-normalize natin na babae at lalaki ay pwedeng mag-diskusyon tungkol sa mga ito, di ba? So these are matters that are addressed to both women and men. Okay. So sino nga ito? Next slide. Now we're talking about family structures. Okay. Next slide po. Ayan. So, sa mga, malapit na po tayong mag-break. Sige po. So, sa mga sa ating mga kabatch dyan, sino po yan? Yan ay, of course, no, kitang-kita ang ating mga kabatch dito. Yan ang John and Marcia. Bakit ko yan pinakita? Kasi that's the stereotypical family structure, no, na alam natin. May nanay, may tatay, may mga anak, may biyenan na pakailamera, no, at may side character. So, yan, the Porontong family, of course, no. So, maraming mga pamilya na hindi ganito yung structure. So, what we want to do is to make spaces for them to acknowledge that they are also families. Okay? Sige, next slide. Okay, so your thoughts, no? Ito ay isang sign from MMDA. Sabi niya, this is supposed to promote yung benefits of not smoking. No? Respect the sign, sabi, kasi may no smoking sign doon. And then may tagline siya, be the stronger sex, say your mind. Okay. So ano yan? Ibig sabihin yan. What are your thoughts about it? Yeah, 2 minutes.
Yan, sa ating mga participants, you can lay down your thoughts regarding this controversial ad of the MMDAs. So, lalaki lang nag-smoke. Sabi ni Walter, stronger sex. Ayan.
May question, no? Question mark.
May question mark. Sabi ni Dia Concepcion Villanueva, it shouldn't be war of the sexes. Tapos sabi ni Anne Margaret Balog, indicated na women are inherently the weaker sex. And then sabi ni Iris Jennifer Paris, stereotyping. Tapos Anthony Alcover, bad breath yung guy, hehe. Ayan. Si Christopher Dumlao, sorry. And then, sabi Maria Lourdes Mirabete, means that you should respect the health of the one not smoking. Ayun.
Correct. So, for all those reasons, no, you're all correct na mali. There's something wrong with this ad. Okay, so next, Okay, ayan. I think we're ready to take a break no at this point. Pagbalik po natin, pag-aaralan naman natin yung language as part of the standards of gender fair communication. We're now at the last part of our discussion, yung language. Sige po, next slide. Okay, so what is it with words? Lagi ko tong na-encounter tong question na to. Bakit pa kailangan pag-usapan yun mga salita-salita lang naman yan, no? It doesn't have as much impact no as the other more substantial topics no pagdating sa gender in development. Sige. Importante po yung words no for several reasons. Una-una, it articulates consciousness. Kung ano yung mga nasa isipan natin no hindi natin yan mapapahayag kung walang language no if there is no language that we can use no to express what's in our minds, di ba? Ang mga bata, di ba, what are the first words that they learn to speak? Ito yung mga words that will communicate the very basic needs, di ba? Yung need sa, kunyari, sa milk, no? Or sa nanay, yung warmth ng nanay, sa comfort, yun. So, and as we grow older, syempre mas nagiging complex yung ating thoughts. So, there has to be a word for everything that we experience. No? Otherwise, hindi natin ma-articulate kung ano yung nasa sa loobin natin. No? So, let's go to the next reason why. Let's skip po that slide. Next slide po. Yan. Language also reflects culture. No, anong ibig sabihin nun? Pag nagsasalita tayo, yung cultural meanings and values natin ay we transmit it through the words that we use or through the language that we speak. No? As a result, kung ikaw ay nagko-communicate at naka-embed doon ang stereotypes, for example, or mga gender inequalities that we have been accustomed to as part of this culture. Ibig sabihin no, nakaka-contribute tayo sa pag-perpetuate nitong mga inequalities and stereotypes na ito. So, example ng language reflecting culture, di ba? Pag sinabi mong dalagang Pilipina, so anong ibig sabihin yan? Sige nga, let's go to the chat box very quickly. Ang dalagang Pilipina ay?
Ayan. Sabi ni Vilma, ang dalagang Pilipina ay mahinhin. Sabi ni Rosalet, conservative. Puro conservative, mahinhin, refined, modest, maparaan. Sabi naman ni Raymond, simple. Julie, simple. Sabi ni Grace Obenza, empowered.
Okay, so sorry. Pare-pareho, no? At saka what is exciting or interesting about this is that pare-pareho rin tayo ng pag-iintindi, no? Understanding kung ano yung dalagang Pilipina. Bakit? Because we're part of the same culture. No? So kapag sabi mong dalagang Pilipina, alam mo na yon na may gender expectations yun that are culture-based no? Pag sinabi mong dalagang Pilipina. Pero again, di ba sabi natin, pag gender, it's a social construct, kaya nagbabago rin. So kaya, kanina pinakita ko yung picture ni Mimia, di ba? Kasi I just found out recently na yun na pala yung dalagang Pilipina ngayon. It has changed. So baka yung mga sumagot dito, hindi pa alam yun, no? Ang ibig sabihin na ngayon nun ay yung posing ni Mimia. Okay, so next slide. What else, no? What is it with words? Language also, next slide please. Ayan, affect socialization. Pinag-usapan na rin natin to kanina, no? Nalalaman natin yung norms or yung gender expectations ng society or group that we are in through the language that is used on us, no? Ginagamitan ng lengguwahe para ipaintindi sa atin kung ano yung gender expectations. No? So kaya naman, no, pag sinabi mo sa bata na, ba't ka umiiyak? No? Man up, ibig sabihin nun, no? Binibigay, sa pamamagitan ng language, binibigay mo sa kanya o kino-communicate mo sa kanya kung ano yung expectation bilang lalaki. No? Ayan. So, for those reasons, it is important to look at language. So, kaya naman, next slide. Ayan. Example pa, no, nung language affecting socialization. Kahit na tayo ay matatanda na, no, may mga instances pa rin that we get called out kung hindi tayo nagpe-perform according to what is expected of us. No, as males and females, nasasabihan tayo ng magpakalalaki ka, diba? So, in the first place, ano nga ba yung ibig sabihin ng magpakalalaki? I'm sure, no, pag in-unpack natin yan, pare-pareho din yung definition natin ng pagpapakalalaki, but because that's also culture-based. Sige, next. Ayan, another example, no? Anong trabaho mo? Paano kung nakakarinig nito ay isang batang lalaki at isang batang babae? Tapos yung homemaker naman, ang sagot niya, wala akong trabaho, housewife lang ako. No, so ano yung kino-communicate niya through that answer? No, ang maiintindihan ng babae at lalaki na bata is that wala palang value yung pagiging housewife. No? Yung una yun, no? Pangalawa, babae lang pala yung gumagawa ng ganong mga responsibility. Diba? So, there's a lot of yung cultural values at yung expectations, no? Then the expectations that is communicated in the word lang. Right? Yeah, sige. Next slide. Okay, so what is sexism in language? Alam na natin yung importansya ng discussion about language. Paano natin ngayon i-define yung problema, no? Yung issues regarding language. Okay, balik tayo dun sa gender-based discrimination. Di ba sabi natin, may distinction, exclusion, or restriction. So, ng isang tao or category ng tao and the basis is the sex of the person and sometimes the SOGIESC of the person. And the purpose and effect of this gender-based discrimination, this action, is that the person subjected to discrimination is denied the equal exercise of human rights and fundamental freedoms. So ngayon, paano natin ikakabit itong konsepto na to sa language, no? Ayan. So what is sexism in language? Pag sinabi mo, you're using sexist language, yung language na ginagamit mo is devaluing members of a sex or a person or categories of diverse SOGIESC. At dahil may devaluation, di ba, natutunan natin that dignity, the value of the human person is inherent. No? So pagka gumamit ka ng language that removes value, devalues that person, ibig sabihin, the result is that may inequality na kasi tinanggalan mo ng value, binawasan mo ng value yung isa. No? So kaya nagkakaroon ng inequality. Okay, next. Ayan. So why is sexism in language considered gender-based discrimination? O, paano mo pagkakabatin yung dalawang konsepto ng gender-based discrimination at yung sexism in language? Kasi yung sexism in language, if you use sexist language, anong nangyayari? May members of one sex or category of people na nagiging invisible, no? Or kahit visible sila, nati-trivialize sila, no? Natatanggalan sila ng halaga. And then, it also perpetuates notions of male supremacy. Alam naman natin na at any point that there is a supreme category, there's inequality. Diba? Kasi nga, dapat pantay-pantay. And it also promotes gender role stereotyping. We talked about stereotyping at length kanina. Sige, let's move to the kinds of sexist language. No? I'm sure many of you have already gone through gender fair language. So, baka review na lang din to. So, una, language that excludes members of one sex or gender or renders them invisible, no? Nawawala or, ayan, hindi natin makita because kasi na-exclude sila. Ano yung example nito? The first one is your generic man. No? Sige, let's go to the chat box and fill in the blanks. Blank does not live by bread alone. Okay, man. Next. Sige, ayan. Blanco had no sin, cast the first stone.
He, ayan, sabi ng mga participants natin, he who has no sin cast the first stone.
Yung iba kino-correct na, no? Okay. Sige, next. Next slide. Okay. One small step for blank, one giant leap for blank.
So one small step for blank. Ayan, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind ang sagot ng ating participants dito sa chat box.
Okay, sige. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to the problem of the generic man. No? So anong problema dito? No? When you say generic man, yung terms naman at yung other male terms, kagaya ng father, no? Kagaya ng brother, master, ginagamit sila to subsume all humanity. Sabihin, kasama din ng lalaki, yung babae, at saka persons of diverse SOGIESC. Basta sinabi mo man. No? So it's used in the generic sense. So what is the problem there? May tatlong problema doon. Una, on a practical note, no, it can lead to confusion. No? Kasi yung man literally refers to an adult male. So baka yung nakakabasa sa'yo, hindi alam na, ano ba, are you referring to an adult male or are you referring to humanity in general? So kaya may confusion, no? It could lead to confusion. So pangalawa, syempre there's inequality. Why? Because the male term is used as a representative term for all of humanity. Pero pwede bang magamit yung babae to represent all of humanity? Hindi, di ba? So hindi equal yung treatment sa kanila. So there is inequality. Meron ding othering, no? So, yan ang ibig sabihin ng othering. Yung man represents the entire universe, no? The universe of human beings. Pero, yung hindi nakikita, yung mga kababaihan and persons of diversity, nagiging other sila because they are not part of this universe. Kaya pag sinabing para ka namang others, anong ibig sabihin, no? Parang hindi ka nagbe-belong to the group, no? You're acting as though you're not part of this group. So, ganun din yung effect nung paggamit ng na generic man. Sige, next slide. Okay, so some examples of the use of the generic man. Sabi ni Albert Einstein, try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value. Yan. So next example, sabi ni William Shakespeare, a fool thinks himself to be wise, but a wise man knows himself to be a fool. Okay, next. Ayan, sabi ni Publius Tyrus, man's life is short and therefore an honorable death is his immortality. Sabi. Okay, nasaan yung mga babae dyan? Wala, no? In fairness kasi, nung mga time na yon, puro mga lalaki lang naman ang nasa public sphere at nakakapagsalita. Pero that has to change, di ba? Yeah. And because reality is also changing. Sige, so what are we going to do? Avoid the use of the generic masculine. So ano yung alternatives, no? We need to replace the word man with specific nouns or verbs that say explicitly what you want to do. So for example, lagi ko pa rin itong narinig, manpower. No, palitan mo na yan ng labor, human resources, or personnel. And you can also use gender-neutral terms, no? Nouns or terms that encompass both man and woman, kagaya ng humanity instead of saying mankind. Tapos, in general statements, you can also add women. Pero, ito ay nagbabago na rin yung level of acceptability nito nung just add women. Kasi, of course, there are persons of diversity that don't subscribe to the binary categories. Okay, so, ngayon, no, ang mas acceptable na alternative is to use gender-neutral terms rather than just adding women. Okay? So, next. Ayan. So, other examples, no, to the alternatives to generic masculine. Ano pa yung palagi kong naririnig? Layman. Palagi pa yung naririnig. So, we have to use layperson instead, non-professional, to distinguish them from professional or non-specialist. No, ano pa? Man-made ay synthetic or artificial. Okay? So, man on the street, meron akong in-interview, man on the street. Diba? So, ano rin yun, no? Generic male din yun. So, use average person or ordinary person instead. Next. So, kapatid ng generic man, yung generic he and his. No, ang problema kasi sa English language, there is no gender-neutral singular pronoun. So, kailangan mo talagang mag-decide anong gagamitin ko by default kung hindi ko alam yung sex ng tao or I'm talking about a general thing, no? So, kaya traditionally, ang ginagamit ay he and his, no? To convey in the generic sense. Ayan. So, pero pag ginamit mo, syempre, pareho pa rin yung yung problema. It results in confusion, in inequalities, at saka dun sa othering, no, of the categories that are invisible. Sige, some examples. He who is afraid of asking is ashamed of learning, sabi ng isang Danish proverb. Sabi ni Lao Tse, he who knows he has enough is rich. Ano pa? Ayan. Sabi ni Victor Hugo, he who opens a school door closes the prison. Ang dami, no? Puro he. He who lives in harmony with himself lives in harmony with the universe. Okay, yan. No? So, dami, no? Para yung man, saka yung he, all throughout history, palagi yan. Very rare ang paggamit ng mga female terms in the generic sense. So, ang naiisip ko lang ay yung the frailty of a woman, di ba? Negative pa yan, no? Para ba namang ang mga babae lang ang marurupok? Pero I'm sure hindi, kasi nga kanina may umamin na, di ba? Na lalaking marupok. Okay, so how do we deal with the generic he and his? No? So tingnan natin tong very practical examples. A manager is responsible for his employees. No? So ang problema natin dyan yung his because it is used in the generic sense. Okay, so what can we do to avoid using the gender, the male singular pronoun? We can we can change it into plural form. So managers are responsible for their employees. Okay, so pwede ding tanggalin mo na lang. A manager is responsible for employees. We can also replace with an article. No, sa English language, ano yung mga articles natin? A and the. A manager is responsible for the employees. Pwede mo rin paulit-ulitin yung noun, although it can get repetitive. A manager is a responsible officer. A manager is accountable for employees' actions. You can also use a neutral word like one's. No? A manager is responsible for one's employees. Or use second pronoun, person pronoun. So madaming options. No? If you are a manager, you are responsible for your employees. Or recast in the passive voice. Para maging employees are the responsibility of managers. Yeah, so maraming options no, for avoiding the use of the generic he and his. Next slide. Okay. So, minsan kasi may makikita tayo. Kunyari, a manager is responsible for their employees. Tama ba yun? Is singular naman yung manager. Bakit their bakit plural yung pronoun? No? So, ngayon po, ay acceptable na po yan. I think you can find it in the APA standards, no? Na yung they, them, theirs are used as an alternative to the generic masculine. So, that's not incorrect, no? If you see a singular noun, tapos ang pronoun na kasunod ay they, them, theirs. You can also do that, no? Kasi that's an alternative to using he or she, no? Kasi, di ba, we also acknowledge that there are people who are non-binary. So, yung them, theirs is the gender-neutral alternative to the generic he and his. Okay, next slide. Ayan. So, my terms that end in man but are performed naman by either or both sex, no? So, may mga professions kasi and occupations tayo that have become so associated with the sex, no? That ng tao traditionally performing those occupations. And ano yung effect nun? It discourages, kung hindi man it excludes the other sex, no? Or other categories of people from pursuing the profession. Kasi alam nila by default, ito yung gumagawa niyan eh, no? So, kaya, paano ako papasok dyan? It's not my place. Okay, so, some examples. Next slide. Yan. So, anchorman, cameraman, businessman, di ba? So, ito ay mga traditionally male professions. Okay, but they can be performed by females also. So, what we want to do is to eliminate stereotyping by avoiding terms in titles that refer to sex. So, tatanggalin natin yung association niya with the sex of the person occupying the position, no? Para naman we normalize also that these professions and occupations can be performed by either sex, no, or SOGIESC. So, example, yung policeman ay police officer, kaya lalaki siya or babae. Firefighter, ganun din, no? Yung congressman, representative siya or legislator. Chairperson, ang chairman, babae man o lalaki. Ganun din ang counselor at yung spokesperson. What if hindi naman police officer ang police? Ano kaya ang tawag doon? Police, sige, explore po natin yan mamaya. Baka may sumagot din, no? What if hindi siya police officer? Non-uniformed personnel. Okay, so ayan. Sige, next. Basta police enforcer. Basta ang gist doon is that we disassociate the profession from the sex of the person. Okay, so there's also a problem when we use language to refer to men by default. No, ito, we're not talking about specific words here, but the way we use language to communicate, no, something. Okay, so ang ginagawa natin, we use generic words, pero yung generic words pala dito that na ginagamit natin ay referring to exclusively to men. Okay, so let's see some examples, no, para makita natin. Next slide. Ayan. So these are some examples, no, ng language that used that refer to men by default. So evacuees moved west taking their wives and children with them. So evacuees, generic naman yan, di ba? Wala naman yan, gender neutral naman yan. Pero pala, when you use evacuees dito, you refer to men only because yung the rest of the sentence said, taking their wives and children with them. So, ganun din sa baba, no? Yung second example. Yes, camera operator, videographer. Okay, so, the town fiesta revelers dressed in feathered costumes and accented their faces with dyes. So, gender neutral naman yung town fiesta revelers. But when you look at the next sentence, women too painted their faces. Ibig sabihin pala nun, lalaki lang pala yun, yung town fiesta revelers. So people don't give up power. People is a gender neutral term. But if you look at the second sentence, ayan, you know that by default pala, ginagamit yung people to refer to men. Because they'll give up anything else first, money, home, wife, but not power. Okay. So, teka, pakadalik po. So how do you correct, no? Evacuees moved west, taking their families with them. Period. Town fiesta revelers dressed in feathered costumes and accented their faces with dyes. Period. No, wag mo lang i-distinguish kung babae at lalaki. Pareho lang pala yung ginawa. People don't give up power. They'll give up anything else first. Money, home, spouse instead of wife, but not power. Okay, next slide. Okay, so meron ding language that trivializes women and diminishes their stature. Kanina na-invisibilize. Dito naman nakikita pero diminished yung stature. Sige nga, what is some of the example? Feminine suffixes. No? Sanay tayo naglalagay ng S, N. No? Kapag may female version ng isang male version. Kasi male yung default. So, nilalagyan natin to distinguish S, N. No? So, anong effect nun? Hindi pa pag sinabi mong kitchenette, anong ibig sabihin ng kitchenette? Ito ay maliit na version ng kitchen. Ganon din yun. No? So when you say actress versus actor, when you say comedian, no, aviatrix, usherette, anong ibig sabihin nun? These are anong tawag dyan? Smaller or lesser versions of the default male. No? So it suggests triviality, unimportance, or inferiority dun sa mga kababaihan na go-occupy ng same position. So what do we do now? Ay, balik po, please. Ayan. So, yung actor siya. Ano man ang sex niya. Diba sa FAMAS at saka sa Academy Awards, hindi na ginagamit yung best male actress, best actress saka best actor. Hindi yan ginagamit, no? Ang ginagamit na dyan ay best male actor in a leading role, in a supporting role. Best female actor in a supporting role. Ganyan, no? So, kasi tanggalin natin yung suffixes para pareho sila ng level, pareho sila ng stature. Yan. So, aviator din ang babae at lalaking piloto. Comedian din ang babae at lalaking piloto. Hero din ang babae at lalaking hero at usher din ang babae at lalaking usher. Okay. Next. Yan. Kapatid naman ng S at N ay yung sex-linked modifiers. No? So, ano yung examples nito? Ito yung nilalagyan ng lady, yung doctor, yung lawyer, pilot, yan. No? So, ganun. Bakit kailangan lagyan? Kasi kailangan mo, traditionally, we are used to seeing doctors and lawyers and what other professions na lalaki by default. So, kaya sinasabi mo, ito, babae ito, out of the ordinary to. It also works conversely, no? Kunyari, yung mga professions that are traditionally female, like pagiging secretary o pagiging nurse, di ba? So, nilalagyan mo naman ng male to let your audience know na ito ay, out of the, this is extraordinary, kasi alam ko pag nurse tsaka pagka secretary, babae. No? So, anong gagawin natin? Again, tanggalin na natin yung sex-linked modifiers. No? It does not matter kasi pareho lang naman ang ginagawa niyan. Kay babae yan o kay lalaki. So, we don't want to associate it with a particular sex, no, or gender. Yes, sa English language, no, yung words ay may gender. So, paano naman if it is an important information, piece of information, yung sex of the person? We use male or female instead. Hindi natin gagawin yung lady kasi yung lady, gendered na yun eh. Gendered na yung lady kasi pag sinabi mong ladylike, for example, di ba? May mga gender expectations na yun. So, kaya if we need to communicate the sex of the person, if it's an important bit of information, we use female or male instead, not woman, ay not lady. Kasi yung female and male, yung ano lang yun, it refers to the fact of the sex of the person. Okay, next. Ayan, this is interesting kasi pala ko yung nakikita. For example, even the Inquirer. Okay, so even the Inquirer ay, sige lang po, no, just keep the conversation in the chat box. So even the Inquirer makes this mistake, may drug pusher na babae, kailangan sabihin na sa headline, okay, babae ito kasi it's out of the ordinary. Alam natin lahat, pag pusher, lalaki yan. Pero ito, babae ito. At hindi pa female ang ginagamit, no? Lady pa talaga yung ginagamit. So ano yung impact nito? Mas tumitindi yung stigma dun sa babaeng who is involved in drug pushing kaysa sa stigma na meron pag lalaki yung gumagawa. No? Okay, so next. Language that disparages and marginalizes women. So tingnan natin kung ano yung mga examples nito. Next slide. Okay. So, may mga commonly used terms tayo that represent inherently, representing women as having less worth than men. Ano gagawin natin dito? Because inherent yung devaluation dun sa words mismo or sa terms, let's avoid using them. Meron din naman, through time and usage, ay nagkakaroon ng association with negative connotations kahit na yung male counterparts itong mga words na to ay wala namang negative connotation. So what are these kinds of words that we need to be careful about using? Sige, next slide. Okay. So, sales girls, sales women, bakit ito disparaging? No? Kasi hindi naman bata yung, they're adult women. So, dapat sales women. At saka, ang counterpart nito, salesmen, hindi naman sales boy, di ba? So, another example, yung bachelor girl, spinster old maid. Magkaiba yung treatment ng society natin sa mga babaeng hindi nakapag-asawa at tumanda kaysa sa mga lalaking ganun din, no? So, pag lalaki, napili siguro yan kaya hindi nakapag-asawa. Pag babae naman, ay kasungit yan. No? May mga stigma at may ridicule na din na nakasama. So, paano naman kung ayaw mo lang talaga, you think that marriage is not for you? So, kaya ang alternative doon ay sabihin mo na lang, unmarried women or woman. Minority women, siguro naman wala nang gumagamit nito, no? So, if you want to talk about the ethnicity of the person or the people, you use ethnic women instead. So, homemakers ang ginagamit, kay husband siya o wife, starlet, no? So, sanay tayo na there was an era na pag sinabing starlet, ito yung mga pwede rin salesperson. Opo. So, tama po kayo. Sales girls, an alternative can also be salesperson. Okay. So, starlet, di ba, we are used to, meron tayong pinagdaanan na era na pag sinabing starlet, ito yung mga hindi pa sumisikat or hindi sisikat na mga babaeng, aspiring actor. So, kaya ang alternative dyan to remove the stigma and the association with the sex ay aspiring actor. Okay, next. Meron ding language that fosters unequal gender relations. No? So yung example nito is your lack of parallelism. Okay. So paano nagkakaroon ng lack of parallelism? When you use language that puts one sex or a category of people at an equal footing with the other, syempre nagkakaroon ng gender inequality. No? So, ayan, some examples ng lack of parallelism. Yung term na man and wife. Okay? So, bakit siya hindi parallel? Because man is a standalone noun, pero the wife is attached to a husband. No? So, kaya, ang alternative nun is to refer to them in a parallel manner kung importante yung relationship nila, husband and wife. Men and ladies, no, hindi rin parallel. So, you use men and women. Or kung formal siya, you can use ladies and gentlemen. So pagdating sa title, there has to be parallelism also, no? So kung pareho silang president, no, if a title applies to one person, to both persons, you have to use them, no, regardless of their sex. So President Bush and President Arroyo. So, Martina and Connors, yung isa ay first name basis, yung isa ay last name basis. So, dapat parallel din sila. No, kung if you want to use the first name for all, last name for all, full name for all. Yeah. So, men and girls, no, kung they're all adults, no, you have to refer to them as men and women. Okay, kung hindi naman, you have to refer to them as boys and girls. Minsan, ang recently, no, ang ginagamit ting term ay boy children and girl children. Okay, next. Yeah, so you also need to address men and women uniformly. Kunyari, may sinusulat kang formal correspondence. No? So, hindi ko alam kasi kung babae o lalaki yung mga susulatan ko. So, do you use Mr. or dear sir? Hindi, no? So, instead, you think of a gender-neutral opening statement such as, dear board members, no, or dear council members, yeah, or councilors. Okay? So, hindi ka nag-assume na lalaki yung mabibigyan ng letter. Sige, next slide. Ayan. So, sinabi ko na to kanina, no, when a title is appropriate for both males and females, you have to use them. Okay? So, in letters to unknown person, hindi ko alam kung sinong makakatanggap nito, babae ba o lalaki. You don't use dear sir, gentleman, and assume that the recipient is a male. Ano yung gagawin mo? You look for gender-neutral terms, no, like colleague, editor, or professor, whichever is applicable. Okay. Yeah. So, pagdating sa couples, na dapat may parallelism din. So, traditionally, we were used to hearing or reading na Mr. and Mrs. Ganyan. May ganyan pa kami dating banig sa probinsya. Mr. and Mrs. Noli Liberato. Asan yung nanay ko? Wala, no? So, kasama na siya doon. Siya yung Mrs. Noli Liberato doon. Okay? So, ngayon, no, we acknowledge na yung babae hindi na nagiging subsumed property pag nag-aasawa siya. Nare-retain niya dapat yung kanyang humanity and individuality. So, that, demands respect, no, at saka acknowledgement from everybody. So, you don't say Mr. and Mrs. Manny Pacquiao. You say Mr. and Miss Manny and Jinky Pacquiao, Mr. and Mrs. Pacquiao, Manny and Jinky Pacquiao. Basta hindi nawawala yung babae. No? So, dapat nakikita pa rin siya. Even in work relationships, na may superiority, may hierarchy, may professional hierarchy, you have to still treat them in a parallel manner. So, hindi mo sasabihin na Representative Arcelias and her assistant Girly, but what you say, Representative Arcelias and her assistant Miss Santos. Okay, game. Next. Okay, so this one refers naman to the issue of using terms that call attention to a particular sex. No? Pagka we're referring to concepts, roles, and occupations, no, meron tayong tendency always to include the sex of the person or associated with the sex. So, ano yung problema dito? It calls unnecessary attention to the sex of the subject. Hindi naman kailangan, di ba? Nino-normalize natin na walang gender differentiation. Okay, so, it also makes the unnecessary distinction between women and men, thereby perpetuating stereotypes. Diba? Kasi pag may gender differentiation, sumusunod doon yung pag-perpetuate ng mga stereotypes. Okay, next. Okay, so anong example niyan? Fatherhood. Bakit kailangan paghiwalayin ang motherhood at fatherhood at hindi na lang siya i-refer to parenthood? So ano yung implication nito? Paano kunyari sa solo parent families, di ba? Kung wala ba yung father, kulang na yung pagpapalaki. Hindi naman, di ba? O nag-abroad si mother, no? At si father lang yung naiwan. Kasalanan ba ni mother yon dahil nakulangan yung parenthood, di ba? So hindi naman ganon. Okay, so dapat pareho lang yan. In Tagalog nga I'll skip that na lang, no? Exercise. Diba sa Tagalog, tawag natin dyan, ilaw ng tahanan versus haligi ng tahanan. Pero pagka in-analyze mo yan, in-unpack mo yan, pareho lang yung rules yan. Sabi ko nga you parent the way you are as a parent. At hindi yan natatawag na motherhood to at fatherhood to. No? Ito ay pagiging parent. Okay. So I'll just remove my kasi wala na ang button. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes
Can you
po,
hear
we can hear you.
Okay, sige. So, other examples, ayan, cleaning women, cleaning lady, bakit pa kailangan, ibalik natin, ayan. So, bakit kailangan mong i-communicate no, na babae itong cleaning women at cleaning lady? They're not relevant no, to the activity. So, chambermaid, ganun din. No? Housewife, domestic engineer, ngayon ko lang po yan nalaman na. But with your permission, gagamitin ko nga yan. So, chambermaid ay housekeeper. Okay, next slide. Next slide, yan na yung diniscuss ko kanina. So there's also what we call gender polarization of meanings no, in adjectives. Okay, so anong example dyan? Oh, there's a picture that I'm showing to you. Kung papagpiliin ka doon sa mga verbs, no, doon sa right side of the screen, what do you think? Which word do you think best describes what they are doing? Sila ba ay nag-uusap, nagchichismisan, naghuhuntahan, nagbabahagi, sharing experiences, o nagkukumustahan lang? Okay. Sige, anong answers natin? Puro, maraming B. Okay? So, bakit? Kasi gender polarization yan. Paano kung lalaki yung nag-uusap-usap? Baka our answers might be different. Okay? Kasi nagkaroon na tayo ng gender polarization which is based on our gender stereotypes. Nagmamaritesan. Sige. So, you do realize na yung term na marites ay gender stereotype yan. Di ba? So, may mga lalaking chismoso din. Pero bakit hindi sila represented? Sige, game, next slide. Okay, so meron tayong mga words that have manly and womanly versions, no? So, merong isang there's a character at an attribute pero pagka babae iba yung label, pagka lalaki iba yung label. So what we want to do is to use a generic word that is not associated with gender stereotypes. Sige, let's look for some example. Look at some examples. Yung forcefulness, no, nakukuha niya yung lahat ng gusto niya. Pag lalaki siya, charismatic kasi, makarisma. Pag babae, domineering kasi, dominante. No, hindi pumapayag na hindi makuha yung gusto niya. So, other examples, anger, no? Pagka extreme anger, yung lalaki outraged, no? Pag babae naman, ay hysterical na siya, nagsisisigaw na. Ay, pag interesado, interesting things, pag lalaki, curious kasi. Pag babae, nosy, pakialamera, no? Sige. Next slide. Yan, so an example na, no? Let's man up and end this institutional misogyny, sabi ni Sir. Tapos magsasalita pa lang yung babae, sinabihan na siya na, sweetheart, o hysterical ka na naman, you will get your turn. No? So, sweetheart pa yung sinabi, no? Objectification pa rin yun. At saka, very patronizing. Okay, next slide. Okay, so kasama din dun sa gender polarization, yung womanly and manly at saka feminine and masculine terms, no? Ano bang ibig mo sabihin pag sinabi mong manly at saka womanly? Minsan, isang activity, isang very simple or very neutral activity, kunyari, sa Tagalog, no, lalaking-lalaki siya lumakad, no? Lalaking-lalaki siya tumakbo, babaeng-babae siya umupo. Ano bang ibig sabihin nun, no? Kasi pag hindi mo yun define, ibig sabihin ay you are perpetuating the stereotype ng pagkalalaki at saka pagkababae. So what we want to do, as far as those words are concerned, is to use specific words. No? Ano ba yung ibig mong sabihin? You find that specific word to convey that specific meaning rather than sasabihin mo na babaeng-babae o lalaking-lalaki. Sige, next. Ay, sige, next na. Okay, so there are also terms, no, that have derogatory meanings attached to them, specifically yung mga female versions of the terms. For example, yung master, wala naman yung derogatory meaning, pero yung mistress meron, di ba? Yung host, wala naman yung sexually derogatory meaning. Pero pag ginamit mo yung hostess, baka ma-misunderstood ka, ma-misunderstand ka. Sir and madam, no? Yung madam, iba yung sa Pilipino, madam. Pero yung madam is also a term that is used to refer to a person that procures sexual services for others. Yun. So, yung patron,
Sa Tagalog, yung counterpart yan, matron, no? Or matrona sa Tagalog. Baka iba naman yung meaning niya, no? Magkaroon na siya ng sexually derogatory meaning when we use it. So we have to be careful, no, that we don't invoke the sexually derogatory meaning when we use these terms. Okay. Sige po, next. So we also have what we call lexical gap, no? Ano yung lexical gap? Malapit na po itong matapos. Yung problem doon, sa English language, may mga terms that are used to refer to men's experiences pero walang counterpart for women's experiences. No? For example, yung henpecking, ang ibig sabihin nito yung tinatalakan, no? So, men are henpecked, pero paano kung ang lalaki ang nagtatalak? Wala namang word na cockpecking, di ba? So, there's also the word virility, which refers to the sexual prowess of men, pero hindi siya ginagamit para sa mga babae. No? What term do we have for the sexual prowess of women? Wala, kasi we're not supposed to talk about women's sexuality, di ba? So there's also patronage, pero wala namang matronage. Paano kung babae yung nagbibigay ng support for the arts and everything? So there's no counterpart word for that. Sige, next. Assumptions na hidden. Okay, so I have two.
Attorney Allen.
Yes.
Time check lang po. It's already 3:56 na po.
Okay.
Sige po.
Sige, last na po ito.
Okay po.
Sige. So let's end with this slide na kasi I think this is the last. Sorry ha, masyadong mahaba. Okay, so I have two sentences here. Statement 1 says men can care for children just as well as women. And statement 2 is women can care for children just as well as men. So my question is, compare the statements and let me know through the chat box which one sounds more correct. Yung statement 1 ba or yung statement 2? Both. Statement 1. Oh, so iba-iba yung sagot, no? Pero I think marami yung 1. So bakit 1? Kasi no, lumalabas yung ating hidden assumption that ang babae ang standard of care for standard of child care. No, so kaya sinasabi ng statement 1, yung mga lalaki can also care for children just as well as women. So ano yung lesson dito? We have to be careful, no, that when we string words together, when we use language, ay hindi lumalabas yung mga hidden assumptions natin kagaya niyan. Yun. So I think that's the last, no, standard. Okay, so sige, let's move to the sige, can we go to we'll give naman a copy of the di ba, the presentation. So I guess I want to go to the challenge, no, sige, yan. Yeah, the challenge that we're taking home, no, para lang i-close natin itong webinar na to with a challenge, no, kasi dapat we have to use what we were able to learn, no, today for the bigger issues, no, to address the bigger issues. So the challenge to us now is that can we use our platform doon sa mga communicators, no? At doon sa mga hindi naman nila ginagawa in a professional capacity, yung ating access to platforms like social media, can we use our platform to raise public consciousness about gender issues, no? Makaka-contribute ba tayo sa pagpapalaganap ng value that the society puts on the issues that are gender-based? And then pangalawa, no, can we also use our platform to promote and preserve the dignity of women and men? Kasama dito yung pagko-call out when we see communication materials or public information that do not fit the standards, di ba? Do not comply with the standards. And finally, no, can we also use our platform to empower women para alam nila that they have the right, no, to make choices for themselves to pursue their interest and become their own agents of change, no, para mabago yung sarili nilang buhay at makawala, no, sa subordination and their secondary status in society. So with that, no, pasensya na po at hindi ko na cover ang lahat ng ating slides. So ayan, so I'd like to thank everyone. Siguro salamat po. I'll turn you over to our moderator for the questions that you may have.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Allen, for your insightful and educational presentation about gender fair communication. So let me invite you na rin po to our open forum. So some of our participants have asked some questions regarding po your presentation here on gender fair communications. Okay, so let's start na po, Attorney Allen. So for the first question, do you think it is now necessary to make minor revisions of our laws, such as the new Civil Code of the Philippines and the revised Penal Code, to make them more gender fair? Majority of the pronouns indicated in these laws are he, him, even though it does not talk about a specific gender. Do you also think that the penalty for concubinage and adultery must be amended to make it equal? This is from J.A.'s Madianda from the BIR.
Okay, hi J is. Okay, so kung ako masusunod, no, at nasa ano natin yan it's part of our obligation, treaty obligation as a signatory to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women or CEDAW. No, kasama sa ating mga obligations na linisin yung policy landscape, yung legal landscape of discriminatory laws. Pero ang ngayon, nandun pa lang tayo sa level ng substantive review and revisions. Kasama doon, of course, yung concubinage and adultery. In fact, kasama yan palagi sa Women's Priority Legislative Agenda ng PCW. No? May mga nabago na pero marami pa ring laban. No, marami pa ring dapat baguhin. Pero wala pa tayo doon sa level ng making sure that it uses gender fair language. No? Pero of course, yung mga bagong batas, may ganun ng consciousness. Pero yung luma, as far as revising yung mga luma to clear them of gender fair language, kung ako masusunod, sana, no, dapat. Pero wala pa tayo doon sa level na yun. Marami pang more substantive na issues, no, at usaping pagdating sa mga batas. Ayan.
Thank you for that answer, Attorney Allen. So let's move on to our next question. Our next question is, what is the gender-neutral term for fraternal love? Actually, si Celia Mabanag din of the BIR also asked about what is the gender-neutral term for fraternal, if it is masculine, if it is sexist. Yun po.
Bakit po ba may fraternal, yung love? No, yun ang tanong ko. Bakit po kailangang i-qualify ang love as fraternal? Di ba? Di ba? Love is universal. Sabi nga, di ba? So, siguro kailangan natin itanong sa sarili natin, okay, why do we need to distinguish fraternal love? Di ba? Sibling love, pwede rin. No? Kung that's the relationship that you want to refer to. Sibling love. Sibling is gender neutral. Yun, siguro.
Ayun,
Okay.
sorry, nakamute ako. Ayan, thank you for that answer po. So for the next question, what are the alternatives po or any additional terms we can use to be more inclusive of non-binary people? I'm in R&D and we usually write women and men farmers, women and men fishers, women and men operators, etc. to avoid being gender blind and to acknowledge the roles of women. But I'd like to know about the more appropriate terms we could also use to acknowledge non-conforming people. This is from Anne-Margaret Balog from the Institute of Biological Sciences, College of Arts and Sciences, UP Los Baños.
Hi, thank you. No, that's a very important and tricky question also to address. No, kasi importante that we make visible, no, yung mga babae, lalong-lalo na sa mga ganitong sektor, no, yung farmers and fishers. Because traditionally they have been neglected and invisibilized. So there is value in making them visible by citing na women and men farmers, no, women and men fishers, women and men operators. So ano yung idadagdag natin? So as far as blurring the lines between yung by sex, no, yung sex na references, no, I don't think we need to do that, no, and I also don't think that that helps in our advocacy. So baka kailangan natin magdagdag ng terms, no, to be more inclusive and diverse. Maybe something about farmers of diverse soil. Hindi ko alam, no, baka may ganon, pero that's something that we need to explore, no. We need to acknowledge diversity, but we also don't have to distinguish, no, or parang kasing it's a step back, di ba? Pag tinanggal mo yung babae at lalaki, yung acknowledgement that there are women in this sector. This is a step back to what we've been fighting for, no? Yung acknowledgement na may kakaibang sitwasyon yung mga babae in all these sectors. At meron silang kakaibang needs, no, priorities. But that's something that we need to talk about siguro, no. I'm not an expert in the sector, but I do acknowledge that there is a need to add, maybe add another term to make it more inclusive and diverse. Sige po, balitaan kita ma'am, pagka we were able to get to that discussion. Thank you.
So for our next question po, Attorney Allen,
May
you
ano lang, Miss
Yes,
Jill,
po.
meron lang sa chat, no? Can we not use farmers for fishers?
can
Okay,
we
so
not use farm?
oo, so meron ganun po, no? So we can use farmers, fisher folk. Okay, so ano yung ano nun? What is the value in using the gender neutral term? No, ibig sabihin nun, hindi mo ina-associate yung yung profession or yung activity to the sex of the person. Pero i-correlate ko lang doon sa tanong ni Anne Margaret, no, na kaya nila specifically sinasabi na women and men is because they want to make sure that it is acknowledged, no, na dito sa community na to, sa farming community or sa fisher folk community ay may mga babae. And these women farmers and women fishers ay may pinagdadaanan na ibang experiences, may particular needs sila, no? At meron silang particular needs, priorities, no? So kaya importante din 'yon, no, to acknowledge that. So kaya kung lalapatan mo ng demand for diversity, I think it's better to add rather than to subtract, no, or to blur the lines kasi like I said, no, mawawala yung pinaglalaban natin na differential situation at interventions that address the gender issues in these sectors. Yun. So very short discussion, no, very short synthesis ng dalawang question.
Thank you very much for the additional answer, Attorney Allen. Before we go to this next question, the one who asked about regarding fraternal love said, nagbigay na po ng context na sa BIR prayer namin kasi ma'am, brotherhood and fraternal love. Maybe this can be discussed with the GFPS of the BIR, lalo na po like last GAD webinar 7, we featured po the GAD agenda of the BIR. So baka pwede i-bring up din yun with your GFPS. So, okay, for the next question, what are the alternatives po or any additional terms? Okay, ayan. What we use utility personnel instead of janitors. Gender-laden din ba ang janitorial services? Or not necessarily? Parang actor, doctor, heroes, nurse din ba siya? As for given alternative examples, this is from Celia Mabanag of the BIR.
Okay, so yung janitorial services, gender neutral naman siya, no? Kaya lang, I think the reason why utility personnel is used ay para alisin yung stigma nung pagiging dirty job, dirty, in quotation, dun sa janitorial services. Kasi ganun yung na-associate natin mababang, antas ng trabaho, parang ganyan. So kaya, to uplift, no, the label, ginagamit yung utility personnel. So not necessary, hindi siya gender, hindi siya sexist yung janitorial services. It's just maybe the stigma that is attached to it.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next question. Why do congressional I also see this then. Why do congressional representatives and senators always use chairman? Wala bang gender fair language, gender fair communication sa Congress at sa Senate? This is from Celia Mabanag from the BIR.
Hindi ko po masasagot yung tanong na yan. Pero I am happy na you are able to spot, no, gender issues in the language used in these institutions. Yan. Sige, next question po.
The next question po, sorry. So what about po yung sequence of mentioning? Always starts with a man, placing the woman always after the man, Mr. and Mrs., husband and wife. Di po ba pwede couple or spouses or other alternatives? It's as wife, the place of women is always, it's as if the wife is the place of the women always after the man. This is from Elsie Villanueva from Isabela State University.
Opo. Miss Leah, oo, I agree with you. And 'di ba by default, no, ganun talaga yung sequence na nakikita natin. In fact, sa mga women's movements and in feminist movements, no, may conscious effort to baliktarin yung sequence, no, para again i-assert naman yung place ng mga kababaihan na hindi necessarily nasa last o kasunod ng mga kalalakihan. So maraming ganyan. Pag nakita ka, women and men, no, that's a conscious decision para to put naman women in the front and center. Pero hindi dapat ganun, no? Dapat walang nauuna, walang na huhuli. So I agree with you na if there are opportunities to address that sequence, which is also gender issue in terms of prominence, no? We can also do that. No, we can contribute to breaking that traditional sequence by addressing also in the language that we use and in the order of words that we use.
Next question na.
Next question, ma'am.
There's no more na questions na po, Attorney Allen. So thank you very much po for this wonderful session regarding gender fair communications. This is the first that the PCW has ever offered in our GAD webinar series. So thank you so much for being here po, Attorney Allen.
It's my pleasure. It's
Sige,
always a pleasure.
Let's move on na po to the next part of our program. So let me synthesize po the sessions that we've had here today in today's GAD webinar. So the Magna Carta for Women detailed the state and private sector's duty in the promotion and recognition of and protection of women's rights, seeking to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women. So all of us present here today recognize the importance of gender equality, and we are all doing our own efforts to promote this. So let me show you, let me share my screen then po. Let me show you the host disabled screen sharing. Okay. Okay. Let me share my screen po. Very saglit lang po. So let me show you the symbol of the PCW. So if you see here, the dove symbol, the dove in the PCW logo symbolizes peace. So our journey as advocates is comparable to the symbol of the dove. The dove, besides peace, is a symbol of hope and cooperation. Hope and cooperation. As advocates for gender equality and social justice, we know that it takes not only personal conviction, but also the cooperation with one another to help obtain this goal of women empowerment and gender justice. Based on this morning's session, our GAD focal point systems must cooperate in order to assess and improve their efforts, especially as catalysts for gender mainstreaming. I know those who are part of the GFPS and are present here today are also civil servants. So let me reiterate then that as public servants, we should lead the way in valuing the rights and dignity of women. We too should also be the ones to influence and motivate equality for all. Being in the GFPS, there's always something to learn and improve on, which is why us at the PCW are here providing you with the GFPS functionality assessment tools that guide on what gaps need to be addressed and what good measures must be continued to measure the level of functionality of the GFPS. The need for our cooperation towards gender and development can also be done through language and communication we give out. Our afternoon session highlights the importance of gender fair language and communications. Media, as mentioned earlier, plays a role in influencing how we see and treat people of different sexes and genders. We must challenge the traditional gender norms and sexism that are present everywhere, especially in platforms that inform, advertise, and entertain. The use of gender fair language is vital in how we value the rights of women and even people of diverse SOGIESC, as the language we use recognizes their rights and identities. Gender fair language and communications also opens opportunities for women. So let me mention a report by the World Bank published in 2018 actually stated the economic implications of gendered language or the examples, which are the terms that were given out earlier in Attorney Allen's presentation, that were in gender neutral. So these gendered language they reinforce limiting gender norms that get in the way of women's potential outside the gender stereotype. We are also aware that of the social effects of harmful stereotyping and sexist language, as this makes women invisible and their contributions less valued. But we are also capable of being above what these traditional gender norms in community, of being above what these traditional gender norms are being taught in the usual communications that we see. To emphasize the points of Attorney Allen, we have the platform in encouraging others to have this consciousness. We must fight rigid gender rules and discrimination, because whether we are in communications or not, the way we communicate not only affects the way we see persons, but it also shapes and structures actions. To end, let me say that we should remain hopeful for the future, because we are here already in the present in this very webinar with the very intentions of moving for GAD. Change doesn't take flight overnight, but we can rise together and uphold equality for all genders through every means possible. Thank you very much, and let's all be #strengthened by GAD. Thank you. And then I would like to move on to our next part of the program. I would like to present the certificates of appreciation for our speakers for today. So let me present this certificate of appreciation for our session 1 speaker, my colleague Chris Jovan M. Medalla, for presenting about the overview on the GAD focal point system. Yay! Then, for session 2, let me present the certificate of appreciation for Nia Jean Carl F. Salonga for talking about the GFPS functionality assessment tool for national government agencies. Let me present this certificate of appreciation for Regine Carmeli Reyes, who talked and discussed about the GFPS functionality assessment tool for the LGUs. And last but not the least, the certificate of appreciation for our Gender Fair Communications resource speaker, Attorney Allen Liberato Espino, for the very educational presentations that she had earlier on gender fair communications. Before to end our GAD webinar 8, let me call on to our Deputy Director for Operations, Ms. Maria Christine Josefina G. Balmes, to give the closing remarks for today's GAD webinar 8.
So magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. The PCW wishes to express its gratitude and appreciation to all who have participated in this fruitful webinar, which is the first of its kind that our agency has offered in our GAD webinar series. The GFPS functionality assessment tool is the most recent GAD tool that the PCW has developed, while the Gender Fair Communications webinar is a response to long-time requests of participants who want to have a session focused on the use and application of GFC. The Magna Carta of Women seeks to eliminate discrimination against women by recognizing and promoting women's rights. It calls for the establishment of mechanisms to protect women against discrimination in government systems and structures. The MCW also had provisions regarding the non-derogatory and non-discriminatory portrayal of women in media and film, emphasizing the strategic use of mass media to uphold the roles and contributions of women. Bearing this in mind, the ongoing actions of all government instrumentalities towards gender mainstreaming, the PCW developed the GFPS functionality assessment tools, which have the purpose to periodically assess the functionality of each national government agencies and local government units GFPS. The MCW states under institutional mechanisms, specifically Section 37, that the PCW shall develop or enhance gender audit tools necessary for gender mainstreaming. This tool is a manifestation of PCW's sustained effort to upgrade the level of gender analysis in terms of enabling GAD mechanisms. On the other hand, our afternoon session emphasized how communications, especially with the language we use, play a role in upholding gender equality. Sexist language excludes women and their experiences, and it enforces the thinking that limits their engagement in development processes. Gender fair communications aim to challenge existing gender norms and stereotypes through promotion of gender-fair media and language, among others. It is not enough to possess knowledge of gender-fair communications. This is only as effective as the channels we use them in, such as creating gender-sensitive content in media platforms and using gender-fair language in official communications. It is also important to practice this even in our daily lives, as language articulates the kind of consciousness and attitudes we have towards women and men, girls and boys, and persons of diverse SOGIESC. For our public servants, the Gender Fair Communication Session promotes gender mainstreaming in communication, helping elevate the status of women and celebrating individuality of all genders. Based on the Gender Fair Media Guidebook, we are to be made aware of the standards of gender fair communication, which are portrayal, representation, stereotyping, and language, and how this can be applied to any media content we produce. These 4 dimensions intend to guide on the standards that will improve gender sensitivity in all communication processes. I would like to thank our resource speakers for today's webinars. From the Technical Services and Regional Coordination Division, or TSRCD, we have Mr. Joven Medalla, Ms. Nina Jean Carl Salonga, and Ms. Regine Reyes. Thank you for orienting about the rules of the GAD focal point system and introducing the GFPS functionality assessment tool. And of course, inabot ko pa po this afternoon to Attorney Allen Espino for imparting your knowledge and experience in teaching gender fair communications that can be applied in all aspects of our daily communication, interaction, and correspondence. Today's GAD webinar gave a resounding message on being much more responsible GAD advocates in 2 ways. First, minding the way we communicate to others, as this is one of the factors that determine gender equality. And second, assessing our performances in order to improve our service of being gender-responsive agencies and entities. This webinar also serves as a prelude to this year's 18-day campaign to end violence against women, which I hope aware po tayong lahat will be officially starting tomorrow. PCW will be kicking off the annual observance through a kick-off ceremony at the PICC. And I think some of the agencies present here today will also be joining us there tomorrow. So see you po. I hope that everyone in your respective agencies and capacities can participate in the 18-day campaign to end vow. And we have a new theme starting this year until 2027. Nakalagay po sa inyong mga background, United for a Vow-Free Philippines. This supports the United Nations Global Campaign, Unite 2030, which calls on all government agencies, civil society, women's organizations, the private sector, and the media to join forces in addressing vow. And we invite you to join PCW's activities that will be launched starting tomorrow until December 12. You may also share your activities with us so that we can feature them din po in our Facebook page. Before I end, let me congratulate the TSRCD, led by their very innovative and hardworking Division Chief, Marilyn Santos Millar. Congratulations, and her team for another successful webinar. Palakpakan naman po natin sila. So to end, let me share a quote from acclaimed author Maya Angelou. We need language to tell us who we are, how we feel, what we're capable of, to explain the pains and glory of our existence. Let the words and our communicative cues we give off show how we are gender sensitive and gender fair, so we can use communications to help promote gender equality. Good luck po to everyone. See you again next year for our 2023 GAD webinar series. May we all have a meaningful observance of the 18-day campaign to end vow. Magandang hapon po muli.
Thank you very much po, DTK, for that wonderful closing remarks. Now we're gonna take our photo off na po. So hope you can open your cameras. Sige. Thank you so much for everyone who has taken the time to join us here in our GAD webinar 8.